Chapter 1514 Emperor Tsong's Dao Corroboration Grounds. It seems that the Tsong Mountains are not peaceful. Lu Ming said. Indeed. The Tsong region's treasure sealing assembly is held once every 3 years. The 13 top sects of the Tsong region and countless geniuses will gather at the Tsong Mountains. Some of the 13 top sects have grudges with each other, and fights often break out. Now that they've gathered at the Tsong Mountains, it's normal for them to start killing each other over a single disagreement. Xuanixin explained. 3 years ago, Xuanixin had come to the Tsong Mountains, so she knew more. The Tsong Mountain is the place where Emperor Tsong corroborated his Tao and became an emperor. Therefore, there have been many experts, including great saints and absolute saints, who came to pay their respects to the place where Emperor Tsong corroborated his Tao. Therefore, there are many heavenly Tao inscriptions left by experts in the Tsong Mountain, which usually attracts many people. Let's go and take a look. Maybe we can gain some enlightenment. Xuanixin said. There's actually such a place, of course we have to go. Tian Chui revealed a look of anticipation. Then, Xuanixin led the way, and the three of them flew towards the east side of the Tsong Mountain. The closer they got to the Gray Mountain, the more they felt that it was extraordinary. It was as if there was an extremely powerful force, or as if there was a great emperor lying dormant here. They could not help but admire it. As he flew, he could see that there were many buildings built in many parts of the Tsong Mountain. Although there were no top sects in the Tsong Mountains, there were still some small forces here. Soon, the three of them landed on a small path. There's a canyon in front of us. There's a palm print left by a Supreme Saint Senior. It's very mysterious. I came here 3 years ago to study it, and I gained a lot. Xuanning said in her heart. She took the lead and walked forward. After walking for a while, a valley entrance appeared in front of them. However, there were 2 young men standing guard at the entrance. Stop, this road is blocked. The 2 young men blocked their way. One of them said coldly, What do you mean? Xuanixin's eyes turned cold. This place has already been reserved by my Tian Shen sect. You guys can go to other places. A young man sneered. Your heaven god sect reserved it? How laughable. This place belongs to the whole world and anyone can come here. How come I don't know that this place has become the territory of your Tianshan sect? Xuanixin sneered. I said I've reserved it, so I've reserved it. Hurry up and get lost. A young man from the heavenly god sect berated in an overbearing manner. The heaven god sect is really overbearing. Tian Chui's eyes flickered with an ominous glint. If it wasn't for the fact that he could sense many powerful auras within the valley, he would have already attacked. Let's go to another place. A murderous glint flashed across Xuanixin's eyes. However, she still pulled on Tian Chui and Lu Ming and turned to leave. Stop. Don't let them go. At this moment, a cold roar came from the valley. Stop. The 2 young men who were guarding the door moved in a flash and blocked the way of Lu Ming and the other 2. Buzz. Buzz. And MBSB whoosh. In the canyon, the sound of the air being torn could be heard. 5 young men rushed out and surrounded Lu Ming and the other 2. Tian. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Among the 5 people who rushed out, one of them was Tian, the young leader who had entered the great emperor's secret realm from the heavenly god sect. Haha, Lu Ming, it's you. Tian laughed, his face cold. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold killing intent. Lu Ming, you have killed so many of my Tianshan sect's disciples in the Emperor Tsong's secret realm. Today you don't need to leave. Just leave your life here. A powerful aura emanated from Tian's body as he locked onto Lu Ming. Back in the Emperor Tsong's secret realm, before the secret realm collapsed, Lu Ming had gone on a killing spree and killed many disciples of the Tianshan sect. This made Tian hate Lu Ming to the core. Junior brother Tian, you don't need to do anything to kill this man. I'll help you kill him. A young man on the stone horizon said. No need, I'm going to kill this person myself. Tian waved his hand and stepped forward. Boom. The aura on his body skyrocketed, and only stopped when it reached the 4th level of the martial royal realm. Tian had obtained an inheritance in the Emperor Tsong's secret realm. After he returned, he was heavily nurtured by the Tianshan sect. In addition to his high talent, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, breaking through to the LV4 martial royal realm in one go. With the inheritance, his combat strength was even more terrifying. This time, he was confident that he could kill Lu Ming and wash away the shame. Lu Ming die. Holy light burst out from Shirtian's body. A spear of divine punishment was formed, piercing through the air like a bolt of white lightning. With an extremely sharp aura, it stabbed toward Lu Ming. An ordinary LV4 or LV5 martial royal realm expert would have been killed by this move. However, Lu Ming was not an ordinary martial artist. In an instant, the spear of God's punishment was about to pierce Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed the spear. The spear stopped in front of Lu Ming, unable to move an inch. Kill him! Shirtian roared. His Zhen Yuan and realm burst out and poured into the spear of God punishment. However, the spear seemed to be fixed in place and couldn't move. Shirtian's eyes widened and the veins on his face bulged. He exerted all his strength, but Lu Ming's hand was as solid as a rock. No matter how he roared, it was useless. How is that possible? Shirtian roared in his heart. He couldn't believe it. This is your combat strength, Lu Ming said coldly. The muscles in his body trembled and a dragon's roar was heard. He clenched his fist. Bang! Shirtian's spear of divine punishment exploded. Boom! Then Lu Ming clenched his fist and threw a punch at Shirtian. Shirtian subconsciously crossed his arms in front of his body. Boom! Lu Ming's punch landed on Shirtian's arms. Both of Shirtian's arms exploded. He screamed in pain and flew backward, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Although they were both at the LV4 martial royal realm, Shirtian could not fight back at all, and was easily crushed by Lu Ming. Kill, attack together, kill them all! Shirtian roared crazily. At the same time, his spiritual body glowed and quickly repaired his broken arm. You're looking for death. Kill! The other young men of the heavenly divine sect roared in anger. Their auras exploded and holy light filled the air. Terrifying attacks poured down on Lu Ming. Two of the 6th-level martial emperors aimed at Lu Ming. Kill, die! Lu Ming shouted and activated the divine sword technique. The two 5th-level martial royal realm martial artists' souls trembled, and their vital essence became chaotic. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming stepped forward and struck out two palms. The two LV5 martial royal realm young men were killed by Lu Ming. I'll slaughter you sons of bitches! On the other side, Tian Shui and Xuanixin also made their moves. The highest cultivation among these people was only at the 6th level of the martial royal realm. They were no match for Tian Shui and the others at all. As soon as they exchanged blows, two of them were smashed to death by Tian Shui's hammer, and two were killed by Xuanixin's fists. All of a sudden, Shirtian was left alone. Killing Shirtian's face turned pale. How dare you all, Shirtian roared. I'll kill you now. Lu Ming stepped forward and charged at Shirtian. Shirtian's figure retreated madly, his mouth shouting, Senior brother, save me. How dare you kill the disciples of my heavenly god sect? Die. At this moment, a cold murderous intent rushed out of the canyon. A huge palm print made of holy light came toward Lu Ming. This palm was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming had a feeling that if he was hit by this palm, he would be killed. Leave it to me. I'll do it. Tian Shui and Xuanixin rushed out at the same time. Tian Shui raised the giant hammer in his hand, and the muscles all over his body bulged. Like a wild dragon, he smashed the hammer towards the palm print. Roar! Xuanixin let out a dragon's roar as her body emitted a cold aura. Her fists seemed to have turned into ice and snow as she threw out two punches. Tian Shui and Xuanixin's attacks clashed with the palm print at the same time. Boom! Boom! With two earth-shaking explosions, Tian Shui and Xuanixin both groaned as their bodies were sent flying. However, the palm print was also greatly weakened and continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella shone and a shield appeared. It flew forward and blocked the palm print. At the same time, a long spear was formed in Lu Ming's hand. He swung the long spear, and like a flash of lightning, it stabbed towards Shirtian. This move was astonishingly fast. It directly pierced through Shirtian's defense and his dantian, nailing him to the ground. I hate, Shirtian roared, full of unwillingness, but in the next moment, there was no breath left. He had been killed by Lu Ming. Boom. The palm print hit the shield and it was sent flying. It shrank rapidly and flew into Lu Ming's glabella, disappearing. However, this shield was a holy weapon and it successfully blocked the attack. You're looking for death. A shocking aura burst out from the canyon. A roar was heard as the terrifying aura rushed out of the canyon. Not good. Let's go. Lu Ming roared and soared into the sky. At the same time, Tian Shui and Xuanixin also rose into the air and flew away. Buzz. A young man rushed out of the canyon, his body exuding a shocking killing intent. He glared at Lu Ming and the other two and roared. After killing the disciples of my heavenly god sect, you still want to escape? Kill. The young man turned into a ray of holy light and chased after Lu Ming and the rest at an alarming speed. So fast. Lu Ming was shocked. The other party's speed was too fast. He was approaching them at an extreme speed. Whoosh. The other party waved his hand and slashed out a ray of holy light. The holy light streaked across the void and headed for Lu Ming. At the last moment, Lu Ming killed Shi Tian. This made the other party target Lu Ming. Shi Tian was a rare heaven's favorite in the Tianxin sect. In the Emperor Song's secret realm, he had received the inheritance and was heavily nurtured. But now he was killed by Lu Ming. Junior brother, be careful. Tian Shui shouted. The holy light was so fast that it approached Lu Ming in an instant. Whoosh. Black wings extended from Lu Ming's back, protecting his body. Clang. The holy light struck the black wings, causing them to tremble violently. Lu Ming's body was sent flying like a cannonball. So strong. Lu Ming felt his qi and blood surging in his body, and a stream of blood spilled from his mouth. Even with the black wings to block, he was still blasted to the point of spitting blood. It was clear how strong the other party's attack was. LV9 Martial Royal Realm. Furthermore, he was a top heaven's favorite with shocking battle prowess. Junior brother, how are you? Xue Xian called out in concern. I'm fine. We can't go on like this. They'll catch up to us sooner or later. Senior brothers and sisters, let go of your bodies and minds. Don't resist. Lu Ming shouted. All right. Tian Shui and Xuanixin subconsciously nodded. Lu Ming waved his hand and the mountain and river diagram appeared. He kept Tian Shui and Xuanixin into the mountain and river diagram. Then he activated the wind element technique. With a flap of his black wings, his figure was like a black lightning, rushing forward at an extreme speed. His speed was not slower than the divine sky sex paragons behind him. The heavens god sex paragon's expression changed. The killing intent on his face grew stronger as he glared at Lu Ming. The holy light on his body burned like a ball of white flames. He sped up and followed closely behind Lu Ming. Who is that? What a shocking fluctuation. That's the top heavens pride expert of the heavenly god sect, Shi Guan. Who's the person running ahead? He's actually being chased by Shi Guan? That person is not ordinary either. That pair of wings is a holy weapon. The two of them, one chasing and one escaping, also attracted the attention of others. It's that guy Lu Ming. In front of Lu Ming, there were a few black-robed young men. They heard the commotion and looked over. When one of them saw Lu Ming, his eyes flashed with killing intent. These people were the disciples of the Tianyu demon sect. The person who had spoken was Emohi. He's being chased by the stone crown. Let's stop that Lu Ming. Emohi said coldly. He unsheathed his demonic blade and slashed at Lu Ming with a ray of light. Lu Ming, who was flying at high speed, narrowed his eyes and used his black wings to block in front of him. Bang! The demonic blade slashed at the black feathered wings. Lu Ming's body trembled as his figure was blocked. Lu Ming, let's see how you die today. Emohi's eyes were cold. He stood in front of Lu Ming, his demonic chi soaring to the sky. Back then he was ordered to kill Lu Ming. In the end, not only did he fail to kill Lu Ming, but the 5 7th level martial emperors who followed him all died. Even he himself was tricked by Lu Ming's formation. He lost an arm and even his storage ring. During this period of time, he had been thinking about revenge at all times. He did not expect to meet Lu Ming here. Moreover, Lu Ming was being hunted down by the experts of the Heaven Deity sect. Of course, he would not hesitate to take action. Emohi, I'll kill you sooner or later. Lu Ming said coldly. His figure flashed, and he was about to rush to the other side. "Stay here." Emoji shouted coldly. His demonic blade slashed horizontally and instantly slashed out 10 blade rays. Now Emoji's arm that was cut off by Lu Ming had grown back. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level martial emperor realm. Emoji was a superior grade earth spiritual body, and his combat strength was extremely shocking. Lu Ming did not take it head-on. His black wings slashed across like a heavenly blade, breaking Emoji's blade aura and rushing past. "Stay." The 2 disciples of the Tianyu demonic sect who were with Emoji unsheathed their demonic blades and charged at Lu Ming. They were 2 youths at the peak of the 5th level martial monarch realm. Their combat strength was not weak. At the same time, the stone crown behind him was already approaching. "Kill die." Lu Ming roared. 2 rays of black light flashed in his eyes, and he charged at the 2 disciples of the Sky Demon sect. The 2 of them shuddered. At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and the black dragon spear appeared. It turned into 2 spear lights and stabbed at the 2 disciples of the Sky Demon sect. The spear radiance contained the technique of 13 accumulated strikes. 10 bursts of power burst out and pierced through the 2 people's attacks and defenses. The 2 disciples of the Tianyu demonic sect were dead. Die. At this moment, Shiguan arrived. He condensed a spear of divine punishment in his hand and pierced it towards Lu Ming. Chapter 1516 Crisis. Escape. Shiguan's spear of God's punishment was so powerful that it seemed to be able to pierce through everything in the world. Lu Ming's hair stood on end. The sense of danger that the stone crown gave him was too strong. "Block it." With a single thought, the holy weapon shield flew out again and blocked in front of him. At the same time, he continued to fly forward. "Stay here." Emoji roared with anger. He did not expect that he would kill 2 Tianyu demon sect disciples after intercepting Lu Ming. His killing intent towards Lu Ming grew even stronger. The demonic blade burst forth and slashed at Lu Ming. "You're looking for death." A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he covered his body with the black wings. Boom. Shiguan's spear of divine punishment struck the shield and sent it flying. It then continued to strike the black wings. Lu Ming's body trembled, and he was sent flying. Blood trickled from his mouth. The stone crown's attack was simply too powerful. If he didn't have 2 saint weapons protecting him, he wouldn't have been able to block it. So many saint weapons. Who's that guy? He has so many saint weapons. In the distance, there were some onlookers who were staring at Lu Ming with burning eyes. Lu Ming had too many holy weapons on him. He took out 3 in a row. Can you avoid death by using a saint weapon? Today you'll still die. Kill. Shiguan shouted. He was bathed in holy light and charged at Lu Ming with the spear of divine punishment in his hand. He was like a god. Shiguan was definitely a rare heaven's favorite of the Tianshan sect. Although he was far from being a deity, he was still very terrifying. At this rate, even if Lu Ming had the protection of his holy weapon, he would not be able to withstand more than a few attacks. Chirp chirp. Unknowingly, the bubble appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. It waved its small claws and opened a space-time tunnel. Lu Ming rushed in without hesitation. The next moment he was thousands of miles away. Then, with a flap of his black wings, Lu Ming flew away at top speed. The space-time domain, damn it! The stone crown roared in anger and chased after Lu Ming at high speed. However, in front of them, Lu Ming made the bubble open another space-time tunnel. This time, Lu Ming entered and his figure disappeared. Damn it! Shiguan went mad. His anger soared to the sky, and his killing intent was as cold as the winter snow. This kid escaped again. Emoji's eyes were also very cold. Shiguan, this man is from the Dragon God Valley. Emoji's voice sounded. Dragon God Valley? Humph, we must kill all the people of Dragon God Valley in this conference. Shiguan said coldly. He turned into a ray of light and left. Lu Ming. Emoji gritted his teeth. His eyes were as cold as a poisonous snake's. Then he left. Lu Ming was running wildly in the Gray Mountains. Previously, Lu Ming had asked Bubbles to open a space-time tunnel, and they appeared in the Tsang Mountains. The Tsang Mountains' terrain was complex, and the ancient trees towered into the sky. Naturally, the stone crown lost track of Lu Ming. Lu Ming ran for a while in the gray mountains before he found a remote place and released Tian Chui and Xuaningxin. Ninth junior brother, are you all right? Tian Chui and Xuaningxin looked at Lu Ming. I'm fine. I've already shaken them off. Lu Ming said. Fuck, a LV9 Martial Royal Realm expert is chasing us. If I increase my cultivation by another 2 levels, I'll definitely kill him with my hammer. Tian Chui unhappily said. Ninth junior brother, it's all thanks to you this time. Xuaningxin said. She and Tian Chui were not adept at speed. If not for Lu Ming's Grotto Heaven treasure, they would not have been able to escape. I didn't expect ninth junior brother to even have a Grotto Heaven treasure. Tian Chui grinned. Are Grotto Heaven treasures very rare? Lu Ming asked curiously. Of course it's rare. A Grotto Heaven treasure is like a small world of its own. Only a great emperor can make it, and it also requires rare materials. Tian Chui said. Only great emperors can refine it. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He had originally thought that Grotto Heaven treasures were not rare in the Yuan continent. It seemed that treasures obtained from the Battle of Providence were all extremely rare. Let's take a rest here, Lu Ming said. Before this, they had all suffered some injuries. Although they were not serious, they still needed to recover. Tian Chui and Xuaningxin both nodded. The 3 of them sat cross-legged and meditated. An hour later, Lu Ming had fully recovered from the minor injuries he had suffered earlier. Where are we going now? Tian Chui asked. Let's go to the Dragon God Valley Station. Every sect has a station in the Tsang Mountain for their disciples to stay in. There are sage realm elders there. The people of the Tianshan sect will not dare to be arrogant at the Dragon God Valley Station, Xuaningxin said. Lu Ming and Tian Chui naturally had no objections. Then Xuaningxin led the way, and the 3 of them went to the Dragon God Valley Station. Very quickly, a large building appeared in front of them. There were many palaces built on the mountainside, looking very majestic. Lu Ming and the other 2 took out their Dragon God Valley disciples' tokens, and they were naturally unimpeded. Lu Ming. A crisp sound was heard. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the sound, and a smile appeared on his face. Ying, brother Chiu. Lu Ming called out. It was Chiu Ying and Chiu Hao. The 2 of them walked towards Lu Ming with smiles on their faces. Ying, I haven't seen you for a while. Your cultivation has improved a lot. Lu Ming sized up Chiu Ying and smiled. After not seeing her for a while, Chiu Ying's cultivation had already reached the 3rd level of the Martial Royal Realm. This was beyond Lu Ming's expectations. Chiu Hao, on the other hand, seemed to have just broken through to LV2 Martial Royal Realm. In the Emperor Tsang Mystic Realm, I obtained an inheritance and joined the Ice Dragon Valley. I was chosen by an elder of the Ice Dragon Valley, and was accepted as a disciple. That's why my cultivation level has improved so quickly, Chiu Ying explained. Congratulations. Lu Ming smiled, feeling happy for Chiu Ying. They were friends, and since Chiu Ying had a good encounter, he was naturally happy. Who are these 2? Chiu Ying looked at Tian Chui and Xuaningxin. This is my senior brother and senior sister from Cloud Dragon Valley. Lu Ming introduced them to Chiu Ying. Both parties greeted each other. Ying, when did you guys arrive? Lu Ming asked. We've been here for 10 days. Big brother and I wanted to find you to come with us, but we heard that you left long ago when we arrived at Cloud Dragon Valley. Why are you only here now? Chiu Ying asked curiously. I was delayed on the way. Lu Ming smiled and did not explain further. I'll take you to get a house. You just need to register, Chiu Ying said. She seemed very happy to see Lu Ming. After that, Lu Ming and the other 2 each received a room, and went back to their own rooms. Chiu Ying and the others also bade farewell and left. Lu Ming returned to his room, and continued to channel and regulate his breathing. Right now, there were still 20 days before the start of the treasure sealing assembly, so it was still early. In the next few days, Lu Ming and the others were cultivating. Shiguan did not find the heavenly god sect's encampment. 3 days later, Xuaningxin and Tian Chui came to look for Lu Ming together. To buy something? Lu Ming was a little surprised. Xuaningxin and Tian Chui had come to find him with the purpose of going shopping together. Chapter 1517 Emperor Ranked Power. Lu Ming only understood after Xuanningsin explained. The triennial treasure sealing assembly, the 13 top sects of the Tsang region would gather at the Tsang mountain. Not only that, there were also many from other sects, big and small. It could be said that this was the biggest event in the Azure continent in 3 years. Such a grand event naturally attracted many large chambers of commerce to gather at the Tsang mountain. In fact, there were even large chambers of commerce from outside of the Azure region. Here they brought with them many rare treasures and treasures that the Azure region didn't have. Among them, the most famous one was the Supreme Treasure Pavilion. I heard that the Supreme Treasure Pavilion is an extremely large chamber of commerce outside of the Azure continent. Their power is unparalleled. I'm afraid that even the 13 top sects in the Azure continent combined might not be as powerful as the Supreme Treasure Pavilion. Xuanningsin explained. So strong? Lu Ming was shocked. Of course it's strong. That's because the Pavilion of Supreme Treasures is an Emperor-level force. Xuanningsin said. An Emperor-ranked power. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. As the name suggested, an Emperor-ranked force was a force with a great Emperor in charge. Of the 13 top powers in the Azure continent, not a single one had a great emperor in charge. Their strength couldn't be compared to an emperor-ranked power. The difference was too great. Every time the Supreme Treasure Pavilion comes, it brings with it many rare, and even non-existent treasures. Today is the opening day of the Supreme Treasure Pavilion, and it will attract countless people. Let's go and see if we can buy anything useful, Xuanningsin said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and immediately became interested. Not long after, the 3 of them had changed into black robes and put on black bamboo hats, which covered their entire bodies. At the same time, the 3 of them concealed their auras. Even if there were acquaintances, they wouldn't be able to recognize them. According to Xuanningsin, when the Supreme Treasure Pavilion opened today, many people from all the major forces would go there. There were many grudges between these forces. And once they went, wouldn't it be easy to start a fight? Therefore, many people would wear black robes and bamboo hats to avoid being recognized. In addition, even if he bought some precious items, he could also prevent others from thinking about it. The 3 of them flew toward the middle of a mountain, and a vast palace soon appeared in front of the 3-eyed man. Above the palace, 3 big words were written. The Supreme Treasure Pavilion. The door of the Supreme Treasure Pavilion had already opened, and one figure after another flew into the door. Most of them were like Lu Ming and the other 2, wearing black robes and bamboo hats. Even if they were not wearing them, they had disguised themselves. The 3 of them walked through the door, and they immediately saw huge counters. Behind the counters were all kinds of treasures. The hall was extremely spacious. There were counters lined up in an orderly manner, and there were people in front of the counters to greet everyone. Countless people strolled around in the palace. At a glance, there were no less than 100,000 people, but it did not seem crowded, which showed how big the palace was. Moreover, no one would dare to snatch the treasures here. This was because this was the Supreme Treasure Pavilion. It was said that many years ago, when the Supreme Treasure Pavilion first came to the Tsang state, there was a saint who wanted to take the treasures of the Supreme Treasure Pavilion. In the end, a supreme saint appeared from the Supreme Treasure Pavilion and killed the saint with a single slap. After that, no one dared to covet the treasures of the Supreme Treasure Pavilion. So many precious materials. Lu Ming's eyes swept around and he was dazzled. However, the materials, spirit weapons, and pills here were all of a low grade and weren't of much use to the 3 of them. Let's go upstairs. The treasures on the 2nd floor are of a higher grade, Xuanningsin said. There were 3 levels here, and the treasures on each level would be of a higher grade and more precious. The 3 of them walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor. The treasures on the 2nd floor were indeed of a higher grade and more precious. This is the Myriad Existences liquid. It's a spiritual liquid that's even more precious than the Myriad Spirit liquid. Lu Ming saw a type of all-creation liquid and bought 10 caddies on the spot. Of course, the price was that he had to give up more than half of the mid-grade raw stones he had. Lu Ming kept the Myriad Creation liquid in the mountain and river diagram. He then watered the path understanding ancient tree with the Myriad Creation liquid. Now the path understanding ancient tree was growing better and better. It was getting thicker and thicker, and it had more leaves. The three of them strolled around, and Tian Shui and Xuaningxin bought some items. Let's go to the third floor, Lu Ming said. Then the three of them went up to the third floor. There were also many people on the third floor, no less than tens of thousands. Of course, many of the treasures on the third floor had reached the saint realm, such as saint medicine and saint weapons. They were very precious, and many people couldn't afford them. They were just here to broaden their horizons. So many saint weapons. Lu Ming looked at a counter. There were saint weapons on the counter. At a glance, there were no less than 100. No less than 100 saint weapons. How shocking was that? Each saint weapon gave off a mysterious aura, and all kinds of light. There were only two young and beautiful women standing on the counter. It seemed that they were only at the martial emperor realm. In front of the counter, many people stopped to look. They all stared at the saint weapons with a burning light, as if they wanted to swallow them up. If it were anywhere else, hundreds of saint weapons guarded by only two young women at the martial emperor realm would have been taken away long ago. However, no one dared to make a move here. If anyone dared to make a move, the person standing in front of him would most likely be an absolute saint. The three of them came to the counter. Ladies, do you have any holy weapon gloves for sale? Lu Ming said in a low voice. Of course. Do you want to buy it? A young woman said with a smile. That's right, can you let me take a look first? Lu Ming said. All right. One of the women nodded and took out a box. She opened the box and revealed a dark red ball the size of a longan. What is this? Lu Ming was a little dumbfounded. Wasn't he supposed to give him a glove-type holy weapon? Why did he take out a round ball? Sir, this is a pair of saint weapon gloves specially made by my treasure pavilion. It's very mysterious. Let me try it on for you. A young woman smiled as she picked up the ball and placed it in her palm. A shocking scene appeared. The ball actually softened like a pool of liquid and wrapped the young woman's palm inside, forming a glove. The young woman's palm seemed to be covered with a layer of black gauze. Then, the young woman injected her vital essence. Buzz. The glove exuded a powerful aura, the aura of a holy weapon. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had fallen in love with the holy weapon gloves at first sight. Sir, these holy weapon gloves are called the flowing essence gloves. They are made of flowing essence gold and other precious materials. They contain the laws of nature and are true holy weapons. They are extremely hard, and holy weapons of the same level can't break the gloves at all. Moreover, they are easy to use. Please have a look, sir. As soon as the young woman finished speaking, the flowing essence glove shrank in her palm and disappeared into it as if it were alive. The next moment, it came out again and covered her palm. Chapter 1518 Targeted. The flowing elemental gloves will appear when you want to use them. Similarly, when you want to put them away, you can put them away with a thought. The young woman introduced. What an amazing pair of gloves. Such a pair of gloves is a rare treasure in the world. On the side, many people's eyes were burning with passion as they stared at the gloves in the young woman's hands. For martial artists who were good at palm, finger, and fist techniques, this kind of glove was too precious. The temptation was too great. Miss, I want this pair of gloves. How much are you selling it for? I want one too. Miss, how many raw stones? Immediately, a few people spoke and stepped forward. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows. He was the one who asked first. I'm sorry, the flowing essence gloves. As the materials are hard to find and the refining process is also very difficult, I only have one. The young woman said. Only one? Then sell it to me. Get lost, it's mine. At least a dozen people spoke, and the scene was noisy. This glove is worth 500 million medium-grade raw stones. No bargaining. The young woman said. What? 500 million? The scene suddenly quieted down, and a series of gasps sounded. 500 million medium-grade raw stones? Miss, a glove? The voice of the person who had asked to buy earlier was a little dry. Gloves were a bit more expensive than normal saint weapons, but they usually came in pairs. A decent pair of gloves could be worth 3 normal saint weapons. A saint weapon was worth around 100 million mid-grade Audiobook. Had originally estimated this glove to be worth around 150 million, but now it was asking for 500 million. The price was shockingly high. It's too high, I can't afford it at all. It's not worth it. Those people shook their heads and gave up on buying. 500 million was too expensive. 500 million. Lu Ming also took a deep breath in his heart. 500 million was equivalent to 5 bright saint weapons. He had obtained 4 bright saint weapons in the Dragon Palace's treasury, the Black Dragon Spear. Lu Ming wanted to keep it for his own use, so he only had 3 bright saint weapons left. Even if he sold all 3, he was still short of 200 million mid-grade raw stones. All the raw gemstones he had on him were not enough for 200 million. He would only have enough if he sold a lot of precious refining materials. Young lady, do you accept holy weapons here? Lu Ming asked. I received it. The young woman smiled. Lu Ming waved his hand and 3 bright saint weapons appeared in his hand. They were all obtained from the Dragon Palace's treasure vault. 3 saint weapons. Many people's eyes lit up, and they stared at Lu Ming. Their eyes were shimmering with all sorts of lights, and no one knew what they were thinking. Sir, if you want to buy flowing essence gloves, you can use bright saint weapons as payment. These 3 bright saint weapons and 200 million Audiobook will do, the young woman said. However, Lu Ming still looked hesitant. It was not that he did not want to pay, but he had no more. He still had a shield and the black wings, but he wanted to keep both. Junior brother, I'll lend you 2 saint weapons first. As if reading Lu Ming's mind, Tian Chui waved his hand and 2 more holy weapons appeared. Senior brother, you? Lu Ming's gaze flickered. I have enough for now. Tian Chui laughed. All right, I'll return it to senior as soon as possible. Lu Ming accepted Tian Chui's holy weapon and said, Miss, I'll buy the flowing elemental gloves for 5 holy weapons. Sure. The young lady took Lu Ming's holy weapon, put the flowing essence gloves into the box, and handed it to him. Lu Ming took it and reached out to hold the flowing elemental gloves that had turned back into a round ball. It was warm and cool to the touch. He infused his essential core slightly, and the flowing essence glove started to flow like liquid, wrapping around Lu Ming's right palm. As light as nothing. Lu Ming sensed it carefully. The Luyuan gloves were as light as chiffon on his hands. He was almost weightless and as flexible as if he was empty-handed. Buzz. As he poured in more vital essence, the flowing essence gloves emitted a powerful aura. What? Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He realized that the flowing essence glove's weight had increased rapidly as he channeled his essential core into the gloves. The stronger the essential core, the heavier the gloves were. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised that the flowing essence gloves had such an effect. Are you satisfied, sir? The young woman said. Many thanks. Lu Ming did not say much. With a thought, he kept the flowing elements gloves. If he wanted to use them freely, he would need to go back and refine them. At the side, many pairs of burning eyes were staring at Lu Ming. Some of their eyes were filled with greed. Lu Ming sneered. In the treasure pavilion, these people did not dare to do anything to him. Lu Ming swaggered around with Xuanixin and the heavenly hammer. That is, icy heart. Not long after, on a counter, Xuanixin found a heart of ice. This was a rare treasure. Xuanixin's original form was a snow dragon, so it was of great use to her. In the end, Xuanixin used 2 saint weapons in exchange for the heart of ice. So many saint weapons. These 3 guys have so many saint weapons. Some people had been paying attention to Lu Ming, and the other 2. When they saw this scene, their eyes burned even more fervently. In total, Lu Ming, Tian Chui, and Xuanixin had already taken out 7 saint weapons. How shocking was this? Senior brother, senior sister were being watched. Next, we'll split up and mix into the crowd to divert attention. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Tian Chui and Xuanixin. There were close to 200,000 people on the 3 levels of the Supreme Treasure Pavilion. At least half of them were wearing black robes and bamboo hats. As long as they mixed into the crowd and kept walking around, these people could forget about finding them. All right. Let's do this. Tian Chui and Xuanixin both nodded. Then, the 3 of them split up and rushed into the crowd. Not good. These guys want to run. Chase them. Someone followed Lu Ming and the rest closely. However, Lu Ming and the other two had concealed their auras. The other party could not lock onto their auras at all. The three of them moved quickly through the crowd. They would reach the first floor, turn dozens of times, run to the second floor, and then to the third floor. An hour later, those people had completely lost track of Lu Ming and the other two. Damn it. What a pity. Some people sighed. Lu Ming and the other two definitely had an astonishing amount of wealth on them. If they could snatch it, they would be rich. Unfortunately, Lu Ming and the other two were too cunning. They slipped away just like that, making some people very unwilling. 2 hours later, Lu Ming, Tianque, and Xuaningxin gathered at the main entrance through voice transmission. They had bought what they needed, and it was time to leave. The three of them went out of the gate and flew toward the Dragon God Valley. However, after flying for a while, the three of them suddenly stopped. In front of them, 3 figures wrapped in black robes blocked their way. Everyone, hand over your storage rings and get lost. The person in the middle spoke. From his voice he sounded very young. You guys are really capable. Lu Ming said coldly. They were already very careful, but they were still targeted. The battle against the Yudu Sex Paragon. Aren't you guys curious how we got our eyes on you? The man in the middle said. I was just about to ask. Lu Ming said. It's very simple. When you bought the Luyuan gloves, I put a kind of powder on you. It's colorless, odorless, shapeless and shapeless. No matter where you go or how you mix into the crowd, you won't be able to escape my tracking. The man in the middle explained. Hurry up and hand over your storage ring, or else die. If you have the ability, you can try. Lu Ming said. 2 6th-level martial emperors and 1 4th-level martial emperor. You're quite arrogant. It'll be easy for me to kill you. The black-robed man in the middle stepped forward. However, his cultivation was also at the 6th level of the martial royal realm. Buzz. The other party waved his hand, and a dense black cloud instantly enveloped the three of them. Poisonous insects. They were densely packed poisonous insects. So it's the people from the Desire Poison sect. They'll do it. Xuaningxin stepped out, her whole body exuding a cold aura, and struck out a palm. The palm power formed a terrifying cold wave that spread towards the poisonous insect. Immediately, the densely packed poisonous insects were frozen. Xuaningxin then shook her palm, and those poisonous insects turned into ice fragments and disappeared. You have some ability, come again. A green mist burst out from the other party's body, emitting a disgusting stench, and rushed towards Xuaningxin. Xuaningxin stepped forward and punched out with both fists. Boom. Boom. Each punch sent out a terrifying cold wave that froze the void and the poisonous mist. You want to freeze my poisonous gas? In your dreams. Corrode it. Break. The other party shouted in a low voice, and the mist actually formed into small worms that corroded the ice. Then the poisonous gas rushed toward Xuaningxin. What a terrifying poisonous gas. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He was well aware of Xuaningxin's combat power, and how terrifying her cold wave was. It could freeze everything, even Zhenyuan. However, it was corroded by the poison, which showed how terrifying the poison was. This person was definitely a peerless genius of the Yudu sect. No wonder he was so arrogant. Roar. Xuaningxin let out a dragon's roar, and the cold air on her body became even more intense. She kept punching with both fists, and the fist force formed into snow-white true dragons that flew out. Bang. These true dragons were powerful, and they charged through the mist toward the Yudu sect's chosen. Bang. The Yudu sect's paragon's body actually exploded, turning into a cloud of poisonous gas that enveloped Xuaningxin. Ha ha ha. My constitution is the superior earth's spiritual body, the thousand desires poisonous body. You can't hurt me at all. The other party's cold voice came from within the poisonous gas. Xuaningxin's fists continued to bombard, but the poisonous gas rolled, as if it could not hurt her opponent at all. Endless poisonous gas enveloped Xuaningxin. Roar. The dragon's roar came from Xuaningxin's mouth again. Her body began to change rapidly. The black robe on her body burst apart, and in the next moment, a huge snow dragon appeared in the sky. It's a real dragon. You are from Dragon God Valley. The voice of the Yu-Du Sex paragon rang out from within the poisonous gas. Roar. Xuanixin turned into her true dragon form and let out a long roar. She opened her mouth and spat out a terrifying wave of cold air, which covered the surrounding 10 miles of land, turning it into a frozen land. This time, some of the poisonous gas was also sealed in ice. However, there was still a lot of poisonous gas left. At this time, it actually turned into weapons and attacked Xuanixin. Xuanixin stepped out with her dragon claw and clashed with the weapons. The two of them exchanged blows, and it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. That's a true dragon. Its strength is so terrifying. And the people from the Desire Poison sect. The battle here was so shocking that many people in the distance were alarmed and flew over. There were even people in the Supreme Treasure Pavilion who were alarmed and flew over to take a look. For a time, the battlefield was surrounded by people. What a terrifying combat strength. A LV6 Martial Royal Realm expert has such a strong combat strength. They're definitely top-notch Heaven's favorites with superior Earth spiritual body. Many people voiced out. In the blink of an eye, Xuanixin and the other party had exchanged dozens of moves, and neither of them had won. The more the Desire Poison Sect's chosen fought, the more shocked and impatient he became. Initially, he thought that his combat strength was more than enough to take down Lu Ming and the others. Not to mention a 6th-level martial emperor. He could even easily kill a 7th-level martial emperor. Even an ordinary 8th-level martial emperor would be poisoned to death if he was not careful. Now a person of the same level had actually fought him to a draw. He knew that he had encountered a Heaven's favorite of the same level. You guys quickly attack and kill those two brats. The paragon of the Desire Poison sect roared. Buzz. Buzz. The other two from the Yu-Du sect charged towards Lu Ming and Tian Chui. The aura they revealed was at the peak of the 7th-level martial royal realm. Buzz. Buzz. As soon as the two of them attacked, a dense swarm of poisonous insects pounced on Lu Ming and Tian Chui. Die. Tian Chui roared in anger as he swung his giant hammer and struck out. Boom. The sky trembled violently as the giant hammer struck, bringing with it a terrifying vibration wave. Those poisonous insects exploded one after another and turned into ashes. Not only that, the vibration waves did not stop, directly bombarding the bodies of the two Yu-Du sect members. The bodies of the two Yu-Du sect members exploded, turning into green poisonous gas that rolled back and then condensed again. It was two young men currently looking at Tian Chui in shock. Although they had a body of poison and could turn into poisonous gas to offset the power of the attack, there was a limit. If the power was too strong, they could still be injured or even killed. Tian Chui's earlier strength had already injured them. Kill. I don't care what kind of poison body you have, I'll crush you all. Tian Chui raised his giant hammer and charged at the two Yu-Du sect youths. Lu Ming did not even need to do anything. Not good. The two young men from the Desire Poison sect were shocked. They used their poisonous insects to form a shield to block in front of them, but under the hammer, they all collapsed. The two young men's bodies were scattered once more, and then reformed in the distance. Their faces were pale and blood was flowing out of their mouths. Die. Tian Chui stepped forward. How dare you? Don't even think about killing my Yu-Du sect people. A few figures flew over from the distance. Before they even arrived, a disgusting poisonous gas was already spreading towards Tian Chui. Some from the Desire Poison sect saw this and joined the battle. Many people? Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the few Yu-Du sect members behind him. The devouring power in his palm burst out and enveloped the poisonous gas. And imbiesbihuhu. The poisonous gas was completely devoured by Lu Ming. Boom. Boom. Then Lu Ming stepped into the void and a 9-dragon rushed out toward a few of the Yu-Du sect's people, sending them flying. Boom. On the other side, the person who had been fighting with Xuanixin turned into a cloud of poisonous gas and retreated quickly, then condensed into a human form. It was a pale and cold young man. Set up the poison formation. The cold-faced young man said. Chapter 1520 The Devil Sex Intervention. Yes. The other Yudu sect members spoke one after another. Venomous insects flew out from their bodies and flew towards Lu Ming and the others. At the same time, their bodies flickered and they stepped in a mysterious position. Then their bodies collapsed one after another and turned into green poisonous gas. At that moment, the poisonous gas expanded rapidly and turned into a poisonous gas that filled the sky, enveloping Lu Ming and the other two. Lu Ming and Tian Shui removed their black robes and joined Xuanixin. The three of them stood together. This is a poison formation. Be careful, Xuanixin said. Her huge body was covered with snow-white dragon scales, full of beauty, like the most beautiful work of art in the world. I'll do it, Lu Ming said coldly, and the chaos domain spread out. Lightning. Then Lu Ming waved his hand and the chaos domain turned into a thunder domain. Lightning filled the sky. It was as if countless lightning snakes were slithering between the sky and the earth. The lightning snakes were as thick as an arm and spread in all directions. The poisonous insects were struck by the lightning snakes and fell down in large groups. Fire. Lu Ming continued to speak. The chaos domain changed again, turning into flames that filled the sky and spread in all directions. The flames and lightning surged towards the poisonous insects and the poisonous mist. Chi-chi-chi. Between heaven and earth. A sizzling sound rang out, and waves of light smoke floated up. Whoosh. Black wings appeared on Lu Ming's back. They grew larger and were 100 meters long when spread. The black wings were covered with a wind domain, and Lu Ming began to spin rapidly. And NBSBhuhu. The black wings brought with them an endless amount of wind that spread out in all directions. The power was shocking. Thunder, fire, and wind surged between heaven and earth, resisting the poisonous gas from all directions. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. Senior brother, senior sister, get ready to attack. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Tian Shui and Xuanixin. Then kill. 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 Lu Ming bellowed a few times in succession. Invisible soul attacks were launched at the poisonous gas. The members of the Desire Poison sect cultivated the poison body. Their bodies could be dispersed, but their souls were still attached to the poisonous gas, and would still be attacked by Lu Ming. Furthermore, since the spirit body was dispersed, its defense against the soul was even weaker. Lu Ming cast the divine sword technique and roared a few times. A few shrieks were heard from the poisonous gas. The poisonous gas twisted violently and then converged, beginning to condense into a human shape. Kill! Kill! Lu Ming, Tian Shui, and Xuanixin shouted as they each charged towards a disciple of the Desire Poison sect that had formed. The black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. He smashed the long spear down. All of a sudden, there were 10 layers of attacks that exploded. The void trembled violently. Bang! The Yudu sect disciple screamed as his body split into pieces. This time, it did not turn into poisonous gas. Instead, it was truly torn apart. Lu Ming's attack had exceeded his tolerance range, and he was killed by Lu Ming. On the other side, Tian Shui and Xuanixin also unleashed their strongest attacks, killing one person each. After killing 3 people, the poison formation had broken by itself. The remaining poisonous gas began to roll and condense into 3 people, who retreated at an extreme speed. One of them was the supreme genius of the Desire Poison sect. Today you're the ones who will die. Tian Shui roared as he raised his hammer and charged towards the Yudu sect's men. Lu Ming and Xuanixin also stepped forward. What's going on? The surrounding spectators were confused. Earlier, the Yudu sect's experts had set up a poison array that enveloped the entire space, including Lu Ming and the other 2. They thought that Lu Ming and the other 2 were dead for sure. However, they did not expect that in the next moment, lightning, fire, and wind would flash within the poison array. Following that, a few loud shouts could be heard and the poison array collapsed. A few people from the Yudu sect were killed in succession, leaving the remaining few at a disadvantage and retreating continuously. They didn't understand how the Desire Poison sect had lost. The remaining few from the Desire Poison sect had ugly expressions. Lu Ming's loud shouts earlier had already injured their souls. Now they were no match for Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming. At this moment, a loud roar reverberated through the world. At least 8 or 9 demonic lights tore through the void and flew toward Lu Ming and the others. In the next moment, 9 figures appeared behind Lu Ming and the others, ready to attack from the back in the back. Emohi. Lu Ming's expression turned cold. The 9 figures were all disciples of the Tianyu demon sect, and one of them was Emohi. Emohi's body was filled with killing intent. His eyes were sharp as he glanced at Lu Ming. Brother Wu, how about we join forces and kill these 3? Emohi looked at the heavens chosen from the Desire Poison sect and said, Of course you can. The paragon of the Desire Poison sect was overjoyed and quickly agreed. A ferocious look flashed in his eyes. It seemed that Lu Ming and the other 2 had offended quite a number of people. Emohi, you're courting death. Lu Ming said coldly. Because of Xian Yanqing, he didn't want to get into a bad relationship with the Tianyu demon sect. However, the Tianyu demonic sect had gone too far. Back then, Emohi had led people to hunt him down. If it wasn't for his good luck, he would have died. Every time he met Emohi in the Tsang Mountains, the other party wanted to kill him. Lu Ming decided that if he met the Tianyu demonic sect again, he would not show any mercy and would kill them. You want to kill me? Emohi sneered. The demonic chi on his body soared to the sky. He unsheathed his demonic blade and became one with it, slashing at Lu Ming. Brat, let me fight you. Tian Chui shouted, raised his giant hammer, and smashed it towards Emohi. Clang. The demonic blade and the giant hammer collided with an earth-shaking sound. Emohi and Tian Chui were both shocked and forced to retreat. Again. Tian Chui's eyes revealed a murderous intent. Like a wild dragon, the muscles on his entire body bulged, and a dragon's roar was emitted. He raised his giant hammer and smashed it towards Emohi. Kill. Emohi coldly shouted. His demonic blade burst forth, becoming even more terrifying as it rushed towards Tian Chui. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the 2 of them exchanged more than a dozen moves, and neither of them had a clear winner. Do it. At this moment, Lu Ming and Xuanixin also made their moves. Lu Ming's black wings flapped, and he charged toward the people from the Tianyu demon sect. He thrust his black dragon spear forward, which turned into a dazzling ray of light. A peak LV5 martial royal realm young man from the Sky Demon sect was killed by Lu Ming. Then, the long spear swept across and a LV6 martial royal realm expert exploded. Roar. A dragon's roar rang out. Xuanixin cooperated with Lu Ming and pounced on the people from the Tianyu demon sect. One of them was killed with a single claw. Kill. There was also an expert from the Tianyu demonic sect. He was a youth at the peak of the LV7 martial royal realm, and he was fighting against Xuanixin with shocking combat strength. However, Lu Ming was unrivaled. After killing a few people in a row, the remaining people from the Sky Demon sect were horrified. They retreated one after another, not daring to fight Lu Ming head-on. What a strong combat strength. That man from Dragon God Valley is so strong. He can even fight to a draw with Emohi. That's terrifying. Emohi is a top genius of the Tianyu demon sect. Even in the entire Azure continent, he is a top genius. He was actually able to fight with Emohi to such an extent? It seems to be the madman from Dragon God Valley, Tian Chui. In the surroundings, some people were discussing and some recognized Tian Chui. Chapter 1521 The Stone Crown reappears. Tian Chui loved to battle, loved to kill, and often went out. He had quite a reputation, so naturally there were people who recognized him. That snow dragon's combat strength is also extremely shocking. It seems to be stronger than ordinary true dragons. Indeed, that should be a true dragon's prodigy. And that LV4 Martial Royal Realm guy has amazing combat strength. That's where you're wrong. The LV4 Martial Emperor Realm expert is relying on his holy weapon. Did you see that? The wings on his back and the spear in his hand are both holy weapons. That's why he's so powerful. Without a holy weapon, his combat strength is just average. That's true. Many of the major sects were watching and discussing. In the sky, Lu Ming used his body technique and pounced on a 6th-level martial emperor. That person's expression changed drastically. He did not dare to take Lu Ming's attack head-on. Buzz. At this moment, a screech was heard. A huge golden toad pounced at Lu Ming. It opened its mouth and a dense poisonous gas spread towards Lu Ming. The poison in the saint weapon. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He could tell at a glance that the golden toad was a saint weapon, and the poison in it was absolutely terrifying. Buzz. Lu Ming retreated rapidly. He did not want to come into contact with the poisonous gas. The young man from the Yudu sect controlled the golden toad's sacred weapon and chased after Lu Ming. Buzz. And MBSP whoosh. The golden toad cried out like a living creature. It stomped in the air and turned into a golden light, charging toward Lu Ming. Whoosh. Then, a ray of golden light burst out of the toad's mouth and shot toward Lu Ming. Tongue. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The golden light was the toad's tongue. Whoosh. The black dragon spear stabbed out like a black bolt of lightning. Ding. Ding. Two rays of light, one black and one gold, collided in the air. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly, and he took 2 steps back. The toad's tongue was also sent flying. What a powerful force. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His opponent's holy weapon was indeed powerful. Not only did it have poisonous gas, but it also had a tongue attack. Without a doubt, if one was hit by the tongue, they would definitely be strangled to death. Buzz. The golden toad cried out and spat out poisonous gas again. Get back. Lu Ming said coldly. He flapped his black wings, bringing with it a strong gust of wind that swept forward. The poisonous gas was blown away by the strong wind and instantly deviated from its course. A disciple of the Tianyu demon sect was careless and was enveloped by the poisonous gas. He immediately let out a shrill scream and turned into a skeleton in a few breaths, falling to the ground. What a terrifying poisonous gas. The disciple of the Tianyu demonic sect was a LV6 martial royal realm martial artist with a low-class earth spiritual body, but he died in a few breaths. The young man from the Desire Poison sect had a dark expression as he controlled the golden toad to charge at Lu Ming. Whoosh. At this moment, a terrifying sharp light shot towards Lu Ming from behind. It was a long spear, the spear of God punishment. This spear of God punishment was too fast and too powerful. Not good. The moment Lu Ming felt it, his body seemed to have stiffened. He was locked in place by a terrifying aura. In the next moment, the spear of divine punishment was about to pierce through his body. It was too fast. It was so fast that Lu Ming did not even have time to react. The spear of divine punishment pierced through Lu Ming's body. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's body shattered like a mirror with a bang. More than 10 meters away, Lu Ming's figure appeared. He could feel a thin layer of cold sweat on his back. The attack just now was too dangerous. Lu Ming was almost killed. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Bubbles made a move and cast the space-time domain, teleporting Lu Ming more than 10 meters away and avoiding the disaster. A figure appeared at the spot where Lu Ming had been standing and said in a cold voice, "Space-time domain. It's this person." Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. The person who appeared was Shi Guan, the proud son of heaven from the deity sect who had chased after Lu Ming previously. This man was a heaven's favorite at the 9th level of the martial royal realm, and he had just launched a sneak attack. The space-time domain will also die. Shi Guan said coldly. He swept the spear of divine punishment in his hand. The air exploded violently as the spear of divine punishment shot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella glowed, and a shield appeared in front of him. At the same time, the black wings protected him. Boom. The shield was instantly blasted away. The spear of God's punishment smashed onto Lu Ming's black wings. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he was sent flying like a cannonball. Blood spurted out of Lu Ming's mouth. His opponent was too strong, and his battle prowess was shocking. Even with his saint weapon protecting him, he was still heavily injured. Kill! Shi Guan shouted coldly. His entire body was bathed in holy light. He took a step forward, and with a flash of holy light, he charged at Lu Ming. The spear of divine punishment stabbed out. The spear of divine punishment, which seemed to be able to penetrate everything in the world, was aimed at the area between Lu Ming's eyebrows. However, at this critical moment, a cold aura spread out from below, and an icy sword stabbed towards Shi Guan at a terrifying speed. Shi Guan's expression changed. This ice sword posed a fatal threat to him. He could not be bothered to continue killing Lu Ming. He turned the spear of divine punishment around and struck the ice sword. Boom! A shocking explosion was heard, and a terrifying wave of fluctuation swept in all directions. With the help of this fluctuation, Lu Ming drifted back dozens of miles, his eyes cold. Just now, he had decided to use all his means to cooperate with Bubbles and fight to the death. Even if he were to die in battle, he would not let the other party have an easy time. But now it seemed that there was no need. Cold Wave, it's you. Shiguan's figure also retreated as he coldly shouted. At this moment, a young man appeared in front of Shiguan. This young man was tall and handsome. He was wearing a long white robe with an ice dragon embroidered on it. Dragon God Valley, Ice Dragon Valley's disciples. So many people from the 3 major sects besieged 3 disciples of Dragon God Valley. Now, even you, a LV9 Martial Royal Realm expert, have made a move. Hee how shameless. The young man from the Ice Dragon Valley sneered. This Lu Ming has killed many people of my deity sect. He must die. There's no need to resort to any means. Shiguan said coldly. Hee, I killed many of your heavenly god sect's people. It's laughable. For so many years, has your Tianshan sect not killed enough of my Dragon God Valley's disciples? Does that mean that I have to kill every single one of your Tianshan sect's people? You can use any method? Cold Wave showed a mocking smile. Shiguan's face darkened. Indeed, the Dragon God Valley and the Tianshan sect had never been on good terms. Killing each other was a common occurrence, but there were still certain rules. For example, the Saint Stage powerhouses of both sides would not attack each other's juniors. If they did, it would be chaotic. Hanchao, you don't need to say anything more. Today these people must die. Shiguan said. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, several figures flew over from all directions. There were at least a few dozen people standing behind Shiguan. All of them were disciples of the Heavenly God sect. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. On the other side, there were also people flying out. They were either filled with demonic qi or poisonous qi. They were people from the Yudu sect and the Tianyu demon sect. Chapter 1522 Monster appears. Boom. Tian Shui and Mo He exchanged a blow and the two of them separated. Tian Shui came to Lu Ming's side. Xuaningxin stopped as well. She came to Lu Ming's side and looked around with a grave expression. At this moment, there were at least 100 people from the deity sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yuda sect. Their vast auras rose and pressed down on Lu Ming and the others. Cold killing intent filled the void. Now, I don't even need to make a move. They're all dead. Shiguan sneered. Do you really think there's no one in Dragon God Valley? Where are the disciples of Dragon God Valley? The Cold Wave shouted, its voice spreading far and wide. Senior brother, let me help you. I'll do it. One voice after another was heard. Then one figure after another cut through the void and landed behind the Cold Wave. They were the disciples of Dragon God Valley. Disciples of Dragon God Valley rushed out of the crowd. Everyone, this matter was caused by the 3 people from Cloud Dragon Valley. Why should we get involved in this? Among the crowd, he stood in front of a few Dragon God Valley disciples and said, Lu Ming being surrounded by the 3 sects was exactly what he wanted. He could not wait for Lu Ming to be killed. Naturally, he did not want others to help him. Although we, the 7 valleys of the Dragon God, have some competition with each other, we must be of the same breath and branch when facing outsiders. If you're not going to make a move, get out of my way. Let's go. A disciple of the Black Dragon Valley shouted coldly, and flew toward the battlefield. The other people of Dragon God Valley also flew to the battlefield. His expression was unsightly as he snorted coldly and blended into the crowd. How could he make a move? Behind the Cold Wave, more than 40 Dragon God Valley disciples gathered. The aura of both sides burst out. The space was full of solemnity and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Frostwave, how naive you are to think that your Dragon God Valley sect can compete with our 3 sections. Well then I'll make you all stay here today. Shiguan's eyes revealed a cold killing intent. At the scene, the 3 sects had an absolute advantage. They could take this opportunity to kill a group of Dragon God Valley's elites, and weaken the strength of Dragon God Valley. Who do you want to keep? A faint voice came from the sky. Boom. Then, a terrifying aura came from the sky and pressed down on Sherguan. Sherguan's expression changed greatly. He roared and the holy light on his body burst out with all its strength to resist this aura. However, the holy light on his body trembled rapidly, and his body could not help but retreat a few steps. He looked at the sky with an ugly expression. Zifeng. Sherguan roared in anger, his eyes revealing a serious expression. At this moment, everyone's eyes were also looking up at the sky. In the sky, a purple-robed young man stood with his hands behind his back. His indifferent gaze swept across the three sections. Zifeng, the #1 genius of Dragon God Valley, one of the top 10 geniuses of the Azure region. A message appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Senior Brother Zifeng. It's Senior Brother Zifeng. The other disciples of Dragon God Valley were overjoyed. Zifeng arrived. They knew that even if they fought today, they would not lose either. Zifeng, you want to interfere? Sherguan looked at Zifeng with an unsightly expression as he said. Although his battle prowess was strong, when facing Zifeng, this kind of monster-level genius from the Azure State, it was simply not enough to look at. He would most likely be able to kill him in one move. You three sects are ganging up to bully my Dragon God Valley. What's wrong with me interfering? Zifeng spoke indifferently, taking a step forward. Roar. A dragon's roar came from his body, and the shadow of a purple dragon soared into the sky. A terrifying pressure pressed down on the disciples of the Deity Sect, Sky Demon Sect, and Yudu Sect. The expressions of the disciples from the three factions changed drastically. They felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on their bodies, and even their breathing became difficult. This kind of pressure? So strong, is this the combat strength of a heaven's favorite? I can't fight back at all. It's like I'm facing a Saint Realm expert. The disciples of the three sects were all terrified. Their combat strength was too different from Zifeng's. If they attacked, they could only be slaughtered. Zifeng, as one of the Azure continent's top 10 monstrous talents, you actually want to make a move against these ordinary disciples. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? At this moment, a domineering voice sounded. A burly figure stepped through the air and stood not far away from Zifeng. The demonic chi on his body soared to the sky. A powerful aura rushed out and crushed the aura emitted by Zifeng. The disciples of the three sects felt their bodies become lighter. Senior Brother Mo Yang. The disciples of the Tianyu demonic sect cried out in surprise. Mo Yang, one of the 10 great monstrous geniuses, is also here. Some of the spectators gasped in shock and excitement. 2 of the top 10 demon-level geniuses of the Azure region had arrived. Could it be that the top 10 demon-level geniuses were going to make their move earlier today? The 10 great demon-level geniuses of the Azure region. Aside from the time they had fought in the Azure region's treasure sealing assembly 3 years ago, each and every one of them had been cultivating in seclusion in order to suppress everyone else in this time's treasure sealing assembly. It had already been 3 years since they had fought. Everyone was very curious. After 3 years, how powerful had the top 10 geniuses become? Laughed at? Don't you think that the 3 great sects, the Heavenly God Sect, the Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect, and the Yudu Sect, are the real jokes? Generally speaking, those at the 7th level Martial Royal Realm and above are preparing for the treasure-fixing assembly and will not easily take action. The period before the assembly is the stage for the geniuses below the 7th level Martial Royal Realm. They will clash again and again. Those above the 7th level are generally not allowed to interfere. But what about you? Speaking up to here, Zifeng's gaze swept across the Heaven God Sect's 3 great sects disciples. Among these people, at least 1/3 of them were youths at the 7th rank or above. That's right. The Tianshan sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect took the lead to besiege us. They surrounded and killed 2 disciples at the 6th level, and 1 at the 4th level of the Martial Emperor realm. However, they were no match for our disciples. In the end, even Sherguan made a move, and it was a sneak attack. What a joke! The cold wave also spoke coldly, full of ridicule. Sherguan's expression was extremely ugly. Zifeng and Hanqiao were right. Before the treasure sealing assembly, it was a battle between disciples below the 7th level martial emperor realm. Those above the 7th level would not interfere. Previously, if he had killed Lu Ming and the other two quickly and left, it would have been fine. However, now that he had done this, he would definitely be criticized and dissatisfied by the other sections. There were 13 top sects in the Azure continent, and they were not the only ones. This was the unspoken rule of the 13 sections. Alright, in that case, I'll see you at the treasure auction in 10 days. Let's see how strong the reserve forces of Dragon God Valley are. Mo Yang said in a domineering manner. That's right. The treasure auction will be held in 10 days. Unless Dragon God Valley retreats, I'll see how you die. Unless the Dragon God Valley doesn't participate. If that's the case, then the Dragon God Valley's treasure determining assembly can end in advance. Shiguan coldly spoke. He knew that with the arrival of Zifeng and Mo Yang, these two monstrous geniuses, the battle today would definitely not happen. Because they had broken the rules first, if they really wanted to attack, other top sects would probably interfere, and even Saint Realm elders would come. Chapter 1523 Treasure Locking Party. Then I'll see you in 10 days at the treasure auction. Zifeng said. Let's go. Mo Yang was the first to turn around and leave. He glared at Lu Ming, and left with the people from the Tianyu Demon sect. Following that, the people from the Heavenly God sect and the Yudu sect also left. In the blink of an eye, all the people from the three sects had left. The storm was over. Lu Ming, thank you for your help, Senior Brother Zifeng and Senior Brother Frost Tide. Xuaningxin, thank you. Lu Ming, Tianchui, and Xuaningxin cupped their fists at Zifeng and Han Chao to express their gratitude. And no need to be so polite. The three of you are not bad. The three of you can participate in this time's treasure auction. Zifeng nodded his head. Treasure auction? Lu Ming was still in a daze. Wasn't it the treasure sealing assembly? Why was there an additional treasure locking little meeting? Don't worry, Senior Brother. I was just about to participate. I'll definitely kill the three great sects to my heart's content. Tianchui grinned, his eyes filled with malevolence. Xuaningxin also nodded in agreement. Let's return to the base first. Zifeng nodded his head and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Then the other disciples of the Dragon God Valley flew toward the Dragon God Valley. Senior Brother, Senior Sister, what's going on with the treasure setting party? Lu Ming asked curiously on the way. The treasure auction is a sparring session between the 13 top sects before the start of the auction. The participants must be under LV7 Martial Emperor Realm, and below the age of 50. Tianchui explained. In the Yuan continent, the nature of a youth was different from that of the Divine Wilderness continent. In the Divine Wilderness continent, those below the age of 30 were the younger generation. They were the golden years of cultivation. However, in Yuanlu, those below 50 were the younger generation. Because the cultivation environment in the Yuan continent was too good, many people could break through to the martial royal realm at a young age. Their lifespans reached 10,000 to 20,000 years, and their vitality was extremely vigorous. In comparison to 10 to 20,000 years, 50 years old was still the golden age of youth, the age of endless potential. In fact, those below the 7th level of the martial royal realm are considered the reserve forces of their respective sections. They will all participate in the treasure-fixing assembly in 3 or 6 years. This can be considered as an observation. We can roughly see the situation of the future treasure-fixing assembly and the future strength of each major sect. The Snow Dragon explained. Lu Ming came to a realization. This could be considered a small-scale treasure-fixing assembly. Hence, it was called the treasure-fixing assembly. The 13 sects also attach great importance to the treasure settlement ceremony. The sects ranked in the last 3 are not qualified to participate in this year's treasure settlement ceremony. It's equivalent to being eliminated in advance. Therefore, each treasure settlement ceremony is also unusually tragic. Xuaningxin continued to explain. It's actually like this? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The treasure auction was directly linked to the treasure auction. Those ranked in the last 3 would not be qualified to participate in the treasure auction. This meant that only 10 sects would participate in the treasure auction at a time. Each sect will send 36 4th to 6th level martial emperors to participate. There are still 10 days left. Let's go back and cultivate. At that time, we'll kill to our heart's content, Tian Shui said. This time, he felt really aggrieved. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but that the other party's opponents were all experts of a higher cultivation level, using their cultivation level to suppress others. However, there wouldn't be any experts above the 6th level martial royal realm in the treasure auction. All of you must be well prepared. This time's treasure auction may be very dangerous. The deity sect, the Tianyu demon sect, and the Yudu sect may join forces to deal with our Dragon God Valley. All of you must be well prepared. Cold Wave said. Senior brother, don't worry. I'll kill anyone I see. Tian Shui grinned, revealing his ferocity. Although your combat strength is strong, you can't underestimate your enemy. As far as I know, every sect has a heaven's favorite with an upper-class earth spiritual body, and many of them have reached the peak of the 6th level martial royal realm. Especially the Tianshan sect, they have produced many heaven's favorites over the years, and are known as the #1 sect in the Azure region. They can't be underestimated. Frost Tide said. Although Han Chao cultivated the Ice Dragon combat body, the scholar was very easygoing. He chatted with everyone along the way. Soon, they returned to the Dragon God Valley base. As soon as they returned to the encampment, Lu Ming, Tian Shui, Xuaningxin, and the others returned to their rooms and went into seclusion to cultivate. There were still 10 days left before the treasure auction. The true dragon meat that Tian Shui had obtained back then had not been completely used up yet. During this period of time, he could increase his strength a little more. Xuaningxin's dragon crystal had not been fully digested yet, so her strength could also be improved. As for Lu Ming, he entered the mountain and river diagram after entering the room, and sat cross-legged under the path understanding ancient tree. And NBSB previously, the stone crown sneak attack had placed him in a life and death situation. At that critical moment, his potential had exploded, and his chaos domain had reached the peak of level 4, only a step away from level 5. Now he had to continue to improve his cultivation. His cultivation was at the early stage of the 4th level martial emperor realm. Now he was going to raise it to the peak of the 4th level martial emperor realm, which was the same as the territory. With a wave of his hand, a pile of raw gemstones appeared. Lu Ming began to devour and refine the raw gemstones. His cultivation base began to rise rapidly. 5 days later, Lu Ming's cultivation had successfully reached the peak of the 4th level martial royal realm. Lu Ming spent the rest of the time cultivating the 13 accumulated strikes under the path understanding ancient tree. Perhaps it was because of the pressure. Before the treasure auction, he had accumulated power for 13 strikes and cultivated it to the 6th level, the perfected level, which greatly increased its power. At this moment, the time for the treasure auction had arrived. There were 36 young men standing in a huge courtyard at the Dragon God Valley's encampment. They were all at the 4th to 6th level martial royal realm, and were all geniuses. Most of them had inferior earth spiritual bodies. Ordinary people with spirit bodies were not qualified to participate at all. Lu Ming, Tian Shui, and Xuaningxin were also among them. In addition, Lu Ming also discovered a few familiar faces. Yu Blood Dragon Valley. After this period of cultivation, Silver City's cultivation had advanced to the 6th level of the martial royal realm. Yu and Blizzard Silver City stood together and mumbled softly, casting cold glances at Lu Ming from time to time. At this moment, an elder of the Saint Realm appeared in front of everyone. This time, the treasure auction is of great importance. I hope you will do your best to protect the honor of Dragon God Valley, the Saint Realm elder said. This disciple will definitely die without hesitation. The 36 young men and women shouted. All right, let's have a little treasure hunt. Holy weapons can't be used. At the very best, you can only use king weapons. You should know that, right? The Saint Realm elder said. I know, everyone replied. Good. This time, the leader of the 36 of you will be Han Sun. You will have to listen to his arrangements in the treasure auction, understand? The Saint Realm elder said. Yes, Everyone nodded. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to a young man in a white robe. This person was somewhat similar to Han Chao. He was Han Chaos' younger brother. He was extremely talented, even more so than Han Chao. He had a superior earth spiritual body, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th-level martial emperor realm. He was considered the strongest person below the 7th-level martial emperor realm in Dragon God Valley. Chapter 1524 Confrontation. After the Sage Realm Elder finished his instructions, he led everyone and flew towards the location of the treasure auction. Of course, they weren't the only ones going. Many other disciples would also go to watch. The location of the treasure settlement party was in a huge building halfway up the Tsang Mountains. The building was circular and empty. When Lu Ming and the group arrived, they saw a huge fighting ring in the middle of the building. Around the fighting ring, there were 13 huge cylindrical platforms. They were slightly higher than the fighting ring and surrounded it in the middle. Looking down from the sky, there was a number on each of the cylindrical platforms. From 1 to 13, they were arranged counterclockwise in order. On the outer side of the cylindrical platform were rows of grandstands. The terrain was slightly higher than the cylindrical platform, so those sitting on the grandstands could clearly see the situation on the fighting stage. Further out of the grandstand, there were many pavilions built at an even higher location. We participants will land on those platforms. Let's go down, Han Sun said as he descended. They didn't deliberately pick a platform and landed on the 10th platform. The Saint Realm Elder flew into a pavilion. The other Dragon God Valley disciples who had come with Lu Ming and the others landed on the stands behind the 10th platform. Your Dragon God Valley sect is early. A cold voice rang out. In the sky, holy light filled the air. The people of the Tianshan sect had arrived. The people of the Heavenly God sect did not hold back and directly landed on the first platform. As for the disciples of the Heavenly God sect who were not participating, they landed on the grandstand behind the first platform. Buzz, buzz, and MBSP whoosh. At this time, the sound of the air being torn could be heard. In the sky, dense crowds of people were flying over. The 13 top sects arrived one after another. Each sect had 36 participating disciples who landed on the platform. The other disciples landed on the grandstand. The Tianyu demonic sect landed on the second platform. Heaven Seat King, platform number 3. Evil Moon sect, platform number 4. Desire Poison sect, platform number 5. Jiuxiao Sword sect, platform number 6. Linglong Palace, platform number 7. Platform number 8 was empty, and there were still sects that had not arrived. Intentionless Saber sect, platform number 9. The 10th platform was Dragon God Valley, and the 11th platform was Piyuan family. Platform number 12 was the Blood Demon Tower. Platform number 13 was the Demon Castle. Of the 13 top sects, there was still one sect that had not come. It was the most mysterious Life and Death Sword sect. Whoosh, whoosh. At this time, sword lights broke through the air. The people of the Life and Death Sword sect had arrived. So few people? Lu Ming looked over and could not help being stunned. The Life and Death Sword sect had sent a total of 13 people. Excluding the old man who was leading the group, there were only 12 people in the younger generation. Buzz. And MBSP whoosh. The 12 youths of the Life and Death Sword sect landed on the 8th platform. All 13 sects had arrived. Lu Ming, the Life and Death Sword sect. Due to its strict requirements for accepting disciples, it has the least number of people. Every time they participate in the treasure auction, there are always 12 people. Sometimes, they might not even be able to gather enough people. Although they are at a disadvantage with fewer people, no one dares to look down on them. This is because every member of the Life and Death Sword sect is a genius. They cultivate the Life and Death Sword technique, and are extremely powerful. Xuaningxin explained softly. Lu Ming nodded. He saw a familiar face in the Life and Death Sword sect, Luo Xiang. He had a deep impression of this person. He had stayed at the peak of the Supreme Being realm, and had nurtured his sword soul for 15 years. This was an extremely terrifying person. Hee Dragon God Valley, you really dare to come. In the Tianyu demon sect, Emohi's cold gaze fell on Dragon God Valley and Lu Ming. Isn't it better that they're here? This time, let's make everyone from Dragon God Valley stay here. One of the Heaven's Pride experts of the Tianshan sect said coldly. Holy light was faintly visible on his body, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. That's right, it's best not to leave a single one alive. In the Desire Poison sect, the young man who had intercepted Lu Ming's group earlier spoke coldly, his eyes glaring fiercely at Lu Ming's group. Strength is not something that can be determined by words. We'll know who lives and who dies later. Lu Ming said indifferently, his fists clenched slightly. This time, he would kill to his heart's content. Lu Ming, I'm going to take your life. Emohi pointed at Lu Ming and a ray of saber light condensed. I'm going to take your life too. Lu Ming responded indifferently. The Dragon God Valley, the Tianyu Demon sect, the Yuta sect, and the Tianshan sect were already filled with the smell of gunpowder even before the battle started. Not only them, the other sects also had their own conflicts. At this moment, they were also looking at each other with killing intent, filling the scene with a solemn atmosphere. At this time, in a courtyard of the Tianshan sect, the Son of God stood with his hands behind his back. Shiguan stood respectfully behind the Son of God and reported the situation. I didn't expect that so many things would happen when I arrived a few days late. The people of Dragon God Valley are getting bolder and bolder. You are also useless. You can't even kill a few people who are below the 7th level of the martial royal realm. The divine child said coldly, his voice cold. If it wasn't for that kid's strangeness and his pet that can affect time and space, I would have killed him long ago. Shiguan said. The space-time spirit rat was a legendary creature, and not everyone knew it. Even Shiguan did not recognize it as a space-time spirit rat, a pet that can affect time and space. The Son of God's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a cold killing intent burst out of his body. Tell me, what does that kid look like? And what do his two companions look like? Is there a true dragon among them? The Son of God asked a few questions. There is indeed a true dragon, a snow dragon, and, then, the stone crown described the image and appearance of Lu Ming and the rest. It's really these kids. They dared to trick me in the Dragon Palace. The Son of God's eyes were cold. Back then, in the Dragon Palace, he had used an ancient void-sealing god talisman to suppress the Black Dragon's corpse. However, someone had sabotaged the ancient talisman and allowed the Black Dragon to escape. All his efforts were in vain. He had always wanted to find out who the person who secretly did it was. Now he knew that it was Lu Ming. If it was not Lu Ming, who else could it be that could affect time and space? You reckless fool. Where is he now? Oh, go and kill him. The Son of God's body emitted a cold killing intent. Divine Son, that Lu Ming should be participating in the treasure auction. The 13 top sects are gathered here. If we attack now, I'm afraid it will incur the wrath of the other sects. Shiguan hurriedly said. Then, it won't be too late to kill him after the treasure auction. After saying that, the Son of God took a step forward and disappeared. At the venue of the treasure auction, the smell of gunpowder was getting stronger and stronger. At that moment, an old man appeared in the fighting ring. This old man was dressed in white. He was a Saint Realm Elder of the Divine Sky sect. In the past few years, the strength of the Tianshan sect had become stronger and stronger. They had already won first place in 2 consecutive treasure-fixing conventions. Even in the small treasure-fixing conventions, the Tianshan sect had won first place twice. The Tianshan sect had already announced that they wanted to win 3 consecutive championships. Regardless of whether it was the General Assembly or the Small Assembly, they wanted to obtain first place. Working together against Dragon God Valley since our sect won first place last time, it'll be in charge this time, and the elders will supervise. The voice of the Sage Realm Elder of the Heaven God sect spread across the entire place. He looked around and said, I believe that most of you already know the rules of the competition, but I'd like to repeat them again. You are divided into 13 platforms. Except for the Life and Death Sword sect, each sect has 36 people. The rules of the competition are very simple. First, the deity sect on the first platform will send one person to the fighting stage. He can challenge anyone from any sect. The competition will end when one of them is killed or thrown off the fighting stage. The winner will return to the platform and wait for others to challenge him. After the first platform, it's the second platform sect's turn to send out a challenger. They can also challenge anyone from any sect until one person is defeated. Just like that, it's the third platform's turn to send someone to challenge, followed by the fourth platform, all the way to the 13th platform. That's one round. At least 13 people will be eliminated in one round. In theory, there will be a total of 36 rounds. Do you understand? The Sage Realm Elder of the Heavenly God sect shouted. Understood. Everyone responded. Remember, you are not allowed to admit defeat during the challenge. You can only fall off the battle stage or be killed for the competition to end. This will continue until the last person from a sect is eliminated. The first 3 sects to be eliminated will be the last 3, and will not have the chance to participate in this year's treasure-fixing assembly. The Saint Realm Elder explained again, making many people clench their fists. No matter what, they couldn't become the last 3, otherwise, their own sect wouldn't even have the qualifications to participate in the treasure-fixing assembly. How shameful would that be? In the end, there will only be one sect left with people. The sect that perseveres to the end will receive a reward. The reward this time is the Royal Domain Pill, 7 Royal Domain Pills. As soon as he said that, the scene was in an uproar. What? The reward this time is so generous? It's actually the Royal Domain Pill, and there are 7 of them. What a great deal! Many people exclaimed. Lu Ming's eyes were burning with passion. As the name suggested, the Royal Domain Pill was made with the Royal Domain Fruit as the main ingredient. It was said that one Royal Domain Pill required 9 Royal Domain Fruits in addition to other precious materials. A Royal Fruit could help a low-level Royal break through one level of cultivation. A Royal Domain Pill could allow a mid-tier or even a high-tier Royal to break through one level of cultivation. How precious was this? To mid-rank Emperor-level experts like them, it was a fatal attraction. This was especially so for Lu Ming. It was too difficult for him to improve his Chaos Domain. However, if he had the Royal Domain Pill, it would greatly reduce the time he needed to break through. The most important thing is that Saint weapons are not allowed in this competition. Anyone who uses a Saint weapon will be killed without mercy. Alright, that's all for the rules. Let's begin. The Sage Realm Elder of the Heavenly God sect announced. Then he turned around and returned to a pavilion. Alright, since my deity sect is standing on the first platform, then my deity sect will be the first to send out a person to fight. Well, use the brick to lead the jade. On the first platform, a white-robed young man spoke. Obviously, this person was the leader of the Heavenly God sect. Every sect would arrange a team leader to be in charge of adjusting the tactics at any time. The white-robed young man then pointed to a young man and said, "You can go up and act according to the plan." Yes. The young man nodded, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He took a step forward and appeared on the fighting ring. The man looked around and finally fixed his eyes on the 10th platform, and the people of Dragon God Valley. You come down and accept your death. The young man from the Tianshan sect pointed at a young man in the LV4 Martial Royal Realm from the Dragon God Valley. He was indeed challenging Dragon God Valley. Everyone's heart moved. Dragon God Valley and Tianshan sect had always been at odds with each other. In addition to the incident with Lu Ming and the others, it was inevitable that Tianshan sect would target Dragon God Valley. I'm not afraid of you. Let's go. The young man from the Dragon God Valley said. He took a step forward and rushed to the fighting ring. The two of them stood opposite each other. Kill! Kill! Almost at the same time, the two of them charged at each other, and their palms slammed together. Bang! The young man from the Dragon God Valley was shocked. He retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. Not good. The opponent is at the peak of the 5th level Martial Monarch realm. Damn it! Someone from the Dragon God Valley roared. Kill! The young man from the Tianshan sect gained the upper hand in one move. He took a step forward and rushed toward the young man from the Dragon God Valley like a white lightning. A spear of divine punishment appeared and stabbed toward the young man from the Dragon God Valley at an amazing speed. Retreat! The young man from Dragon God Valley retreated. He had realized that he was no match for the young man. He could only save his life by retreating from the fighting ring. You can't escape, die. The young man from the Heaven God sect had a cold look in his eyes. Holy light burst out from his body, and the speed of the spear of divine punishment suddenly increased. Pucci. The spear of divine punishment pierced through the youth's dantian and nailed him to the fighting ring. Then the spear flicked the body of the youth from Dragon God Valley off the fighting ring. His storage ring had been taken away by his opponent. You're really a piece of trash. The young man from the Heavenly God sect sneered and returned to the first platform. Detestable. Someone from Dragon God Valley growled. Immediately, someone went down and carried the body of the youth from Dragon God Valley away. Dragon God Valley, this is just the beginning. Next, you will all die on this fighting stage. The leader of the Heavenly God sect said coldly. Humph. Just wait and see. Han Sun's eyes were cold as he snorted. On the first platform, Tian Shen sect's challenge had ended. Next up was the second platform's Tianyu demon sect. A young man from the Tianyu demonic sect stepped onto the fighting ring. His cold eyes fell on the disciples of Dragon God Valley. You get down here. The young man from the Tianyu demonic sect pointed at a LV4 martial emperor realm young man from Dragon God Valley. The Tianyu demon sect is challenging us too? It seems that the Tianshan sect and the Tianyu demon sect have joined forces to deliberately target our Dragon God Valley. This guy's cultivation is also at the 5th level of the martial royal realm. But he's challenging us who are at the 4th level. Someone in the Dragon God Valley said in a serious voice. Buzz. The young man from Dragon God Valley jumped onto the fighting ring and stared at his opponent with a serious look. Kill. The young man from the Tianyu demon sect shouted and rushed toward the young man from the Dragon God Valley. The aura of the peak LV5 martial royal realm exploded. The young man from Dragon God Valley didn't dare to take it head-on, so he rushed to the side. You can't escape, phantom steps. The young man from the Tianyu demonic sect appeared in front of the young man from the Dragon God Valley in the next moment. He unsheathed his demonic saber, and demonic chi filled the air. Roar. The young man from Dragon God Valley let out an angry roar, and used all his strength to attack his opponent. However, the difference in cultivation was too great. It was an entire level. Moreover, it was obvious that the other party had planned this. The young men they sent out were all very powerful. Lu Ming's plan splitting Devil Blade. The young man from the Tianyu demonic sect slashed out with his demonic blade, and the terrifying blade light seemed to be able to split everything. Pucci. The young man from Dragon God Valley was cut in half. Dragon God Valley had lost another person. This was just the beginning, and 2 people had already been killed. Detestable. Many young men from Dragon God Valley growled and clenched their hands. Then, someone went up and carried the body of the young man from Dragon God Valley. The young man from the Tianyu demonic sect left the fighting ring. Next, it was the 3rd platform's turn. The Heaven Seat King issued a challenge. The Heaven Seat King sent out a 4th level martial royal realm Heaven's favorite to challenge a 4th level martial royal realm Heaven's favorite from the Intentionless Saber sect. The 2 of them were evenly matched. After exchanging more than 100 moves, the Heaven Seat King's Heaven's favorite was slightly better, and blasted the Intentionless Saber sect's Heaven's favorite off the fighting ring. Next, the 4th platform, the Evil Moon sect, began their challenge. The Evil Moon sect had directly sent a 5th level martial emperor to challenge a 4th level martial emperor from the Piyuan family, and killed him. These 2 forces originally had enmity, and now both sides were truly angered. Following that, it was the 5th platform, where the Yudu sect issued a challenge. A young man from the Yudu sect leaped onto the fighting stage, and his gaze fell directly on the Dragon God Valley side. You come down. The young man from the Yudu sect pointed at a youth from the Dragon God Valley, who was at the LV4 martial emperor realm. Many people in the Dragon God Valley looked terrible. Then he challenged Dragon God Valley. The young man from Dragon God Valley went up to the fighting ring with an ugly expression, then quickly retreated. The other party was also a LV5 martial royal realm expert. The young man from Dragon God Valley knew that he was no match for him, so he could only escape first. Unfortunately, The young man from the Yudu sect was very powerful. He had shrouded the fighting ring with poisonous gas and poisoned the young man from Dragon God Valley to death. Another person died in Dragon God Valley. Hee. Sneers could be heard coming from the Heavenly God sect. Many young men from the Tianshan sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect looked at the Dragon God Valley sect with hostility. Dragon God Valley is in trouble. Obviously, the Tianshan sect, the Tianyu demon sect, and the Yudu sect are joining forces to deal with Dragon God Valley. That's right. If the three clans join forces to challenge one clan, Dragon God Valley will most likely be in trouble. I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to enter the top 10. Moreover, I don't know how many people will be killed. At this rate, not many people from Dragon God Valley will survive. Many people from the various sects were discussing. Damn it. Many of the young men from Dragon God Valley roared in anger. There were even dragon roars, and their bodies were full of murderous intent. The Dragon God Valley disciples on the platform, and in the stands behind were all furious. This is too much. Counterattack. We must counterattack. When it's our turn, we must fight back. Many people's true yuan burst out, revealing cold killing intent. It's all because of Lu Ming and the others. They're the ones who provoked the three major sects, the Deity sect, the Tianyu demon sect, and the Yudu sect. Otherwise, how could our Dragon God Valley be targeted? A cold voice was heard among the people of Dragon God Valley. Ew. Lu Ming's gaze turned slightly cold. That's right. It's all because of Lu Ming and the others that our Dragon God Valley has fallen into such a desperate situation. Lu Ming and the other two have to take full responsibility. Such people should have been driven out of Dragon God Valley a long time ago. Otherwise, how could today's matter have happened? Blizzard Silver City also coldly spoke. Shut up. We should be thinking of a way to fight back, not an internal conflict. Han Sun coldly rebuked. Yu and Incheng were afraid of Han Sun, so they just sneered but didn't say anything. This won't do. If this goes on, I might be in danger too. I must think of a way to save myself. His eyes turned as thoughts ran through his mind. The competition continued. The sixth platform, Jiuxiao Sword Sect. The swordsman of Jiuxiao Sword Sect glanced at Dragon God Valley. In the end, he did not challenge Dragon God Valley, but chose the Blood Demon Tower. The seventh platform, the eighth platform. One by one. Soon, it was the 10th platform's turn for the Dragon God Valley challenge. The Dragon God Valley could finally launch a counterattack. Han Sun was preparing to send an expert to kill one of the disciples of the Tianshan sect to restore some morale. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly rushed out and landed on the platform. It was Hiyu. Hiyu, what are you doing? Han Sun roared. Before he could make any arrangements, Hiyu had already rushed out. Moreover, Hiyu was only at LV4 Martial Emperor realm. What was the point of rushing out? Hiyu sneered but did not say anything. He didn't want to sit and wait for his death. He was a LV4 Martial Royal Realm martial artist. If he stayed on the platform, he would most likely be chosen by the Deity sect, the Sky Demon sect, and the Yudu sect in the next round of challenges. He didn't want to die. His gaze shifted and landed on the 13th platform, where the demon castle was. Brother, how about we have a spar? He looked at a young man from the monster castle. Damn it. Why did Hiyu challenge the monster castle? The demon castle has a good relationship with Dragon God Valley. Some disciples of Dragon God Valley growled. The young man from Demon Castle was also slightly stunned. He didn't expect Hiyu to challenge him. Everyone thought that Dragon God Valley would fight back and send experts to challenge the people of Deity Sect, Sky Demon Sect, or Yudu Sect. The young man from the Demon Castle stepped onto the fighting ring and began his battle with Hiyu. The young man from the Demon Fort had a similar combat strength to Hiyu. After dozens of moves, Hiyu was at a disadvantage and was blasted off the fighting ring. You're afraid of death. Lu Ming said indifferently. The other people of Dragon God Valley also looked angry. Everyone could tell that Hiyu was afraid of death. He was afraid of being challenged by the three sects if he stayed on the platform. Therefore, he went up to challenge the Demon Castle, which had a good relationship with Dragon God Valley. Moreover, in a situation where the two of them were about the same strength, He was defeated after dozens of moves. It was obvious that he had lost on purpose. In this way, he who had lost would be considered eliminated. Naturally, he would not be challenged by the other sections. I think junior brother Hiyu is right. Why should he be responsible for the mistakes of others? Blizzard Silver City said coldly. He even cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. His words made the eyes of some of the Dragon God Valley disciples light up. All right, all of you shut up. Hansen shouted coldly. He was extremely angry. As the leader of the Dragon God Valley team, he felt helpless in such a situation. At this moment, Lu Ming stepped forward and stood in front of Hansen. Senior brother Hansen, Lu Ming has a plan to avenge Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, "What's your plan?" Hansen's eyes lit up. On the side, the other people of Dragon God Valley also looked over curiously. Immediately, Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Hansen and told him about his plan. "Junior brother Lu, are you confident?" Hansen said with a serious expression. "I'm sure. This is the only way for Dragon God Valley to counterattack. It's the only way to minimize our losses," Lu Ming said. Challenging Lu Ming, Hansen frowned, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. "All right, let's do that." Hansen's eyes became extremely serious as he glanced at all the disciples of Dragon God Valley on the platform and said, "In the following matches, everyone has to listen to my arrangements. If anyone acts like Hiyu and makes decisions on their own, they will be punished according to the sect rules. Don't blame me for not showing any mercy." "Yes, senior brother." Many people's hearts trembled, and they nodded in agreement. "Senior brother, what is the plan? Why don't you tell us?" Blizzard Silver City coldly said. "You'll know when the time comes. Now, you just have to follow the arrangements." Hansen's eyes swept across the Silver Blizzard City with a trace of coldness. Blizzard Silver City's face slightly sank, but he didn't say anything. "You lost." Instead of returning to the platform, he went to the stands behind the platform, and the competition continued. Platform number 11, platform number 12, platform number 13. When the Demon Castle challenge on platform number 13 ended, the first round of challenges officially ended. In the first round, the true experts did not make a move. Most of the people sent out were not very strong. Only Dragon God Valley suffered heavy losses as they were targeted by the three major sections. In one round, 3 died and 1 was defeated, losing 4 people. As for the Heaven God sect and the Life and Death Sword sect, no one had challenged them. Currently, in the Tsang region, the Tianshan sect had a faint trend of being the number 1. Their strength was formidable, and the other sects had some apprehensions. Although the Life and Death Sword sect had a small number of people, their individual strength was extremely shocking. Every disciple of the Life and Death Sword sect could not be underestimated. Moreover, the Life and Death Sword sect's Life and Death Sword art would decide life and death every time it was used. It was a killing technique, and no one would not be afraid of it. After the first round, there were a few sects that did not suffer any losses, such as the Deity sect, the Sky Demon sect, the Desire Poison sect, and the Life and Death Sword sect. The first round had ended, and the second round was coming up. In the second round, the first platform was once again used. The Heaven God sect began to send people to challenge. There was no doubt that the Tianshan sect had sent another expert to challenge a weaker disciple of the Dragon God Valley, and killed him in the fighting ring. Then, the Tianyu demonic sect used the same trick and killed another person from Dragon God Valley. When it was the Yudu sect's turn, he would kill one person from Dragon God Valley. The atmosphere in the Dragon God Valley was getting more and more depressing. It seems that Dragon God Valley will be the first one to be eliminated. That's right, and many of them will be killed. Many of the Heaven's Pride experts in this batch will die. It's a great loss. The surrounding cultivators from the other sects began to shake their heads and sigh. The challenges continued. One by one, it was Dragon God Valley's turn. Wang Fei, you go. Don't challenge the Deity sect, the Sky Demon sect, or the Desire Poison sect. You can choose any of the other sections. Pick one that's about as strong as you. Treat it as training. Hansen pointed at a young man. Choose Wang Fei. The other people of Dragon God Valley looked at Han Sun in surprise. Now wasn't it their turn to counterattack? Shouldn't they send out an expert to kill one of the experts from the Heavenly Divine Sect? Why did they send Wang Fei? Wang Fei's cultivation was only at the 4th level of the martial royal realm. He was considered weak among the remaining people of Dragon God Valley. Moreover, he was not allowed to challenge the 3 major sects of the Tianxin sect. The others were very surprised. Wang Fei himself was also stunned. Go. Han Sun spoke again. Yes. Wang Fei nodded and flew up to the fighting ring. He chose someone from the intentionless saber sect whose cultivation was similar to Wang Fei's. The two of them fought intensely. After exchanging more than 100 moves, Wang Fei was thrown off the fighting ring. Dragon God Valley? What does that mean? I don't understand. It's finally my turn, but instead of sending an expert to fight back, they sent a weakling to challenge the other sections. I really don't understand what Dragon God Valley is trying to do. It's simple. Dragon God Valley was forced to give up the opportunity to fight back and protect the weaker disciples. Otherwise, they would be killed by the 3 major sects. Yes, that's true. Many people discussed and understood Dragon God Valley's approach. In this way, at least some people in Dragon God Valley could be saved. It's really sad to use this method. Then eliminate Dragon God Valley first, so that they can't even participate in the treasure-fixing assembly. The leader of the Heavenly God sect sneered. Haha, that's right. This time, I heard that Dragon God Valley is well prepared and wants to win first place in the treasure-fixing assembly. I wonder what kind of scene it will be if they can't even participate in the treasure-fixing assembly? On the grandstand, some of the Heaven's Pride experts of the Tianxin sect who were at the LV7 Martial Royal Realm and above laughed mockingly. On the grandstand of Dragon God Valley, some geniuses above the 7th level of the Martial Royal Realm looked gloomy and ugly. On the 10th platform, Lu Ming was the only one with a calm expression. Just wait, the counterattack will begin soon. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. The competition continued and soon, the second round was over. Dragon God Valley was still the most miserable sect, with 3 deaths and 1 defeat. After 2 rounds, 6 people had died and 2 had failed. Of the 36 people, only 28 remained. The third round began. Just like the last time, the Tianxin sect, the Tianyu Demon sect, and the Yudu sect all sent their experts to challenge the weak ones of the Dragon God Valley. They came prepared. Although the youth of the Dragon God Valley rushed down from the fighting stage the moment he made his move, the person sent by his opponent was much stronger than them. With a killing intent, he killed 3 more people from the Dragon God Valley. When it was Dragon God Valley's turn, Han Sun sent a weak disciple to challenge other sections. He was defeated after a few rounds, but he managed to survive. Soon the third round was over. In Dragon God Valley, 9 people were killed and 3 were defeated. A total of 12 people were eliminated. At this point, the 4th level martial emperors of Dragon God Valley were either dead or defeated. Lu Ming was the only one who was still at the 4th level. Everyone in the Dragon God Valley looked terrible, and the atmosphere was heavy. Arg. Damn it, Han Sun, why didn't we send out experts to counterattack? Next round, send me. I want to kill these sons of bitches. Tian Chui brandished his huge hammer, constantly roaring in anger, extremely anxious. Lu Ming and Han Sun's faces were cold, and they did not say a word. Xue Ningxin cast a glance at Lu Ming, deep in thought. Next, the 4th round began. It was still the Tianxin sect's turn to issue a challenge. Buzz. On the first platform, a figure leaped onto the fighting ring. Boom. A powerful aura burst out from this person. 6th level Martial Emperor Realm. The Tianxin sect began to send out their LV6 Martial Royal Realm experts, because almost all the remaining people in Dragon God Valley were above the LV5 Martial Royal Realm. The man had an arrogant look on his face. He swept his gaze across the room, and eventually fixed it on Lu Ming. He sneered. Lu Ming, get down here and accept your death. You're challenging me? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming, kill. Kill this bastard. Tian Chui roared. Don't worry. Lu Ming said. He took a step forward and appeared on the fighting ring. Lu Ming, you're really audacious. You've killed the people of my Tiantian sect time and time again. The young man from the Heavenly God sect glared at Lu Ming coldly. He did not even bother to hide his cold killing intent. Chapter 1528 One Punch. Very soon, the number of people from the Heavenly God sect who will die by my hands will increase by 1. Lu Ming said coldly. Haha, what a joke. Lu Ming, I know you're quite powerful, but you're mostly relying on your holy weapon. Now that you can't use your holy weapon, how much power can you unleash? I'm a LV6 martial emperor, so killing you will be as easy as turning my hand. The young man from the Heavenly God sect laughed out loud. The aura on his body was getting stronger and stronger, more and more shocking. Without a doubt, this young man from the Tiantian sect was definitely a powerful Heaven's Pride expert. He had cultivated a medium-grade earth spiritual body, and was extremely powerful. Among the many Heaven's Pride experts in the Tiantian sect, he was also at the top. His talent was not inferior to Shi Tian. With his combat strength, it was a piece of cake for him to fight someone of a higher level. Moreover, Lu Ming was only at the 4th level of the martial emperor realm. He was 120% confident that he could kill Lu Ming without using his holy weapon. Nonsense. Attack. Use your full strength. Lu Ming said indifferently. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll send you on your way. Kill. The paragon of the Tiantian sect burst out with dazzling holy light. A spear of divine punishment condensed in his palm. The spear of divine punishment pierced through the void and stabbed toward Lu Ming. The terrifying sharpness whistled between heaven and earth, as if it could penetrate everything in the world. The paragon of the Tiantian sect had used a killing move as soon as he made his move. He wanted to kill Lu Ming in one move. Roar. A dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body. Then he wrapped his fist in the chaos domain and threw a punch. The prison-suppressing heavenly art was unleashed. This punch was aimed at the opponent's spear of God punishment. How dare you use your fist against my spear of God's punishment? You're courting death. Break. The heaven deity sect's paragon shouted coldly. On the platform, many of the people from the Heavenly God sect sneered. However, the next moment, their sneers froze on their faces. Boom. Lu Ming's fist landed on the spear of God's punishment, which exploded instantly. Lu Ming's fist, like a piece of rotten wood, smashed towards his opponent. No, no. The other party's pupils enlarged and he shouted in fear. He had thought that he could kill Lu Ming in one move, and had not even set up any defense. It was too late to do so now. Bang! Lu Ming's fist landed on the young man from the deity sect. His body exploded into pieces. He was dead. The Heaven's Pride of the Tiantian sect, a LV6 martial royal realm expert, was killed by Lu Ming with one punch. You're just a piece of trash. Lu Ming said disdainfully. He stretched out his hand and sucked the storage ring of the genius of the deity sect into his hand. Good kill. Tian Chui excitedly shouted. Good kill, you should be killed. The other disciples of Dragon God Valley shouted one after another. Their faces were red with excitement. The anger in their chest was finally relieved. After the challenge, they had finally killed a person from the Tiantian sect. Moreover, he was a 6th-level martial royal realm expert who had cultivated a medium earth spiritual body. They had finally vented their anger. Damn it, it's this Lu Ming again. On the side of the Heavenly Divine sect, many people were furious. Leave this Lu Ming to me. I want him to die an ugly death. Lu Quan was just careless just now. Leave Lu Ming to me. The other Heaven's favorites from the Heavenly God sect roared. Alright, I'll be waiting. All of you, come and challenge me. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the Heaven Deity sect with an extremely cold gaze. Then he swept his gaze over the Tianyu Demon sect and the Yudu sect. Let's just wait and see. The counterattack of Dragon God Valley was about to begin. Lu Ming moved and returned to the fighting ring. Let's continue. The leader of the Tiantian sect shouted as he looked at the Tianyu demonic sect. Don't worry. The outcome of Dragon God Valley is already decided. The leader of the Tianyu demonic sect sneered and sent an expert to challenge a LV5 martial royal realm expert from Dragon God Valley. The 5th-level martial royal realm Heaven's favorite of Dragon God Valley was also very powerful. He tried his best to rush down the fighting ring, but he was almost killed by his opponent at the edge of the fighting ring. Then it was the Yudu sect's turn. Dragon God Valley had another person killed. One by one, the sects took their turn. On the 8th platform, the Life and Death Sword sect issued a challenge. Until now, the Life and Death Sword sect had not lost a single person. A sword light flashed, and a figure appeared on the fighting ring. This person was someone Lu Ming had met in the Emperor Tsong's secret realm, Luoxiang. Luoxiang's eyes turned and finally landed on the platform of the Tianxin sect. He looked at a man at the 6th level of the martial royal realm and said, "You fight me." Many people's hearts moved. The Life and Death Sword sect was actually challenging the Heavenly Divine sect. The Heaven's Pride expert of the Heaven God sect who was challenged stepped onto the fighting ring with a slightly gloomy face. "Make your move." He sized up Luoxiang and said, "You attack first, or you won't have a chance." Luoxiang said indifferently, "Arrogant, let's see what you can do." "Die." The Heaven God sect's paragon shouted coldly. The spear of divine punishment appeared and pierced towards Luoxiang. Buzz. A sword light flashed from Luoxiang's hand. Fast, it was too fast. Almost no one could see how Luoxiang had attacked. The sword light flashed in the void. In the next moment, Luoxiang's sword returned to its sheath. "You." The Heaven's Pride expert of the Heavenly God sect widened his eyes and stared at Luoxiang unwillingly. Then his body was split into two. He was dead. A 6th-level martial royal realm Heaven's favorite of the Heavenly God sect had been killed by Luoxiang with a single sword strike. So powerful. Is this the sword technique of the Life and Death Sword sect? It's so terrifying. That Luoxiang is only at LV5 Martial Emperor realm. Many people exclaimed in admiration. And even more people felt chills all over their bodies. How could he dodge such a sword? This Luoxiang is indeed not simple. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with surprise. He had heard that Luoxiang had been cultivating his sword soul for 15 years at Jizuan Realm Pinnacle, but he hadn't made a breakthrough. Such a person was extremely terrifying. Now Luoxiang had made a breakthrough and obtained the inheritance of Sword Principle in the Great Emperor's secret realm. He had truly soared to the sky. In a short period of time, his cultivation had soared to the LV5 Martial Royal Realm, and he had even killed a Heaven's favorite of the Tianxin sect with one strike. Such a person would become more and more terrifying the longer it took him to break through to the Martial Emperor realm. Back in Emperor Tsong's secret realm, Luoxiang had just broken through to the Martial Royal realm, and his potential had yet to be unleashed. Now he was truly terrifying. "Luoxiang, my Heavenly God sect has never offended your Life and Death Sword sect. Why did you kill my people?" The leader of the Heavenly God sect asked with a cold face. "It's simple, I don't like the sight of you guys." Luoxiang said indifferently, then stepped out and returned to the platform of the Life and Death Sword sect. Good kill, I'm starting to like this Luoxiang." Tian Chui grinned. The competition continued, and when it was Dragon God Valley's turn, Han Sun sent out the person with the lowest cultivation to challenge the other sect's geniuses, and was defeated. Soon the 4th round was over. In this round, Dragon God Valley had 2 deaths, 1 defeat, and 1 victory. There were still 21 people left. However, the people from Dragon God Valley were getting stronger and stronger. As expected, from the 5th round onwards, Dragon God Valley was no longer being killed blindly. They had the power to resist. Chapter 1529, Slaying Another Heaven's Favorite. From the 5th round onwards, the survival rate of the Dragon God Valley team was getting higher and higher. Although the Tianxin sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yuda sect still sent out their experts to challenge the weak ones of the Dragon God Valley, it had become difficult to kill the elites of the Dragon God Valley. In the 5th round, one person successfully rushed off the fighting stage and saved his life. The other 2 almost rushed off the fighting stage, but they were still killed. In this round, 2 people from Dragon God Valley died and 2 were defeated. There were 17 people left. No one challenged Lu Ming in this round. It seemed that they were not confident and wanted to challenge him later. In the 6th round, although Dragon God Valley was still completely defeated, all of them managed to keep their lives. Although the three sides of the Tianxin sect wanted to kill the people of Dragon God Valley, they were all pushed off the fighting stage by them. The atmosphere in the Dragon God Valley was finally a little better. After this round, there were only 13 people left from Dragon God Valley. Apart from the Life and Death Sword sect, the Dragon God Valley sect had the least number of people. It had only been 6 rounds, and many of the other sects still had around 30 people left. Some even had 20 or so people, close to 30. As for the Tianxin sect and the Tianyu demonic sect, they only had around 30 people left. Their losses were very small. Then 2 more rounds passed. There were only 5 people left on the side of Dragon God Valley. They were Lu Ming, Han Sun, Tian Chui, Xuaningxin, and another person named Ziyu. After so many rounds, no one had challenged Tian Chui or Xuaningxin. In the battle 10 days ago, Tian Chui and Xuaningxin had revealed their terrifying combat strength. To be able to fight against heaven's favorites like Mo He and Wuxia do, their combat strength was undoubtedly extremely strong. It was normal that they had not been challenged before. By now 8 rounds had passed. From the 9th round onwards, the faces of the people from the Heaven Deity sect started to turn ugly. None of the remaining 5 people from Dragon God Valley were weak. They did not know who to challenge. I'm going to kill Lu Ming. A young man at the 6th level of the martial royal realm stepped out and flew up to the fighting ring. Lu Ming, come out. The young man at the peak of the 6th level martial royal realm of the Divine Sky sect condensed a spear of divine punishment in his hand and pointed it at Lu Ming. Just what I wanted. Lu Ming smiled coldly. He took a step forward and landed on the fighting ring. Buzz. 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 Light curtains appeared around the paragon of the Tianxin sect. And even an emperor spiritual weapon armor appeared. It was obvious that this person had learned his lesson and had set up layers of defense on himself from the beginning. I'm a lot more careful, but I still have to die. Lu Ming said. You're the one who's going to die. Kill. Die. The Heaven God Sect's paragon shouted. He took a step forward and turned into a beam of holy light, rushing toward Lu Ming. Whoosh. The spear of divine punishment streaked across the sky, making a terrifying whistling sound. Boom. Lu Ming threw a punch, and it collided with the spear of divine punishment. There was a huge explosion. Lu Ming did not move, but the other party retreated a few steps. Your combat strength is only SOFO. Lu Ming smiled faintly. I'm not done yet. You're courting death. The other party shouted angrily. A milky white book flew out from his brow. This book was an emperor spiritual weapon. As the book was flipped open, rays of white light flew out and landed on the Heaven God Sect's paragon. The aura of the Heaven God Sect's paragon became stronger. A real, milky white spear appeared in his hand. He thrust the spear forward, and the power this time was much stronger than the last time. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming threw a few punches in succession. The terrifying fist force traversed the void and blasted toward the other party. His opponent's long spear continued to thrust out, turning into terrifying spears of divine punishment. They collided with Lu Ming's fist force, causing a terrible boom to erupt on the fighting ring. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 moves. That Lu Ming is so powerful. He's at the peak of the 4th level martial royal realm, but he can fight against a heaven's favorite at the peak of the 6th level martial royal realm. It's indeed terrifying. However, Lu Ming's cultivation is 2 whole levels lower. In my opinion, he'll definitely lose. Not necessarily. The person from the deity sect has a medium-grade earth spiritual body, while Lu Ming obviously has a superior-grade earth spiritual body. The surrounding crowd discussed. Die. The combat strength of the prodigy of the Tianxin sect was getting more and more violent. He kept pouring his attacks on Lu Ming. Has this reached your limit? Then let's end this. Lu Ming said coldly. Boom. Lu Ming's fist momentum seemed to be able to penetrate the void. In an instant, it shattered the spears of God's punishment that were thrust out by the prodigies of the Tianxin sect. Bang. Following that, Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch that destroyed everything. He landed a heavy blow on the other party's chest. His energy surged and broke through several layers of the other party's defense in a row. It then landed on the other party's armor. The armor shook and the Heaven's God Sect's paragon was sent flying. He slid on the fighting stage for a long distance and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Earlier on, Lu Ming did not use his full strength at all. At this moment, Lu Ming was using his full strength. Although the other party's cultivation was 2 levels higher than his, Lu Ming's spirit body and chaos domain were much more powerful than the other party's spirit body and chaos domain. He could completely make up for the gap between the 2 levels of cultivation. The heaven deity sex paragon, was shocked and furious. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. Lu Ming took a step forward and approached the other party at a high speed. I have an emperor's spiritual weapon to protect me. You can't kill me. The heaven god sex paragon let out a long cry and retreated rapidly. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered. An emperor's spiritual weapon spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The long spear pierced towards the other party. 13 charged strikes. The terrifying spear radiance destroyed the opponent's counterattack and stabbed into the opponent's armor. It's useless, the other party shouted, but in the next moment his expression changed drastically, and there was only fear. The tip of Lu Ming's long spear had 13 layers of attack power. They stacked and exploded in an instant, erupting with a terrifying penetrating power. The fearsome penetrative force pierced through the opponent's emperor's spiritual weapon armor, and the long spear pierced through the opponent's heart. Buzz. Then, with a shake of the spear, the land of destruction erupted. The spiritual god of the other party disappeared before it could escape. The heavens god sex paragon was dead. CSI. Gasps could be heard at the scene. A heavens favorite at the peak of the 6th level martial royal realm, who had cultivated a medium-grade earth spiritual body, was killed by Lu Ming. The prodigy of the Tianshan sect wanted to kill Lu Ming, but he was killed by Lu Ming again. This kind of heaven's pride expert was the peak existence even among all the people who participated in this time's treasure auction, except for those top heaven's pride experts who cultivated superior earth spiritual bodies. However, a superior earth spiritual body was extremely rare. There were not many of them in the entire Azure region. Each of the 13 top sects participating in the party had at most 1 or 2 disciples. Some of the sects didn't even have one. It could be said that Lu Ming's combat strength was already at the peak among the participants of the treasure auction. Many people were guessing whether Lu Ming could compete with those who had superior earth spiritual bodies, and were at the peak of the 6th level martial royal realm. The counterattack begins. Good kill. Tian Shui was naturally incomparably excited. It was the same for the people of Dragon God Valley. Up until now, the Tianshan sect had lost 3 6th level martial royal realm geniuses. Lu Ming had killed 2 and Luo Xiang had killed 1. Damn it, this Lu Ming, damn it! Someone in the Heavenly Divine sect shouted angrily. There were not many heaven's favorites with medium-grade earth spiritual body in the Tianshan sect. Now Lu Ming had killed several of them. It was a great loss. Lu Ming kept his spoils of war and returned to the platform. Next, it was the Tianyu demonic sect's turn to challenge. I'll do it. A person from the Tianyu demonic sect stepped out. It's him, Emohi. Emohi is going to personally take action. Who will he challenge? Many people were shocked. Emohi was the top genius of the Tianyu demon sect. He had an upper-class earth spiritual body and was at the peak of LV6 martial royal realm. He had the potential to become one of the top 10 geniuses of the Azure continent. He was definitely powerful. The top 10 geniuses of the Azure region all had superior earth spiritual bodies. In theory, as long as one successfully cultivated a superior earth spiritual body, they all had the hope of breaking through to the top 10 geniuses. Of course, there was only hope. Even if they had the same high-grade earth spiritual body, their combat strength would still be different. For example, the strength of a domain martial technique, one's own battle consciousness, various secret skills, and so on all determine the strength of one's combat power. Emohi's eyes fell directly on the 5 people of Dragon God Valley. He glanced at them and finally stopped at Ziyu. I knew it. He wants to challenge me. Ziyu laughed. Ziyu, if you can't defeat him, get off the fighting stage. It's more important to save your life. Han Sun warned. Although Ziyu's combat strength was very strong, He did not have a superior earth spiritual body. He was probably not Mohi's match. I know, don't worry. Ziyu stepped onto the battle stage. Without any unnecessary words, a great battle erupted. Ziyu was a heaven's favorite of the Purple Dragon Valley. He had cultivated the Purple Dragon combat body, which was a medium-grade earth spiritual body. His territory had reached the peak of level 7, and his territory martial technique had been perfected. His combat power was extremely amazing. Although his spiritual body was not as good as Mohi's, his combat strength was not much different. It was impossible for Mohi to kill Ziyu in a short period of time. The two of them exchanged nearly 100 moves. In the end, Ziyu was no match for him, and was thrown off the fighting ring. Ziyu had failed, and there were only 4 people left from Dragon God Valley. The challenges continued, and soon it was the Yudu sect's turn. The leader of the Yudu sect looked at the 4 people from Dragon God Valley and hesitated. None of the 4 remaining people from Dragon God Valley were simple. If they wanted to send someone to fight, they could only send someone with a superior earth spiritual body, who was at the peak of the 6th level martial royal realm. Moreover, they would not be able to kill Lu Ming and the others. Even if they could defeat one of them, they might be injured, which would be disadvantageous for the subsequent battles. In the end, the Yudu sect's team leader sent out a weakling. For the first time, he did not challenge Dragon God Valley but other sections. The leader of the Heavenly God sect's team had a gloomy expression. However, he also understood that the Tianshan sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect had joined forces to deal with Dragon God Valley. However, all 3 sects wanted the final victory. If they sent their top Heaven's Pride experts now, it would only cause heavy losses to both sides, which would be extremely disadvantageous for the future battles. After the Yudu sect, the Jiuxiao Sword sect went up to challenge. Just like that, it was Dragon God Valley's turn. Cold killing intent flashed through Han Sun's eyes. Now the counterattack begins. Tianshui, you go? Good, haha, it's finally my turn. Tianshui laughed out loud. He was already on the verge of exploding from holding back his laughter. Now it was finally his turn. Boom. Tianshui landed directly on the fighting ring. His eyes fell on a 6th level martial royal realm young man from the deity sect and he shouted, "You, come down and accept your death. I'm not afraid of you." The young man from the Heavenly God sect jumped onto the fighting stage. As soon as he stepped onto the fighting stage, he immediately launched an attack at Tianshui. Go to hell. Tianshui roared like a mad tyrant dragon. He raised his giant hammer and smashed it towards his opponent, completely ignoring his opponent's attack and defense. Boom. With a violent tremor, the young man from the Heaven God sect screamed, and was smashed into a pile of meat paste by Tianshui. Die, die. Tianshui roared. His water tank-like hammer danced in the air, causing the void to rumble. His eyes were filled with malevolent killing intent. Good, good kill. The disciples of Dragon God Valley shouted in joy. Han Sun and Lu Ming both sneered. The counterattack of the Dragon God Valley was finally about to begin. This was Lu Ming's plan. First, protect the people, then counterattack. This way, the lives of the disciples of Dragon God Valley could be preserved as much as possible, and the most powerful one would be left. In the beginning, many people were killed because there was no other way. If they didn't do this, those disciples with weak cultivation would all die. Not a single one would be left alive. To save the counterattack for the last time, he could try to preserve the lives of the Dragon God Valley disciples. The disciples of the Heavenly God sect gritted their teeth and were furious. The people from the other sects seemed to have thought of something. Tianshui returned to the platform. After that, he continued with 3 more rounds. With this round over, the 10th round began. It was the turn of the Tianshan sect to challenge again. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the Tianshan sect. How would the Heavenly Divine sect fight? Should he continue to challenge Dragon God Valley? Who would they send? At this moment, the leader of the Heavenly God sect looked gloomy and hesitant. He had encountered a difficult problem. The remaining 4 people of Dragon God Valley had terrifying combat strength. If he were to send someone to challenge them, he would definitely send the most powerful Heaven's Pride expert. Sending the others would only be sending them to their deaths. Moreover, it would not be easy to defeat Lu Ming, Tian Shui, and the others. Even if he could win, he would definitely be injured and his combat strength would be greatly reduced. If a few of the top experts of the Tianshan sect were injured, the top experts of the other sects would definitely not let go of this opportunity, and would challenge the top experts of the Tianshan sect. In this way, the top experts of the Tianshan sect would most likely be eliminated. Without a top expert, the Tianshan sect might not even be able to enter the top 10. The Heavenly Divine sect had now fallen into a passive position. The paragons of the other sects had obviously thought of this as well, and they all revealed looks of anticipation. How did this happen? The leader of the Heavenly God sect clenched his fists tightly. Similarly, the team leaders of the Sky Demon sect and the Desire Poison sect were similar. Hey, are you guys going to challenge me or not? Don't dawdle and waste other people's time, said Lu Ming. He was calm and unruffled, as if he was waiting for the challenge from the deity sect. Lu Ming. Many disciples of the Heavenly God sect gritted their teeth and glared at Lu Ming with hatred. However, they definitely did not dare to challenge Lu Ming. They were just courting death. Brother Wu, Brother Mo. At this moment, the leader of the Heaven God sect transmitted a message to the leaders of the Sky Demon sect and the Desire Poison sect. Let's put Dragon God Valley aside and eliminate the weakest sects first. Then, we'll concentrate our forces on dealing with Dragon God Valley. What do you think? Alright, I agree. The leader of the Tianyu demonic sect replied, and the leader of the Yudu sect nodded. Chapter 1531 Challenging a top-tier powerhouse. The leaders of the three major sects, the Tianshan sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect had a discussion. They would first eliminate the weakest sects, then join forces to deal with Lu Ming and the others from the Dragon God Valley. They had no other choice. If they went all out to deal with Lu Ming and the others now, the other sects would likely take advantage of them. In that case, they might not even be able to enter the top 10, and could not participate in this time's treasure-fixing assembly. This was something that they could not accept no matter what. Eliminating the other weakest sects would at least guarantee that they would enter the top 10, and be able to participate in the future treasure-sealing assembly. He would deal with Lu Ming and the rest after he was in the top 10. This was their plan. As expected, the God of Heaven sent a 5th-level martial emperor to challenge a 4th-level martial emperor from the Piyuan family. The Piyuan family was one of the weakest forces. It seems that the Tianshan sect is afraid. Why don't you dare to challenge my junior brothers of the Dragon God Valley? On the grandstand, a 7th-level martial royal realm Heaven's favorite from Dragon God Valley spoke. He looked at the grandstand of Tianshan sect with disdain. Previously, they were repeatedly ridiculed by the people of the Tianshan sect, saying that they would definitely not be able to participate in this time's treasure-fixing assembly, which made them extremely sullen. Now they could finally fight back. What's the rush? That's right, the good show is yet to come. The Heaven's Pride experts of the Heavenly God sect who were at the 7th-level martial royal realm, and above snorted coldly. Han-sun, this is a good plan. An old voice came from a pavilion. It was the Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley. Elder, this is junior brother Lu Ming's idea. Han-sun said as he bowed towards the pavilion. Not bad. Keep up the good work. We must make some sects pay a price. Otherwise, do you really think that Dragon God Valley is easy to bully? The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley continued. Elder, don't worry. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Lu Ming said with a smile. At that moment, the battle had already begun. The Heaven's Pride expert of the Tianshan sect had easily defeated the Heaven's Pride expert of the Piyuan family. Next, it was the Tianyu demonic sect's turn. The Tianyu demonic sect also sent out an expert to challenge the Piyuan family, and easily defeated the Piyuan family. When it was the Yudu sect's turn, they would also challenge the Piyuan family. Everyone understood that the three major sects of the Heavenly God sect were going to join forces to eliminate the weaker sections. The Piyuan family was helpless. They couldn't even resist. This year, there was a gap in the talents of the Piyuan family. They did not even have one upper-class earth spiritual body, who had reached the peak of the 6th level martial royal realm. They only had one upper-class earth spiritual body, who was at the 4th level martial royal realm. They could only be targeted and could not fight back. Soon it was Dragon God Valley's turn. This time, Xuaningxin had challenged the deity sect and killed a 6th level martial royal realm heaven's favorite. This made the faces of the people from the deity sect turn even uglier. Previously, they had killed the disciples of Dragon God Valley arrogantly, and Dragon God Valley could not fight back. But now, the people of the Dragon God Valley were hunting their Tianshan sect. It was difficult for them to fight back. They couldn't say anything and were extremely depressed. In the 11th round, the Tianshan sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yuda sect would continue to challenge the Piyuan family. When it was Dragon God Valley's turn, it was finally Han Sen's turn. Han Sen also challenged a LV6 martial royal realm expert from the Heavenly God sect. Han Sen had an upper-class earth spiritual body, and his cultivation was at the peak of LV6 martial royal realm. He was absolutely powerful. His opponent could not even get off the fighting ring, and was easily killed by Han Sen. The Tianshan sect could only endure. They had to endure until 3 sects were eliminated. At that time, they would launch a counterattack. In the 12th round, the 3 great sects of the Tianshan sect would continue to challenge the Piyuan family. This was because there were still other sects challenging the Piyuan family. The Piyuan family's number of people was also reduced to a single digit. They were already destined to be eliminated. This round, it was finally Lu Ming's turn to challenge. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared on the fighting ring. His gaze fell directly on the side of the Tianshan sect. No one was surprised. Now Dragon God Valley would naturally take revenge and kill the people of the Tianshan sect. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the remaining Heaven's God sect's geniuses. Their expressions changed drastically, especially a few 6th level martial royal realm Heaven's geniuses. Their faces turned pale. Finally, Lu Ming's gaze fell on a white-haired young man. "You come down and die," Lu Ming said coldly. "What?" Lu Ming wants to challenge by MO. The hearts of the surrounding people trembled. "There's a good show to watch. Let's bring it up in advance." Indeed, I never expected that Lu Ming would challenge by MO now. In recent years, the deity sect has produced many geniuses and strong people. It is said that there are 3 upper-class earth spiritual bodies who have reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial royal realm participating in the treasure settling small meeting. This by MO is one of them. That's right, by MO. He is one of the top experts in this time's treasure auction. Many people were excited. The Battle of the Peak was about to begin. Junior brother Lu Ming. Han Sen's eyes flickered as well. Lu Ming's move had exceeded his expectations. He had thought that Lu Ming would challenge an ordinary 6th level martial emperor. "You want to challenge me?" Bai Mo's body gushed out cold killing intent, and he said indifferently, "Not bad." Lu Ming said, "All right, I wanted to kill you later, but since you're in a hurry to die, I'll send you on your way first." Bai Mo said coldly. He moved and appeared on the fighting ring, standing opposite Lu Ming. "Oh really? If I kill you, the Tianshan sect will be heartbroken." Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. White essence slash. At this time, Bai Mo moved. A snow-white sword light slashed toward Lu Ming at an amazing speed. Before the sword reached him, the sharp intent pierced the air and made a whistling sound. Not everyone in the Tianshan sect cultivated sacred arts. Many people cultivated other arts. Buzz. The Emperor's spiritual weapon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. With a shake of the spear, it turned into a spear ray and pierced through the air. The spear radiance and the sword radiance collided, and the dense energy spread in all directions. Lu Ming and Bai Mo were already engaged in a fierce battle. Bai Mo's realm was very special. It was white, and every wisp of white light was a sword chi. With Bai Mo's realm martial technique, the power was very terrifying. The dense sword gleam was aimed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming used 13 accumulated power strikes to fight his opponent. His long spear was like a dragon sweeping across the void. Each spear contained 13 attacks. The endless sword gleams were crushed by the long spear and dissipated in the air. The two figures crossed each other on the fighting ring, occasionally colliding with each other, making a shocking roar. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 50 moves. Gate of God Seal. In the process of the battle, Lu Ming cast the 9 seals of the Gate of God. 6 sealing gates appeared at once, emitting thousands of rays of light. Trying to seal Bai Mo's pupils shrank and he growled. White God Sword Shadow. Bai Mo's body emitted a white light like a sword. In a flash, he rushed out of the 9 seals of the Gate of God. What a wondrous spirit body. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Bai Mo's spirit body should be a kind of sword body, which was extremely mysterious. Chapter 1532 Killing by Mo. It had to be said that the upper-class Earth spiritual body was indeed extremely talented and powerful. Bai Mo's combat strength was absolutely amazing. With his cultivation at the peak of the 6th level martial royal realm, he might be able to kill an expert at the 8th level. White God Sword Formation. After Bai Mo rushed out of the 9 seals of the Gate of God, he growled. His eyes turned completely white, and there were strange lines in his eyes. Buzz. In the sky, a dense pattern suddenly appeared, like a huge white array. Following that, white lines also appeared under Lu Ming's feet. It looked like a large array. One from above and one from below. They surrounded Lu Ming. This isn't a formation. It's a secret technique that belongs to the spirit body. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Some powerful spirit bodies would develop some secret skills that belong to the spirit body. To put it bluntly, they were brought over by the bloodline. For example, Lu Ming's devouring power was brought over by the 9 dragons bloodline. He condensed the dragon god's body and still retained the devouring power. Other bloodlines, after turning into spirit bodies, might also retain some powerful innate secret skills. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boundless sword chi condensed from the 2 images and poured toward Lu Ming. In all directions, Lu Ming had no way to retreat. Wind elemental technique. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. From the air-frozen bead, a green energy gushed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming cast the wind element art, and his body seemed to turn into a breeze, floating in the void. Lu Ming's body swayed, leaving a trail of afterimages behind him. He flickered among the endless sword chi and dodged the sword chi. However, there were too many sword auras. In such a narrow space, no matter how fast Lu Ming's movement technique was, he could not completely avoid them. Whoosh! An extremely sharp sword chi was aimed at Lu Ming's chest. Lu Ming's body was covered with the chaos realm. It resisted the sword chi, and there were sizzling sounds. The sword chi actually pierced through the chaos realm and stabbed Lu Ming's chest. It was not that the chaos realm was not strong. First of all, this kind of sword chi was really terrifying. Secondly, Lu Ming's chaos realm was too low level, only level 4. At least for Bai Mo, his level was too low, so he could not defend against it. If it had been a 5th level primal chaos domain, this sword chi would definitely not have been able to break through its defense. However, the primal chaos domain had also greatly weakened the sword chi's power. Roar. At that moment, a dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body, and a layer of dragon scales appeared on his body. Buzz. The sword chi slashed at the dragon scale, causing sparks to fly in all directions. The sword chi was shattered, and the dragon scale on Lu Ming's chest was slightly damaged, revealing a trace of blood. What a terrifying sword chi! Lu Ming's heart stirred. The upper and lower patterns contained boundless sword chi. Even a LV8 martial royal realm expert would be cut down by them. Buzz. Buzz. More energy poured into the air-frozen bead. Lu Ming circulated the wind element art to the extreme and his speed increased. The sky was filled with Lu Ming's figure. However, Lu Ming could not rush out of the range of the 2 diagrams, as they covered the entire fighting ring. If he did, it would mean that he had rushed out of the fighting ring, and he would lose this round. If it was anywhere else, Lu Ming would have rushed out. Haha, under senior brother Bai Mo's technique, the White God Sword Formation, Lu Ming is dead. That's right. Senior brother Bai Mo's technique has killed many high-level martial emperors. Once you fall into it, unless your cultivation is too high, you will only die. This Lu Ming actually took the initiative to challenge senior brother Bai Mo. He's really looking for death. Seeing that Lu Ming was in danger, the disciples of the Heavenly God sect were in a good mood. They could not help but mock and gloat at. On the Dragon God Valley side, Tian Shui and Xuaningxin were a little worried. On the fighting ring, Bai Mo's eyes turned completely white. There were lines on his eyes, which were exactly the same as the two patterns. Bai Mo stepped into the void and landed on the pattern above. The area on his body seemed to merge with the pattern. Suddenly, the pattern became even more terrifying. The sword chi whistled and the speed increased greatly. Lu Ming, today is the day you die. Bai Mo said indifferently. It's too early for you to be happy. Lu Ming's indifferent voice was heard. At the same time, he continued to form seals with his hands. Gate of God, 9 seals. A deep voice was heard as 6 sealing gates appeared. However, this time, the sealing door was not aimed at Bai Mo, but at Lu Ming himself. The 6 gates of sealing hovered around Lu Ming and shone with a brilliant light. The sword chi that was aimed at Lu Ming was actually sealed by the power of the gates of sealing, and stopped in midair. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Then Lu Ming took 9 steps in a row. The power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps burst forth, dispersing the sword chi below. With the help of this force, Lu Ming soared into the sky. The Emperor's spiritual weapon spear had appeared in his hands again. He and the spear became one, and he launched 13 strikes. He rushed to the sky and attacked Bai Mo. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the process of soaring into the sky, 2 jet-black divine swords burst out from Lu Ming's eyes. Godly Sword Technique. The Godly Sword Technique was a soul attack. It broke through the pattern that Bai Mo had laid and rushed into Bai Mo's body. Ah! At this moment, Bai Mo let out a shrill scream, as if his soul was about to be torn apart. As a martial monarch's cultivation level increased, his spiritual god would become stronger. At the same time, his soul would also become stronger. The higher the realm, the stronger the soul power. Lu Ming's soul had been refined by the world refining tribulation bell. It was broken and then rebuilt. The strength of his soul was dozens of times stronger than martial artists of the same level. Moreover, he had been cultivating the divine sword technique during this period of time. His soul force had also become stronger. If it was a martial artist of the same level as Lu Ming could directly annihilate the soul of the other party with the divine sword technique. Even a heaven's favorite like Bai Mo, whose cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's, felt as if his soul was about to split open at this time. At this time, the 2 patterns under Bai Mo's feet became dim. Bang! Lu Ming broke through the pattern directly, and the sharp spear pierced Bai Mo's body directly. Ah! Bai Mo let out an unwilling scream, and then under Lu Ming's destructive power, his body and spirit were destroyed. Bai Mo died. At this moment, the fighting ring suddenly fell silent. Almost everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the fighting ring. A moment ago, Lu Ming was completely suppressed and in danger, but the next moment, the situation was reversed. Lu Ming had killed Bai Mo in one fell swoop. This change was too fast, making everyone unable to react in time. Bai Mo was cut down, and the pattern on the fighting ring disappeared. Bai Mo's body fell heavily on the fighting ring, which also woke everyone up. The scene was in an uproar. Senior brother Bai Mo. Junior brother Bai Mo, Lu Ming, you deserve to die. Furious roars rang out from the side of the heavenly divine sect. Bai Mo had a superior grade earth spiritual body. There were not many heaven's favorites like him in the entire Tianshan sect. Each one of them had the potential to become one of the top 10 geniuses in the Tsang region. In the future, they would be able to become martial saints. They might even have the chance to become supreme saints. To a sect, each and every one of these heaven's favorites was an immeasurable treasure. But now Lu Ming had killed one of them. How could the people of the Tianshan sect not be angry? Beginning to deal with Dragon God Valley on the other hand, the disciples of Dragon God Valley were very excited. Good kill. Isn't the Heavenly God sect very arrogant? This is how you kill. Lu Ming is invincible. Many people shouted. Especially Qiu Ying, Qiu Hao, and those who were close to Lu Ming. They were so excited that their faces turned red. Previously, so many people of Dragon God Valley had been killed. The disciples of Dragon God Valley were furious and aggrieved. They had nowhere to vent their anger. Now he had completely vented it out. A heaven's favorite with an upper-class earth spiritual body was worth more than all the disciples of Dragon God Valley who had been killed. There were only 3 Heaven's Pride experts from the Heavenly God sect who had participated in this small meeting. One of them had died all of a sudden, which was a heavy loss. "You're just a piece of trash. Let's go," Lu Ming said coldly in the fighting ring. He put Bai Mo's storage ring away. Lu Ming'll kill you. You're dead." Some of the Heaven's Pride experts of the Heavenly God sect, who were at the LV7 Martial Royal Realm and above, roared in anger. "What's wrong? Disciples below the 7th rank can't do it. Do you want to make a move?" On the grandstand of Dragon God Valley, the disciples of the 7th rank and above said coldly, which made the faces of the disciples of the Tianshan sect even more unsightly. "Lu Ming, your combat strength has already reached this level?" In the stands of the Heavenly God sect, Ziwuji spoke as he clenched his fists tightly. Ji Hongchen of Eden was sitting beside him. They were all from the Divine Ruins Continent group. A few years ago, they had even competed with Lu Ming, but now Lu Ming had completely surpassed them. Eden was the strongest among them, but he was only at LV2 Martial Royal Realm. As for Ziwuji and Ji Hongchen, they were still stuck at the peak of the 1st-level Martial Emperor realm. In Eden, Ji Hongchen's face was also filled with complicated emotions. "Ziwuji, Ji Hongchen, after this competition ends, I plan to leave the Heaven Deity sect and go out to temper myself. What about you two?" Eden transmitted his voice to Ziwuji and Ji Hongchen. In the past, the 3 of them did not have a good relationship in the continent of the Divine Ruins. They were even competitors. However, after coming to the Yuan continent, the 3 of them became very close. After all, they came from the same place. "You want to leave the Tianshan sect? With your current cultivation, it's very dangerous for you to leave the sect and go out." Ziwuji's expression changed. "Only danger has the value of training. If I die on the path of training, I can only blame myself for not being skilled enough. However, if we stay in the deity sect, outsiders like us will not be able to receive any good training. We are no different from handymen. We will never be able to catch up to Lu Ming's footsteps." Yidian said, as if he had made a decision. "I'll go with you," Ji Hongchen said after a moment of silence. After Ziwuji's expression changed for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "I'll continue to stay in the Tianshan sect." "All right." Eden nodded. Everyone had their own ambitions, and he would not force them. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming kept the storage ring and returned to the 10th platform in a flash. "Lu Ming, well done." "Haha." Tian Chui laughed. Xuaningxin and Hansen also smiled. The disciples of the Tianshan sect flew down from the fighting ring and collected Bai Mo's body. The competition continued. Soon this round was over, and a new round began. It was the turn of the Tianshan sect to challenge again. The leader of the Tianshan sect cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and the rest. However, in the end, he still sent people to continue challenging the Piyuan family. Now they could only endure. Now they had already lost a top-notch powerhouse and their strength had been greatly reduced. They did not dare to fight with Dragon God Valley now. They were afraid that they would not be able to make it into the top 10. After the deity sect, the Tianyu demon sect and the Yudu sect followed the deity sect's footsteps and dealt with the Piyuan family. When it was Dragon God Valley's turn, Tian Chui challenged them and killed a 6th-level fighter. Just like that, a few rounds passed. The first sect to be eliminated had finally emerged. The Piyuan family had been eliminated in advance by the combined forces of the deity sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect. Now there were only 12 sects left. The competition continued. It was Lu Ming's turn to challenge someone. This time he did not challenge the opponent's top powerhouse. Instead, he chose a weaker opponent. The competition went on round by round. The atmosphere was getting more and more depressing. The faces of everyone in the Heavenly God sect also became uglier and uglier. Every round, they would lose one of their heaven's favorites to Dragon God Valley. Those who were selected to participate in the small meeting were all top Heaven's Pride experts. The loss of each of them would make the Tianshan sect feel heartache. But now they were being killed one after another. When the 19th round ended, the Tianshan sect only had 16 people left. The losses were beyond imagination. There were still 4 people from Dragon God Valley. At this moment, another 2 weaker sects were eliminated. Finally, there were only 10 sects left on the scene. These 10 sects were equivalent to obtaining the qualifications for the treasure-fixing assembly. The 20th round began, and it was the Tianshan sect's turn to challenge. Brother Wu, Brother Mo, it's time to eliminate Dragon God Valley. The leader of the Heavenly God sect's team had a very cold look in his eyes. His tone was filled with endless coldness. Good, just what I want. In the Tianyu demon sect, the cold light in Mohi's eyes was especially intense. I've been waiting for this moment. From the Yudu sect, Wuxian Diu's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Poisonous insects crawled out of his body and swam around him. Brother Wang, how about we work together and eliminate Dragon God Valley? The leader of the Heavenly God sect team looked at the leader of the Jiuxiao Sword sect. Jiuxiao Sword sect had a good relationship with Tianshan sect. On the contrary, they were not on good terms with Dragon God Valley. He wanted to get Jiuxiao Sword sect to deal with Lu Ming and the others. The Jiuxiao Sword sect leader's eyes flickered as he looked in the direction of Dragon God Valley with a hint of fear. I won't get involved in your business. He didn't want to get involved in the conflict between the Tianshan sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect. Moreover, Dragon God Valley wasn't an easy bone to chew. Jiuxiao Sword sect's refusal made the leader of the Heavenly God sect's face darken. Hey, are you guys going to challenge me or not? Don't waste time. Tian Shui carried his huge hammer on his shoulder as he looked towards the direction of the Tianshan sect and berated. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Wanning, you're up for this round. The leader of the Heavenly God sect said to a figure who was wrapped in a black robe. I've been waiting for this moment. The black-robed figure spoke coldly, causing the hearts of many disciples of the Heavenly God sect to tremble. They knew very well how terrifying these black-robed figures and Luaning were. Buzz. A shadow flickered, and Luaning appeared on the fighting ring. Many of those with weaker cultivation didn't even see how he had appeared on the fighting ring. You come down? Within the black robes, a pair of cold eyes stared at Tian Shui as a cold voice sounded out. Haha, it's finally my turn. Tian Shui grinned and laughed. Tian Shui, you have to be careful. This person is one of the 3 high-rank earth spiritual bodies in the Tianshan sect, and he is good at assassination. Han Sun warned with a serious expression. Don't worry. No matter what he's good at, I'll smash him to pieces with my hammer. Tian Shui grinned. Chapter 1534 Heavenly Hammer, Zhan Yingying Boom. Tian Shui, carrying the giant hammer that was as big as a water tank, rushed into the fighting ring. Like an iron tower, he landed on the fighting ring, causing it to rumble. Shorty, let Grandpa Tian Shui's hammer scout you. Tian Shui brandished his water tank-like hammer, revealing a malevolent killing intent. Die. Right at this moment, Luaning moved. His body was like a shadow, suddenly appearing in front of Tian Shui, and a thin and long sword was thrust towards Tian Shui's heart. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. He was like a well-trained killer. Boom. Tian Shui's feet suddenly stomped on the ground as his figure rapidly retreated. Then, the giant hammer appeared in front of him. Clang. The opponent's long sword was deflected when it struck Tian Shui's hammer. Luaning made use of the rebound force, and his body flickered, reappearing above Tian Shui's head. And the terrifying sword light pierced towards Tian Shui's head. Get lost! Tian Shui roared in anger, and the giant hammer exploded above his head. The giant hammer struck, bringing with it a terrifying wind that caused the sky to rumble. Clang. The giant hammer hit the opponent's sword again. However, Luan Ying's body seemed to be weightless, and he could appear wherever he wanted. Buzz. In the next moment, Luaning appeared behind Tian Shui again, and thrust his long sword. Tian Shui used his giant hammer to sweep across, forming an impenetrable defense. However, Luan Ying's movement technique was truly too fast. He constantly slithered around Tian Shui's body, and his long sword was like a poisonous snake, aiming at Tian Chui's vital points every time. Shadow Domain. On the platform, Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Luaning had comprehended the Shadow Domain, which allowed him to follow like a shadow. He cultivated the sword Dao of assassination, and when they worked together perfectly, their power was astonishing. Martial artists of a higher realm than him could usually kill with one strike. It was obvious that the other side had arranged for Luaning to challenge Tian Chui, which just happened to be able to restrain Tian Chui, making him unable to use his full strength. Get lost, get lost, get lost. Tian Chui became more and more furious as he continuously struck out with his giant hammer. The sky exploded, bringing with it a terrifying gale that swept out in all directions. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a sword light shot out from beneath Tian Chui's feet, piercing towards him. This sword strike came without any warning and was unbelievably fast. This sword strike was actually from Tian Chui's own shadow. This sword strike had exceeded everyone's expectations. Not good. Han Sun and Xuanixin exclaimed in shock. Roar. Tian Chui seemed to have sensed the danger. With a roar, his muscles squirmed and a layer of dragon scales appeared on his skin. At the same time, Tian Chui's figure retreated explosively, avoiding this sword. The sword light still hit Tian Chui's leg, and the dragon scales were cut open, revealing a deep wound. If not for Tian Chui's timely reaction, one of his legs would have been chopped off. Whoosh. However, at this moment, his own shadow shot out another sword light from Tian Chui's feet. What a strange attack. Kill. Tian Chui roared as the giant hammer in his hand heavily smashed down on his own shadow. Boom. The giant hammer smashed the sword light directly and smashed into the shadow on the fighting ring. The entire fighting ring started to shake. Not far away, Luan Ying's body trembled, and he retreated a few steps. It seemed that Tian Chui's attack had indirectly injured him. Whoosh. Then with a flash, Luaning disappeared. At this moment, 8 more shadows appeared around Tian Chui. Each of the shadows would shoot out a sword light, stabbing towards Tian Chui. Tian Chui used his giant hammer to sweep across, blocking the enemy's attacks. However, the attacks from all 4 directions were too fast, and Tian Chui found it difficult to completely block them. After a while, Tian Chui's body was covered with several wounds, so deep that his bones could be seen, and blood was flowing out. Hee, senior brother Luaning, you're going to win. On the side of the Heavenly God sect, some disciples sneered. On the side of the Dragon God Valley, everyone was watching carefully with a sullen face. Torvosaurus strike. All of a sudden, Tian Chui let out a loud roar. He grabbed the handle of his giant hammer with both hands, lifted it up, and began to spin at an extreme speed. The handle of Tian Chui's hammer was exceptionally long. When it was swung, it was like a hurricane sweeping in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. The 8 shadows couldn't dodge at all. They were hit and collapsed. The 8 shadows crumbled and condensed back into one shadow, which turned into Luan Ying's figure. At this moment, the black robe on Luan Ying's head had been blown to pieces, revealing a dark and gloomy face. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he had also been injured by Tian Chui's attack. Shadow sword kill. A deep voice came out of Luan Ying's mouth. His body slowly became blurry, turned into a shadow, and finally disappeared. Luaning seemed to have completely disappeared from the fighting ring, and even his aura could not be sensed. Shadow-type spirit body. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Whoosh. At this moment, a sword light shot out from the top of Tian Chui's head, aiming for him. The heavenly hammer struck upwards. But at the same time, a sword light appeared beneath Tian Chui's feet, on his left and right, and stabbed towards him. Tian Chui roared in anger, his figure rapidly retreating, avoiding the sword light attack. However, there was still a ray of sword light that managed to leave a wound on Tian Chui's body. Around the heavenly hammer, sword lights constantly appeared, without a sound or sign. Torvosaurus strike. Tian Chui roared loudly, and once again used the same move as before. He raised the giant hammer and madly spun it. However, this time, the sword light did not collapse. Instead, it passed through the heavenly hammer's attack and continued to stab towards it. A few more wounds appeared on Tian Chui's body. What's going on? Why can't I attack him? Some disciples of Dragon God Valley said anxiously. The opponent was too strange. Tian Chui's attack was actually unable to hit him. It's not that the attack can't hit him, but that the opponent's shadow can greatly reduce the damage. When Tian Chui's attack lands on the opponent's body, the damage is reduced. At the same time, the opponent's speed is too fast, and most of the attacks have been dodged by him. A 9th-level martial royal realm heaven's favorite explained in the stands. Roar. A dragon's roar came out of Tian Chui's mouth. He took a step forward and madly rushed to the side of the fighting stage. It looked like he was about to rush off the fighting ring. You want to rush to the fighting ring? Stay. In the air, Luan Ying's cold voice came. Tian Chui acted as if he didn't hear anything, and continued to rush forward. Whoosh! A terrifying sword light pierced towards the heavenly hammer from behind. Tian Chui, who had been charging forward, suddenly stopped and turned around. Poochie! This sword light pierced through Tian Chui's chest, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Die! A cold voice rang out as Luan Ying's figure appeared in front of Tian Chui. Roar! At this moment, Tian Chui let out an earth-shaking dragon roar. A huge phantom of a barbaric dragon appeared on his body, and it clawed at Luan Ying. Not good. Luan Ying's expression changed drastically, but it was too late for him to dodge at such a close distance. Lu Ming vs. Wu Qiandu Bang. The Torvosaurus phantom's claw hit Luan Ying. He groaned and was sent flying, spitting out blood. Kill die! Tian Chui roared. He threw the giant hammer in his hand like a meteorite, hitting Luan Ying, who was still in the air. Ah! Luan Ying screamed as his body was sent flying. The giant hammer carried him out of the fighting ring and landed heavily on the ground. Luan Ying spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as a sheet. Luan Ying was defeated, because Tian Chui was still on the fighting ring. Buzz! The giant hammer flew back into the fighting ring and landed in Tian Chui's hands. Tian Chui's body trembled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. Although he had defeated Luan Ying, he had also been severely injured. Senior brother Tian Chui, quickly come up and heal. Lu Ming shouted. Circulating his true qi, Tian Chui rushed up to the platform and sat down cross-legged, focusing all his energy on healing. Just now, he had been wounded by Luan Ying's sword many times, and his heart had even been pierced by the longsword. The terrifying destructive sword qi had continuously destroyed Tian Chui's spiritual body. Tian Chui had to first destroy these destructive sword qi before he could recover. Damn it! On the platform of the Heavenly God sect, the leader of the Heavenly God sect shouted angrily. Originally, he had thought that with Luan Ying's combat strength, as well as the fact that he just happened to be able to restrain Tian Chui, he should be able to take him down. Although he might not be able to kill Tian Chui, he should be able to defeat him without any problem. He didn't expect that Tian Chui would defeat Luan Ying in the end, with both of them suffering great losses, causing his plan to fail. In this way, 2 of the 3 top experts of the Heavenly God sect had been defeated, leaving only the leader. This made everyone in the Heavenly God sect look very ugly. Before this, the God of Heaven sect had already announced that they would also take the first place in this time's fixed treasure little meeting, and achieve 3 consecutive championships. But now the leader was the only top-notch expert. Most of the other 6th-ranked experts had been killed. It was impossible for him to obtain first place. All of this was because of Dragon God Valley. Previously, they had wanted to deal with Dragon God Valley, but in the end they had gotten themselves into trouble. Before the competition began, the people of the Tianshan sect probably never dreamed that this would happen. I'll leave the rest to you. The leader of the Heavenly God sect team looked at the Tianyu demon sect. Buzz. A figure with a demonic blade on his back rushed out of the Tianyu demonic sect, and his demonic qi soared into the sky. It's a demon manifestation. Someone recognized this person. There were 2 people from the Tianyu demon sect who had upper-class earth spiritual bodies, and had reached the peak of LV6 martial royal realm. One of them was Mo He, and the other was Mo Xian. Mo Xian's gaze fell directly on Xuanixin, and he said, I challenge you. Many people were shocked. Sure enough, the Tianshan sect, the Tianyu demon sect, and the Yuta sect had begun to dispatch their strongest combat forces to deal with Dragon God Valley. Xuanixin took a step forward and stepped onto the fighting ring. Kill. The demonic blade was unsheathed, and demonic chi soared into the sky. Roar. As the dragon's roar rumbled, Xuanixin revealed her true form, turning into a snow dragon. The two sides engaged in an intense battle. This battle was different from Tian Shui's and Luan Ying's. This battle was a head-on clash, and it was particularly fierce. Xuanixin was a pure-blooded true dragon. Even among the true dragons, she was considered a genius. Her dragon body was strong, not weaker than a superior earth spiritual body. She was on par with Mo Xian. The two sides fought for more than 200 moves. In the end, Xuanixin won by a slight margin and knocked Mo Xian off the fighting stage, while Xuanixin herself was seriously injured. Her injuries were even worse than Tian Shui's. Xuanixin dragged her heavily injured body back to the platform and began to heal. Dragon God Valley had won another battle and defeated a top expert of the Tianyu demon sect. Could it be that Dragon God Valley would be the last one? Some people had such thoughts. The challenge continued, and soon it was the Desire Poison sect's turn. Buzz. Wu Qiandu of the Desire Poison sect stood up and stepped onto the fighting ring. The Desire Poison sect also had two top experts. Wu Qiandu was the leader of the Desire Poison sect. This time he was personally taking action. Wu Qiandu's gaze shifted between Han Sun and Lu Ming. According to the rules, Tian Shui and Xuanixin had just fought. Now they could not challenge them. They could only challenge Lu Ming and Han Sun before they could challenge Tian Shui and Xuanixin. Finally, Wu Qiandu's gaze fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you managed to escape with your saint weapon the last time. Now come down and face your death. Wu Qiandu said coldly. Last time, Lu Ming had used the black wings to create a strong wind that rendered his poison gas useless. Now that he could not use his holy weapon, he would like to see how Lu Ming would defend against his poison gas. Another one is here to die. Lu Ming smiled indifferently. He took a step forward and landed on the fighting ring. Buzz. As soon as Lu Ming's feet landed on the ground, Wu Qiandu made his move. A dense swarm of venomous insects swarmed toward Lu Ming, covering the sky and the sun like a dark cloud. Buzz. Lu Ming's chaos domain spread out and enveloped the countless poisonous insects. Fire. Lu Ming said softly. The chaos realm turned into a flame realm in an instant. The flames enveloped the venomous insects, and with a sizzling sound, the venomous insects were burned to ashes by the flames. However, at this moment, with a wave of Wu Qiandu's hand, toads appeared one after another. Each toad was covered in pustules and emitted a foul stench as they pounced at Lu Ming. In mid-air, the toads spat out streams of poisonous water from their mouths, which enveloped Lu Ming. When the poisonous water fell on the chaos domain, there was actually a sizzling sound of corrosion. Kill. At the same time, Wu Qiandu charged towards Lu Ming. A soft whip appeared in his hand. The soft whip was covered with poisonous thorns and was rolling towards Lu Ming. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art and punched the toads and whips one after another. However, the toads exploded in the process of Lu Ming's fist force. They turned into a pool of thick water and gushed toward Lu Ming, emitting a disgusting smell. Lu Ming felt a little dizzy when he smelled the stench. He circulated his true qi and regained his consciousness. What a terrifying poison! Lu Ming thought to himself. Buzz. Buzz. Venomous insects kept swarming out of Wu Qiandu's body. Then toads, venomous snakes, and other things attacked Lu Ming. He controlled the soft whip and lashed it at Lu Ming with great agility. Kill die. Lu Ming suddenly shouted and extended his divine sword technique. Two black sword lights burst out from Lu Ming's eyes and rushed toward Wu Qiandu. But at this moment, a shield made of venomous insects appeared on the surface of Wu Qiandu's body. When the divine sword technique hit the venomous insects, a large number of them were killed, but Wu Qiandu was safe and sound. Soul attacks can ignore ordinary defenses and attack the soul. However, these bugs of mine have a spirit. Your soul attack can't penetrate anything with a spirit. You used it once last time, so am prepared this time. Wu Qiandu sneered. It seems like soul attacks aren't omnipotent. They still have their weaknesses. Lu Ming pondered. Refining Wu Qiandu ordinary defenses couldn't defend against soul attacks at all. They could directly penetrate through. Back then, when they were facing the evil spirit cult's elder Mo Hun, Lu Ming's chaos domain and Bubble's spacetime domain could only weaken a portion of the attack. They could not completely defend against it. It was obvious that ordinary defense was useless. However, soul attacks also had their weaknesses. If a living being was in front of them, the soul attack would not be able to pass through. For example, Wu Qiandu used his poisonous insects to block in front of him. Although the poisonous insects were small, they still had a spirit and a soul. The soul attack would attack the venomous insects, and Wu Qiandu, who was behind the venomous insects, was naturally safe and sound. Since he dared to challenge Lu Ming, he naturally had a foolproof plan. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. If the soul attack technique was useless, could Lu Ming not do anything to Wu Qiandu? Buzz. Lu Ming covered his entire body with the chaos domain and soared into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Then, Lu Ming looked down from above and continued to bombard with his fists. Terrifying fist forces shot towards Wu Qiandu, the poisonous insects, and the snakes like meteors. A large number of poisonous insects and toads were killed. On the fighting ring, there were dead insects, toads, and vipers everywhere. Pools of venom filled the fighting ring, giving off a disgusting smell. Wisps of poisonous gas filled the fighting ring. Haha, Lu Ming. Thank you for your cooperation. The poison gas formation has been set up. You can die now. In the fighting ring, Wu Qiandu revealed a cold smile. A cloud of green poisonous gas gushed out from his body and merged with the poisonous gas on the fighting ring. The entire fighting ring was shrouded in the poisonous gas. 1,000 poisonous hands. Wu Qiandu said coldly. The poisonous gas rolled and turned into poisonous palms, blasting toward Lu Ming in the sky. Lu Ming cast the wind elemental technique and dodged the poisonous palms. Since that's the case, I'll kill you first. An emperor spiritual weapon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He became one with the spear and swooped down, charging into the poison gas formation and killing Wu Qiandu. You can't kill me. Wu Qiandu sneered. With a bang, his body exploded and turned into clouds of poisonous gas, which then merged with the poisonous gas of the formation. Lu Ming's long spear swept across and the poisonous gas rolled around. Kill. Lu Ming shouted, and an invisible soul attack burst out. However, there were countless poisonous insects flying in the poisonous gas. Lu Ming shouted, and a group of poisonous insects fell. Hee Lu Ming, you can't hurt me at all. You can only let me kill you. Wu Qiandu's smug voice rang out. The poison gas formation rolled and surged towards Lu Ming continuously. The terrifying poison gas enveloped Lu Ming, as if it was going to corrode the chaos realm and turn Lu Ming into ashes. Moreover, the poisonous gas would condense into attacks that were aimed at Lu Ming. The long spear vibrated and destroyed the attacks one by one. Lu Ming, you can rush down the Colosseum yourself. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Wu Qiandu's cold voice sounded. You think too highly of yourself. Lu Ming said indifferently. If he wanted to kill Wu Qiandu, Lu Ming could do it now. As long as he cast the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal, the terrifying power of the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal would directly cover the entire fighting ring. He could easily destroy this large array and even kill Wu Qiandu. But now was not the time to use the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal. Lu Ming wanted to keep the Chaos Empyrean Seal to deal with the leader of the Divine Realm sect, or Mo He. He would not use the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal for the time being, so he could only use other methods. Buzz. Lu Ming's chaos domain suddenly spread out, enveloping the entire fighting ring. Then endless thunder and lightning appeared and filled the fighting ring, followed by flames. The entire fighting ring was enveloped by the power of thunder and fire. Gigi. The poisonous insects were burned to death one by one. Kill. Kill. Then Lu Ming kept shouting and casting the divine sword technique. It formed invisible waves that rushed in all directions. A large number of poisonous insects were killed and turned into ashes in the thunder and fire. I don't believe that your soul force can keep on exploding. Wu Qiandu's voice sounded. A person's soul power is limited. Using it continuously will consume a lot of soul power. However, after a while, Wu Qiandu started to get nervous. Lu Ming did not stop. His soul attacks continued to erupt, and the poisonous insects were almost all killed. Kill! Lu Ming bellowed. The poisonous gas rolled and Wu Qiandu's agonized cries rang out. A cloud of mist gathered and rolled, as if it was about to condense into a human figure. Devour! Lu Ming took a step forward and pressed his left palm in the air. The devouring power burst forth and enveloped the cloud of poisonous gas. Wisps of poisonous gas were devoured and began to be refined by Lu Ming. The poisonous gas was very terrifying. However, Lu Ming's spirit body had reached the superior grade earth spirit body. Moreover, his spirit body contained traces of chaotic qi, which was stronger than ordinary superior grade earth spirit bodies. He was not afraid of the poisonous gas. Roar! A faint dragon's roar could be heard coming from Lu Ming's body. The poisonous gas that Wu Qiandu had turned into was being refined continuously. How could this be? My spirit body is invincible. How did you refine it? Within the poisonous gas, Wu Qiandu's terrified cry rang out as he desperately resisted. Kill, die! Lu Ming shouted. 2 beams of sword light shot out of his eyes and pierced into the poisonous gas. Wu Qiandu screamed in pain as his resistance was instantly weakened. Lu Ming continued to release his devouring power, devouring and refining the poisonous gas that Wu Qiandu had turned into. As he screamed, the cloud of poisonous gas that Wu Qiandu had turned into became smaller and smaller. He wanted to reform his body, but Lu Ming attacked him directly. With a punch, he turned into poisonous gas again and was devoured and refined by Lu Ming. Very quickly, the poisonous gas that Wu Qiandu had turned into was reduced by more than half. Spare me, please spare me. Wu Qiandu was finally scared and started to beg for mercy. The feeling of watching himself being refined made him extremely frightened. Moreover, he didn't want to die. He had a bright future ahead of him. With his talent, he was very confident that he could break through to the Saint Realm in the future. How carefree was a Saint Realm expert with a lifespan of more than 100,000 years? And NBSB the spectators from the 13 sects were all stunned. Wu Qiandu had actually been forced to this extent by Lu Ming? In the eyes of these heaven's favorites, Wu Qiandu was a terrifying existence. With his 1000-bath poison body and his deadly poison, no one wouldn't be afraid of him. Even those heaven's favorites at his level would be afraid of him. But now he was begging for mercy in front of Lu Ming. Spare my life? Previously you sent people from the Yudu sect to kill our Dragon God Valley disciples. Why didn't you spare them? Why didn't you think about the current situation? Lu Ming said coldly. The devouring power continued to devour. Wu Qiandu cried out in pain, and the poisonous gas continued to roll. Before the battle with Lu Ming, he would not have thought of such an outcome. All he could think of was how to kill Lu Ming. Wisps of poisonous gas were devoured by Lu Ming, and then refined. The poisonous gas that Wu Qiandu had turned into was getting smaller and smaller. Chapter 1537 became a joke. Young man, don't go too far. Don't go too far. At this moment, an old voice came from one of the buildings. From the direction of the voice, it should be the Saint Realm Elder of the Yudu sect. Hihi, are you heartbroken? Why didn't you think about that when you killed the disciples of Dragon God Valley? Lu Ming, you don't have to care about this old man. The voice of the Dragon God Valley's Saint Realm Elder came from the pavilion behind the Dragon God Valley. Young man, you'd better think about it. After all, you'll have to travel outside in the future. It's not good to go too far. The Saint Realm Elder of the Yudu sect continued. You're despicable. You're threatening a disciple of Dragon God Valley. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley said. The Saint Realm Elder of the Yudu sect sneered. Kill. However, Lu Ming's reply was only one word: kill. 2 more beams of sword light shot out from Lu Ming's eyes and pierced into the poisonous gas. Wu Qiandu screamed in pain as the cloud of poisonous gas collapsed completely, without a trace of life. Wu Qiandu dead. This was Lu Ming's response to the Yu-Du sect's Sage Realm Elder. He was domineering and merciless. At this moment, there was no sound from the pavilion behind the Desire Poison sect. However, a cold killing intent spread out. Of course, in such an environment, the elders of the Saint Realm were not allowed to interfere. Otherwise, the other sects would gang up on them. He was dead. Wu Qian was poisoned to death. Most of the people present felt their hearts trembling. Another top heavens pride expert was killed by Lu Ming. Including by Mo, there were 2 top heavens pride experts who had died at the hands of Lu Ming. It was too tragic. In the previous treasure auction, very few upper-grade earth spiritual bodies were killed. Geniuses of this level, even if there was a gap in combat strength, it wouldn't be too big. It was possible to defeat them, but it was very difficult to kill them. This time, it was only the 20th round, and 2 heavens favorites of this level had already died. There were also many who were seriously injured. Because of Lu Ming, the small meeting this time was many times more tragic than before. Lu Ming put away Wu Qiandu's storage ring and returned to the platform. Then, someone went up to the fighting ring and cleaned it. After all, Wu Qiandu had released so many poisonous insects, snakes and the like. The fighting ring was filled with poisonous substances. On the platform of the Heavenly God sect, the Heavenly God sect's team leader's eyes were incomparably cold. His gaze swept over Tian Shui and Xuanixin, who were currently recuperating, and his killing intent was faintly visible. This guy wants to challenge Tian Shui and Xuanixin in the next round. Lu Ming said. Now Tian Shui and Xuanixin were seriously injured. If they were to be challenged by the Heavenly God sect's team leader, it would be extremely dangerous. The Heavenly God sect's team leader obviously wanted to take this opportunity to kill Tian Shui and Xuanixin. I won't let him succeed. Han Sun said, his killing intent cold. After cleaning up, the competition continued. It was unknown if the atmosphere had been incited, but when it was the other sect's turn, it became even more intense and explosive. The other sects that had grudges with each other also began to send out their top experts to challenge the top experts of the sects that had grudges with each other. After Lu Ming and Wu Qiandu, there were 2 more clashes between the top powerhouses. The battle was extremely intense. In the end, the top geniuses of the Intentionless Saber sect and the Demon Castle were both injured and fell off the fighting ring. The top-tier expert of the Linglong Palace had defeated his opponent with a serious injury and won. Soon it was Dragon God Valley's turn to challenge. Han Sun stood up, took a step forward, and appeared on the fighting ring. Yu Sheng, come down, Han Sun coldly said. Yu Sheng was the name of the team leader of the Heavenly God sect. Everyone was shocked. Han Sun was challenging Yu Sheng. The leaders of the 2 sects were about to clash. Yu Sheng's eyes turned cold. His original plan was to wait for the next round. When it was the time for the Heavenly God sect to challenge him, he would personally take action to kill Tian Shui or Xuanixin. Obviously, Han Sun had seen through his plan and directly challenged him. Yu Sheng stepped out and landed on the fighting ring. It's the same if I kill you first, Yu Sheng said coldly. Brilliant holy light burst out of his body. He was bathed in the holy light, and there was no dust or dirt on him. Yu Sheng was a direct descendant of the Tianxin sect, and he cultivated the pure techniques of the Tianxin sect. What big words! Han Sun sneered. A terrifying cold qi burst out from his body, spreading in all directions. Half of the fighting ring was covered with white frost. Boom! Boom! Yu Sheng and Han Sun charged at each other at the same time, and started an intense battle. The 2 figures kept clashing on the fighting ring at an increasingly fast speed. Some of the weaker cultivators could no longer see the 2 figures clearly. They could only see the endless holy light and the terrible cold current clashing on the battle platform, forming a pillar of qi that shot into the sky. Whoosh! Yu Sheng was bathed in holy light, holding the spear of God's punishment. He was like a god descending to the world, ready to punish the world. White dragon scales emerged on Han Sun's body, and he was covered in a layer of ice armor. His arms had turned into dragon claws, which were so terrifying that they seemed to be able to tear apart everything. Buzz! Buzz! The dragon claw and the spear of God's punishment collided fiercely. Pucci. Han Sen's shoulder was pierced by the spear of God's punishment, but his other dragon claw was still on Yu Sheng's chest, almost ripping his heart out. The two of them were injured at the same time, and their clothes were stained red with blood. However, the battle continued. To be honest, Han Sen and Yu Sheng's combat power was very terrifying, even stronger than Bai Mo's. It could be said that in the future, they were very likely to be among the top 10 geniuses of the Azure continent. After all, the top 10 geniuses were selected by the younger generation below the Saint Realm. Once the current top 10 geniuses entered the Saint Realm, they would automatically be removed from the top 10 geniuses and replaced by New Heaven's favorites. It could be said that these two future freaks were going to fight in advance. This battle lasted for more than 300 moves. The two's true essence and physical strength gradually ran out. In the end, it became a hand-to-hand fight. The two were entangled, and their blood stained the fighting ring. Bang! In the end, the two of them rolled off the fighting ring at the same time, ending the battle. Lu Ming moved and appeared beside Han Sen. He poured his essential core into Han Sen's body and said, "Senior brother Han Sen, are you all right?" "Don't worry, it's fine. That guy is even worse off," Han Sen said with a smile. "Humph." Yu Sheng snorted coldly. With the help of the disciples of the Heaven God sect, he landed on the stands, took a healing pill, and began to heal his injuries. Lu Ming supported Han Sen to the stand behind the platform. Then they returned to the platform. In this way, there were only 3 people left in the Dragon God Valley. However, the people of the Heavenly God sect all had gloomy faces. After Yu Sheng stepped down, there were no more top experts in the Tianxin sect. It was a complete joke to win the first place. The competition continued, and soon, this round was announced to be over. It was time for the 22nd round. In this round, the remaining disciples of the Tianxin sect had completely lost their morale. They randomly sent out one person to challenge the other sections. It was the Tianyu demonic sect's turn. "I'll do it." In the Tianyu demonic sect, He carried the demonic blade on his back and stepped out. He landed on the battle platform and looked directly at Dragon God Valley. His eyes swept across Tianshui and Xuanningsin. Lu Ming's heart sank. Lu Ming was the only one left. He obviously wanted to challenge Tianshui and Xuanningsin. Finally, He's eyes fell on Xuanningsin and he said coldly, "Come out. Fight." Xuanningsin said forcefully and stepped forward. "Senior sister, be careful," Lu Ming said. Xuanningsin nodded and stepped onto the fighting ring. "I'll kill you in this battle." He's demonic chi surged, and a vast demonic might burst out. Behind him, the demonic blade automatically unsheathed, and the terrifying blade light slashed toward Xuanningsin. Roar! Xuanningsin roared and transformed into her true form. She opened her mouth and spat out a stream of ice and snow, which rushed toward the saber light. Boom! An intense collision occurred, and Xuanningsin's slender body trembled as she retreated. Xuanningsin had been seriously injured in the last battle. It was impossible for her to recover in such a short time. With her injured body, she was at a disadvantage from the beginning of the fight with He. Splitting Devil Blade. The demonic blade in He's hand merged with the domain all over his body, and he slashed out again. The splitting demonic blade was the ultimate technique of the Tianyu demonic sect. It was said to be able to split all things with one blade. It was extremely terrifying. Anything would be split apart by the splitting demonic blade. Snowflakes were condensed around Xuanningsin. The snowflakes danced in the air and were extremely sharp. They cut through the air and made a terrible whistling sound as they flew toward the splitting demon blade. However, when the snowflakes came into contact with the splitting demonic blade, they seemed to have received a terrifying shock and exploded. Buzz! Buzz! And MBSP whoosh! The endless snowflakes collided with the demonic blade, creating a metallic sound. The snowflakes crumbled, but the demonic blade's power also weakened rapidly. Slash! However, He's demonic chi was boiling, and he slashed again. Then he slashed again. One slash after another. Each slash was extremely terrifying. as if it was going to split the sky. Xue Ningxin's dragon claw stepped in the air and pounced forward, engaging in a fierce confrontation with Mo He. Boom. Boom. Terrifying rumbles continued to be heard as the two of them exchanged dozens of blows. Gradually, Xue Ningxin was no match for him. Her injuries flared up, and it was difficult for her to use her full combat strength. Pucci. The dragon scales were cut open and fell everywhere. On Xue Ningxin's body, there were many deep and long wounds, and her white body was stained with blood. Kill. Emohi's demonic blade pierced through Xue Ningxin's attack, and went for her head, trying to cut her head off. Xue Ningxin quickly retreated, but she was still a step too late. A wound was left on her forehead. Xue Ningxin was already seriously injured, and now she was even more injured. Her combat power was getting weaker and weaker, and she was no match for Mo He at all. Senior sister stepped down from the fighting ring. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Xue Ningxin. If this continued, Xue Ningxin would be in danger. Roar. Xue Ningxin roared loudly. She was a little unwilling. After exchanging another blow with Mo He, she turned around and left. If you want to leave, then stay. Mo He said coldly. The demonic chi from her body was even more terrifying. She shot up into the sky and slashed out with her demonic blade. 8 blade lights slashed down, blocking Xue Ningxin's path. Xue Ningxin's dragon claws stepped on the ground, and the ground was suddenly covered with a layer of ice and snow. Ice swords rushed out one after another, rushing toward the demonic blades. Bang! Bang! The sound of a collision rang out. Unfortunately, Xue Ningxin's combat strength had declined. For a moment, she could not break the demonic blade at all. Instead, the demonic blade left a deep wound on her body, almost cutting off one of the dragon claws. You won't be able to escape. You'll definitely die today. Devil Dragon Seal. Die. Mo He said coldly. He formed a seal with his hands, and a black demonic dragon flew out with a roar, charging at Xue Ningxin. 2 dragons, one black and one white, were fighting on the fighting ring. Then, Mo He attacked Xue Ningxin with the splitting demonic blade. After a few moves, Xue Ningxin's injuries became even more serious. Break. In the end, Xue Ningxin let out a loud roar, and her true dragon body rapidly shrank. Then, a layer of ice crystals covered her body, making her look like an ice sword. Whoosh! The ice sword continued to attack, clashing with Mo He's demonic blade. Finally, it rushed out of the range of the demonic blade, and rushed to the edge of the fighting ring. At this time, the ice crystals covering Xue Ningxin's body also collapsed. Xue Ningxin's breath became even weaker. With a step of her dragon claw, her body rushed out of the fighting ring and fell down. At this moment, she heaved a sigh of relief and quickly restrained her aura. Kill. However, at this moment, Mo He roared and stood at the edge of the fighting ring. His eyes were ferocious and full of cold killing intent. He slashed out a demonic blade toward Xue Ningxin's head. When Xue Ningxin fell off the fighting ring, it meant that the battle was over. Therefore, she had completely let down her guard and retracted her Zhen Yuan. However, she did not expect that Mo He would be so despicable that he would attack again, and make a fatal move on Xue Ningxin. Xue Ningxin had no time to dodge this move. You're looking for death. On the platform, Lu Ming let out a loud roar. The vital essence in his body was boiling, and the black wings on his back suddenly stretched out. With a flap, he appeared beside Xue Ningxin. He flapped his black wings and destroyed the demonic blade. Lu Ming, what are you doing? Interfering in the middle, using a holy weapon and breaking the rules. Seeing that his saber was blocked by Lu Ming, Mo He's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction, and he shouted angrily. Shut up. Who is the one who broke the rules? My senior sister has already rushed out of the fighting stage, and her feet have already touched the ground, which means that she has lost. This battle has already ended, but you still continue to kill her. Is it you who has broken the rules, or am I the one who has? Lu Ming stared at Mo He, his eyes very cold. Just now, if he hadn't been staring at the fighting ring and noticed that something was wrong, he would have immediately used his saint weapon and rushed out. Xue Ningxin would have been in real danger. Oh, had she already landed on the ground? I didn't see it just now. Mo He quibbled. Lu Ming did not say anything. He just stared at Mo He, his eyes revealing an extremely cold killing intent. He must kill this Mo He. Senior sister, let's go. Lu Ming helped Xuanixin to the stands. Junior brother, thank you for earlier. At this moment, Xuanixin had already returned to her human form, her face a little pale. Senior sister, you don't have to be so polite. I will kill Mo He and avenge you. Lu Ming said. I believe in you, junior brother. Xuanixin smiled and swallowed a healing pill to begin healing her injuries. Lu Ming, on the other hand, returned to the platform. The challenge continued. As expected, when it was the Desire Poison sect's turn, one of their experts challenged Tian Shui. The Desire Poison sect, like the Sky Demon sect, also had two top experts. Previously, Wu Qiandu had been killed by Lu Ming, and there was only one left. The Desire Poison sect clearly hated Lu Ming to the core, and wanted to kill Tian Shui to avenge Wu Qiandu. However, Tian Shui's injuries were slightly better than Xuanixin's. Furthermore, Tian Shui cultivated the Berserk Dragon body, which had a strong defense. The opponent did not cause too much damage to Tian Shui. However, Tian Shui was still injured and was no match for his opponent. After exchanging more than 100 moves, he was knocked down from the fighting ring. With Tian Shui's defeat, Lu Ming was the only one left in Dragon God Valley. Countless gazes fell on the platform of Dragon God Valley, on Lu Ming alone. Now Lu Ming was the only one left in Dragon God Valley. How would he fight? The great battle against Mo He. The challenges continued, and it was very intense. By now the competition was already in the latter half. The weak had been eliminated, and the remaining ones were all very strong. The battle was very intense. One match after another, it was finally Dragon God Valley's turn. Lu Ming took a step forward and landed on the fighting ring. Mo He, come down and accept your death. Lu Ming's voice was heard by everyone. As expected, Lu Ming wants to challenge Mo He. Many people thought that Mo He had broken the rules and almost killed Xuanixin. Many people guessed that Lu Ming would definitely challenge Mo He. Mo He carried the devil's saber on his back and stepped onto the fighting ring. You've managed to escape twice. Today I'll finish you off. Mo He said. Even though Lu Ming had already killed two top-notch experts, he was still very strong. You won't have any chance today. You'll definitely die. Lu Ming spoke in an equally domineering manner. Buzz. Buzz. The two of them stood facing each other, and their domains burst out at the same time, surging toward each other. Boom. The two's domains clashed together, creating a loud boom as they fought fiercely. Mo He's territory was a demonic Dao territory, and was at the peak of the 7th level, while Lu Ming's territory was only at the peak of the 4th level. However, in the clash of territories, Lu Ming's territory was not at a disadvantage at all. The two domains clashed and intertwined, creating a terrifying storm of energy. Kill. Splitting Devil Blade. Die. Mo He shouted and unsheathed his demonic saber. A shocking saber radiance broke through the sky and slashed down at Lu Ming. The Emperor's spiritual weapon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. He cast storing power for 13 strikes, and a spear ray burst out, colliding with the demonic blade. Within the spear light, 13 forces overlapped and exploded, erupting with a terrifying penetrating power. However, there was a terrifying splitting force within the demonic blade that was rapidly splitting the spear radiance's power. In the end, the two of them dissipated. Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly. The Sky Demon sect's splitting demonic blade indeed lived up to its reputation. Buzz. Buzz. Then, the two of them charged forward like two bolts of lightning and struck each other. The demonic blade and the long spear clashed together, creating a terrifying boom. Every time the two of them collided, a terrifying shockwave would burst out. The force was wanton and swept in all directions. There was a layer of transparent light screen around the fighting stage, which blocked the overflowing chi. Otherwise, some of the weaker people in the stands would have been injured. Kill. After exchanging several moves, Lu Ming shouted. Two divine swords shot out from his eyes and shot toward Mo He. Lu Ming cast the divine sword technique. Two jet-black divine swords rushed into Emohi's body and bombarded his spiritual god. However, Emohi's body only trembled slightly and he was fine. Spiritual god defensive treasure. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Your soul attack is useless against me. Emohi sneered. His demonic blade swept across and he took the opportunity to attack Lu Ming. Buzz. Lu Ming's long spear shook and blocked the demonic blade's attack. Then the two of them fought again and exchanged dozens of moves. To be honest, Emohi was indeed very strong. He was even stronger than by Emo and Wu Qiandu, whom Lu Ming had just killed. He should be on par with Han Sun, and the team leader of the Divine God sect. Lu Ming's spirit body and chaos realm had some advantages. However, his opponent's cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's. The two of them fought intensely, and it was difficult to determine the winner. The third bloodline. With a single thought, Lu Ming's third bloodline emerged. A wisp of energy surged into Lu Ming's body, making his combat strength even stronger. Clang. Lu Ming's long spear swept out. Emohi's body trembled and he was sent flying. He slid along the fighting ring for a long distance. Gate of God 9 seals. Lu Ming's hands rapidly formed seals. 6 sealing gates appeared around Emohi, trying to seal him. Demonic God descend. Demonic God. Emohi roared and demonic chi surged. A giant demonic god with 3 heads and 6 arms condensed around him, emitting vast demonic might. This was a secret skill, or it was a secret skill brought by the demonic spirit body. It was very similar to Bai Mo's sword array, which was a secret skill brought by the spirit body. Boom. The 3-headed and 6-armed fiend celestial struck out 6 palms in a row, hitting the 6 sealing gates. Boom. Boom. The 6 gates of sealing trembled and exploded. At this moment, Lu Ming's attack had already arrived. The long spear smashed down on Emohi like Mount Tai. And MBSB boom boom. The 3-headed and 6-armed fiend celestial's 6 huge demonic palms slammed down on Lu Ming. 2 of them blocked Lu Ming's long spear, while the other 4 were like 4 huge mountains that pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's long spear trembled and turned into a heavy spear shadow, blasting out. The long spear collided with the demonic palm continuously. Lu Ming and Emohi were forced to retreat in the midst of the violent rumbles. This brat has such combat strength in such a short time. He must be eliminated. Emohi was extremely shocked. Back then, when he led his men to hunt down Lu Ming could not put up much of a resistance in front of him. However, now Lu Ming could fight him head-on. The battle was difficult to determine. Then, after a period of time, what realm would Lu Ming reach? Would he surpass him in all aspects? His heart turned cold at the thought of this. He and Lu Ming were already mortal enemies. They would not rest until one of them was dead. If they met in the future, there would definitely be a tragic battle. One of them had to die. However, after a while, he was afraid that he would be the one to die if he encountered Lu Ming. Therefore, he had to kill Lu Ming now. Kill, kill, die. Emohi roared. His demonic chi seemed to be on fire. The huge demonic god seemed to have become real. What was shocking was that 6 huge demonic blades appeared on the 6 arms of the demonic god. Boom. Boom. Emohi stepped forward and charged at Lu Ming. The huge demonic god waved his huge demonic blade and charged at Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. The power of the third bloodline gushed into Lu Ming's body continuously, making his killing intent even more intense. At the same time, the devouring power burst out and enveloped Emohi, causing the demonic chi in Emohi's body to become unstable. The demonic god's aura also weakened. Lu Ming took a step forward and his body soared into the sky. His long spear turned into a 1,000-meter-long spear ray and smashed wildly at Emohi. Emohi's eyes were ferocious. He exerted all his strength. The huge demonic god and the 6 demonic blades slashed at Lu Ming continuously. The two of them collided intensely, and the spear radiance and the saber radiance soared into the sky. All around, whether it was on the platform or the grandstand, everyone held their breath and stared at the fighting ring. They were afraid of missing out on the exciting scene. What a powerful combat strength. He is below the 7th level of the martial royal realm, but he can still exert such a terrifying combat strength. am afraid that even a LV8 Martial Royal Realm expert would be killed by him. A Heaven's favorite above the 7th level of the Martial Royal Realm spoke with a serious look in his eyes. They are all peerless Heaven's favorites. In the future, they have great hopes of becoming one of the top 10 demon-level geniuses of the Azure continent. That's right. I wonder what the outcome of this battle is. Some people were discussing in low voices, but their eyes were still fixed on the fighting ring. Chapter 1540. Foul. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Mo He had exchanged dozens of moves. At this moment, the demonic god that Mo He had condensed began to shake. Obviously, to maintain this demon god, Mo He's consumption was astonishing. Moreover, Lu Ming was constantly releasing the devouring power. Mo He felt that the demonic qi in his body was constantly being devoured by Lu Ming, causing his demonic qi to be even more unsustainable. Seal. At that moment, Lu Ming cast the sealing gates again. The 6 sealing gates glowed and suppressed the demonic god. This time, the demonic god finally could not break through the sealing gates in a short time, and its movements became stiff. Boom. Lu Ming seized the opportunity. His long spear turned into a huge spearlight and smashed heavily on the Asmodean lord's head. 13 forces instantly stacked and exploded. Mo He roared. The demon god's head exploded, and then his body exploded. In an instant, the demon god exploded. Mo He's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Retreat. Mo He gritted his teeth and flew backward. He knew that he had lost today. He was no match for Lu Ming. Now he had to rush down the fighting ring. You can't escape, Feng. Lu Ming said coldly. 6 sealing gates appeared in front of Mo He, blocking his way. Mo He's demonic blade slashed out continuously, but it couldn't break the barrier of the door seal. At this moment, Lu Ming had already put away his spear. He was holding a huge seal in one of his palms. Primal Chaos Sky-Turning Seal. Now the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal had been cultivated by Lu Ming to the peak of the 3rd level. While its power was getting stronger, he was also getting more skilled in using it. When he used the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal, he didn't need to use it all at once to the maximum, as it would consume a terrifying amount of true essence. Now he could control the power of the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal. By reducing the power of the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal, he could save a lot of genuine yuan, and control it more easily. For example, the seal in Lu Ming's hand was the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal that he had condensed. It was about 50% of its power when Lu Ming used his full strength. However, if Lu Ming used his full strength, it was impossible for him to hold it in his palm and control it to such an extent. It was much more convenient for Lu Ming to control 50% of its power. Boom. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal smashed at Mo He. The attack power of 50% of the full power was also terrifyingly powerful. It exceeded the power of Lu Ming's storing power 13 strikes. The primal Chaos Sky-Turning Seal smashed towards Mo He like an ancient divine mountain. Its vast power and astonishing aura made Mo He's expression change drastically. Mo He roared and turned around to block. He kept slashing out with his demonic blade, hoping to block it. Boom. When the splitting Devil Saber slashed on the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal, not only did it not split the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal, but the Devil Saber itself was directly crushed by the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal. The primal Chaos Sky-Turning Seal continued to descend. In the end, Mo He used his demonic blade to block in front of him. An Emperor-level spiritual weapon armor appeared on his body, and together with his territory, he blocked in front of him. Boom. The primal Chaos Sky-Turning Seal struck down heavily. Mo He's body trembled violently and he retreated frantically. His face was pale and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His hands that were holding the blade were trembling nonstop. The bone armor on his wrist was broken. Only by paying such a heavy price could it block the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal. However, a loud rumbling sound came from above, and another Chaos Sky-Turning stamp came crashing down. Ah! Mo He roared and exerted all his strength to defend with all his might. Bang! This time, Mo He knelt on the ground and spurted blood. His arms exploded and his demonic blade flew far away. Even with the protection of the Emperor's spiritual weapon, his body couldn't withstand all the power. The terrifying power shattered many of Emohi's bones. However, to Emohi's despair, the third Chaos Sky-turning seal pressed down on him with a loud rumble in the sky. No, this time, Emohi let out a desperate roar. This time he definitely couldn't resist it. If he couldn't resist it, he would die. Come out! Die! Emohi roared. A small black pagoda flew out from his brow, and a vast aura spread out. A holy weapon. This small pagoda was a holy weapon. Buzz. The saint weapon expanded rapidly and collided with the chaotic sky-turning stamp. The small black tower was sent flying. Emohi spat out blood again and rolled on the fighting ring, leaving a pool of blood on the ground. He's breaking the rules. He's breaking the rules. He's using a holy weapon. Use your saint weapon and kill without mercy. The disciples of Dragon God Valley roared in anger. Buzz. In the pavilion behind Dragon God Valley, the elder of Dragon God Valley stepped out in the air. His eyes were cold as he said, "Those who use saint weapons without permission on the stage will be killed without mercy." The Saint Realm Elder struck out with his palm, and a huge palm print pressed toward Emohi. "What are you doing?" An elder rushed out of the pavilion behind the Tianyu demon sect. He struck out with his palm, and a blade light slashed out, shattering the palm print of the Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley looked coldly at the Saint Realm Elder of the Tianyu demon sect and said, "Before the battle began, I already announced that anyone who uses a saint weapon on the stage will be killed without mercy. You want to stop me? Elder, save me!" Emohi shouted in fear. The Saint Realm Elder of the Tianyu demon sect frowned and said, "How about we let him off this time? Spare him? You can ask the fellow Taoists from the other sects if they agree." The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley sneered. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. Figures stepped out of the buildings. They were the Saint Realm Elders of the 13 sections. The rules that have been passed down for tens of thousands of years must not be broken. Since you have violated them, kill. The Elder of the Life and Death Sword sect was the first to speak, his killing intent cold. That's right. If everyone uses their saint weapons, what's the point? How could one tell the strength of the younger generation? Wouldn't it just be a matter of how many saint weapons one had? Therefore he must be killed. The Elder of the Demon Castle continued. I agree. We must kill him. If he didn't use his saint weapon, he would have already been killed. I agree. The elders of the other sects chimed in one after another, causing Emohi to be filled with despair. Only the elders of the Heavenly God sect and the Yudu sect did not speak. Their expressions were rather unsightly. No, I don't want to die. Emohi roared and turned into a ray of demonic light, rushing into the distance. Die. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley roared, and a terrible sound wave rushed toward Emohi. Emohi's body exploded in the air, and even the small saint weapon tower had no effect. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Was this the combat strength of a Sage Realm Elder? He didn't even make a move. He only shouted and killed Emohi. After killing Emohi, the Elder of the Dragon God Valley reached out and grabbed Emohi's holy weapon pagoda. Then he waved his hand and the holy weapon pagoda flew toward Lu Ming. Chapter 1541. No one dares to fight with one person. Lu Ming, this holy weapon is your spoils of war. Take it. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley said. Many thanks, Elder. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony. He put away the holy weapon, the small tower, and of course Emohi's storage ring. These were all his spoils of war. He took them without any hesitation. Humph. The elder of the Tianyu demonic sect cast a cold glance at Lu Ming, then turned around and returned to the pavilion. The elders of the other sects also returned to their pavilions one by one. Lu Ming, you've done well. You've made a great contribution this time. The sect will definitely reward you according to your contributions. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley said with a smile. This made you and the others from the Silver City jealous. Lu Ming smiled and returned to the 10th platform. He sat down cross-legged and waved his hand. a large pile of raw gemstones appeared. Lu Ming devoured the raw gemstones and began to recover. In the battle just now, Lu Ming had also consumed a lot of his essential core, and he did not have much of it left. On the stands, everyone's gaze fell on Lu Ming with deep fear. 3 top-notch geniuses had already died at Lu Ming's hands in this small meeting. If He did not use his holy weapon, he would have been killed by Lu Ming. Therefore, it was the same as being killed by Lu Ming. There were 3 top-notch heaven's favorites. The Tianshan sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect each had won. This was truly a heavy loss. In the past, such a situation rarely occurred. Moreover, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the 4th-level martial emperor realm. It was simply a miracle that he had such a battle record. In the treasure auction, it was extremely difficult and rare to kill a 6th-level martial royal realm heaven's pride expert. However, Lu Ming had killed 3 of them this time. It should be known that the Divine Son had only killed 2 heaven's favorites of this level when he participated in the treasure auction. And now, the Divine Child was the head of the 10 great monsters. Lu Ming had already broken the record of the Divine Son. The 13 sects and forces all had different thoughts in their minds. The challenge continued. After Lu Ming's challenge, it was the Demon Castle's turn on platform number 13. This was because Piyuan family on platform 11 and Blood Demon Tower on platform 12 had already been eliminated. After the Demon Castle challenge ended, this round also ended. Next, it was a new round, and it was the turn of the Tianshan sect. The people of the Heavenly God sect looked at Lu Ming with deep fear. Then they sent one person to challenge the other sections. Next, it was the Tianyu demon sect's turn. Although they wanted to avenge He, no one dared to challenge Lu Ming. They could only challenge the other sections. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the platform alone, but no one dared to fight. Soon it was the Desire Poison sect's turn. The Desire Poison sect still had a top genius who had defeated Tian Shui earlier. However, when he looked at Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with fear. He did not dare to challenge Lu Ming, so he sent another person to challenge the other sections. When it was Dragon God Valley's turn again, no one dared to challenge Lu Ming. When it was Lu Ming's turn again, everyone's eyes fell on him. They did not know who Lu Ming was going to challenge this time. Everyone was nervous. This was especially so for the 3 major sects, the Deity sect, the Sky Demon sect, and the Yudu sect. Anyone who was challenged by Lu Ming would be courting death. Lu Ming stepped onto the platform. After the cultivation just now, his essential core had been fully recovered. The devouring power and the speed of devouring raw gemstones to recover his essential core was shocking. No one could compare to it. Lu Ming's gaze fell directly on the Desire Poison sect's side, challenging the only remaining top-notch expert of the Desire Poison sect. Just now this person had challenged Tian Shui, so he would not let him off easily. The Yudu sect's expert stepped onto the fighting stage with an ugly expression. However, the moment he stepped onto the fighting stage, he immediately rushed to the back. He wanted to rush off the fighting ring. Many people were speechless. This person had a superior grade earth spiritual body, an existence on par with He, Wuxiandu, and the others. However, he didn't even dare to fight, and wanted to rush down the fighting stage. It could be seen that this person was very afraid of Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming charged toward the person. However, this person's spirit body was highly toxic and his life force was extremely tenacious. Moreover, he was determined to escape and did not want to fight at all. It was very difficult for Lu Ming to kill him on this small fighting ring. In the end, the other party successfully rushed out of the fighting ring, even though he was injured. Lu Ming sighed in pity. As a result, the 7 top experts of the 3 great sects, the Deity sect, the Sky Demon sect, and the Yudu sect, were all defeated. Some died, and some were defeated. The competition ended early. There was not much suspense in the following matches. Lu Ming was in charge alone, and no one dared to fight. Every time it was Lu Ming's turn, he would choose a Heaven's God sect's paragon to kill. This made the Heaven's Pride experts on the platform of the Tianshan sect scared to death. In the end, in order to survive when they challenged others, they deliberately admitted defeat and rushed down the fighting stage. They even challenged the Tianyu demonic sect and the Yudu sect in order to preserve more people's lives. The three great sects had actually been forced to such a state by Lu Ming alone. This was a rare sight in history. After this battle, Lu Ming's name was destined to spread throughout the entire Azure continent. The challenges continued. Because the Tianshan sect's method was equivalent to admitting defeat, they were the first to be completely annihilated among the remaining 10 sections. This move of the Heaven God sect is really beautiful. Where did you learn it? Someone from the Dragon God Valley mocked. The disciples of the Heaven God sect on the grandstand all blushed, but no one refuted. Because he really had no face to refute. Before the treasure-settling small meeting, the Heavenly God sect had announced that they would win 3 consecutive championships. But now it had completely become a joke. If not for the fact that they had used the right tactics and eliminated the 3 weakest sects in advance, they might not even have made it into the top 10. After the Divine Heaven sect was eliminated, Lu Ming set his sights on the Desire Poison sect. Considering that Xian Yanqing was the Holy Virgin of the Tianyu demonic sect, Lu Ming did not continue to challenge the other disciples of the Tianyu demonic sect after killing Mo He. This made the disciples of the Tianyu demonic sect heave a sigh of relief. As for the Yudu sect, they were in a miserable state. Each and every one of them was trembling with fear. In the end, they simply adopted the method of the Tianshan sect and became the second sect to be eliminated. As the competition went on, the number of people left from the major sects decreased. Even the Life and Death Sword sect only had a few people left. This battle was the same as the previous ones. Although the Life and Death Sword sect had fewer people, they were all elites with terrifying combat strength. As for Luo Xiang, he had also risen in this battle. With his cultivation at the 5th level of the Martial Royal Realm, he had killed several 6th-level Martial Royal Realm geniuses in a row. His combat strength was extremely shocking. Gradually, one sect after another was completely annihilated. However, there was still one person sitting cross-legged on the 10th platform. Lu Ming. Long ago, Lu Ming was the only one left in Dragon God Valley. However, he was as steady as a rock and did not move. In the end, Lu Ming won't be the last one to let Dragon God Valley take first place, will he? Someone muttered, causing many people to look at each other. If that was the case, it would be a legend that would be passed down for hundreds of generations. Whoosh! With a flash of sword light, Luo Xiang stepped onto the fighting ring. Lu Ming, why don't you and I have a spar? Luo Xiang looked at Lu Ming. Chapter 1542 One Sword Strikes. Life and Death. Luo Xiang wanted to challenge Lu Ming? Many people's hearts trembled as they revealed looks of anticipation. Without a doubt, Lu Ming was the biggest dark horse this time. He was only at the LV4 Martial Royal Realm, and had killed several top powerhouses with superior earth spiritual bodies. He had forced the Deity sect and the Yudu sect to challenge the other sects on purpose and lose the battle on purpose, causing them to be eliminated early. And Luo Xiang wasn't weak either. Some people who knew Luo Xiang knew that he was a terrifying figure. He had stayed at the peak of the Supreme Being realm for 15 years in order to nurture his sword soul. Now, as a 5th-level Martial Royal Realm, he had killed a 6th-level Martial Royal Realm genius. His combat strength was unfathomable. Moreover, the life-death sword art was extremely terrifying. What kind of sparks would be created when Luo Xiang challenged Lu Ming? Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward. He descended from the fighting ring and stood opposite Luo Xiang. Lu Ming, how about we decide the winner with one move? Luo Xiang said. Sure. Lu Ming said. To be honest, he had a good impression of Luo Xiang. This was a true sword cultivator, sharp, decisive but upright. He had his own bottom line. Previously, when the Tianshan sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect were hunting Dragon God Valley, Luo Xiang couldn't stand it anymore and killed the experts of the Tianshan sect. This was a man who was born for the sword. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. My life-death sword art can determine life and death with one strike. It has the meaning of I live, you die. If you can withstand one strike of mine, you win. Luo Xiang reminded. Go all out. If I die under your sword, I can only blame my lack of skill," Lu Ming said. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. He also wanted to see the famous life and death sword art in Sangzhou. Thus, as he unsheathed his sword, a terrifying sharp light shot up into the sky from Luo Xiang's body. At this moment, Luo Xiang seemed to have turned into a peerless divine sword. He was no longer a human but a sword. However, it also seemed as if the sword in his hand was no longer a sword but a human. At this moment, Luo Xiang's sword seemed to have come alive and had a soul. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He could feel a strong pressure from Luo Xiang. It was extremely rare for a 5th-level martial monarch to give him such a strong pressure. Lu Ming's vital essence began to circulate rapidly. The Emperor's spiritual weapon spear appeared in his hand, and the chaos domain spread out. At the same time, Lu Ming's muscles, bones were wriggling slightly, ready to launch a terrifying attack at any time. Whoosh! At this moment Luo Xiang moved. A ray of sword light cut through the void and stabbed toward Lu Ming. Under this sword light, the void seemed to be pierced. Everything in the world seemed to lose its color. It was as if this sword light was the only thing left in the world. It was terrifying, sharp, and accurate. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if there was a terrifying sword aura pressing down on his body, making it difficult for him to move. In the face of this sword, it was as if he could only be killed. Roar! At this moment, a shocking dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body. The dragon's roar was mighty, and it was as if a real dragon had soared to the 9 heavens. His essential core boiled and Lu Ming broke through the terrifying sword force in one move. He became one with the spear and stabbed out. The spear was used with the power-storing 13 strikes, and the body of the spear was covered with the chaos domain. A sword light and a spear light seemed to be the only things in the world at this moment. Clang! The spear radiance and the sword radiance were like 2 meteors in the deep sky, colliding with each other. A dazzling light spread out from the point of impact. It was like a sun that had suddenly exploded, and the world was covered in white. Many people felt a piercing pain in their eyes. Those with weaker cultivation could not help but close their eyes. How terrifying! Who won? Some of the stronger cultivators poured their vital essence into their eyes and stared ahead. The dazzling light flashed and disappeared. When the light disappeared, everyone saw a figure flying backward. When he landed on the fighting ring, he retreated more than 10 steps before he stopped. Luo Xiang. The one who retreated was Luo Xiang. At this moment, Luo Xiang's face was extremely pale, and the hand that was holding the sword was trembling. Lu Ming stood still, and dense dragon scales appeared on his body. What a terrifying sword! Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. There was a hint of shock in his eyes. The moment they clashed, the chaos realm that Lu Ming covered the long spear was pierced through by Luo Xiang's sword gleam. The terrifying sword chi followed the long spear and broke into Lu Ming's body. Dragon scales appeared on his body to block the attack. Even so, his skin still felt like it was being torn apart. From this, one could see how terrifying Luo Xiang's sword attack was. Life-Death Sword Art 1 sword strike could determine life and death. Every sword was a sword that could kill. Luo Xiang was much stronger than when he was in the Emperor Tsong's secret realm. This kind of strength did not refer to the increase in cultivation, but the ability to fight at the same level. At that time, Lu Ming's spirit body was only a low-grade earth spirit body, but he was able to defeat Luo Xiang. At that time, Luo Xiang was on the same level as Wang Jian and Shi Tian. But now Luo Xiang could easily kill Wang Jian, Shi Tian, who was at the same level as him, with one sword. Spiritual body, he's still a medium-grade earth spiritual body, but he can make such a sword attack. It's incredible. Lu Ming thought in his heart. I've lost. Luo Xiang kept his sword and cupped his fists at Lu Ming. The sword attack just now could be said to be Luo Xiang's most powerful attack. If he could not defeat Lu Ming with one attack, he would lose. With that, Luo Xiang turned around and jumped off the fighting ring. Lu Ming did not pursue him. He and Luo Xiang were originally more of sparring. After Luo Xiang descended from the fighting ring, Lu Ming turned around and returned to the platform. The challenge continued. The following battles calmed down again, but undercurrents were surging. Because more than 30 rounds had already passed, and there were very few people on the various platforms. The battles were about to end. The rest were all powerhouses. After a few more rounds, there were less than 10 people left on the 13 platforms. However, the rest of them were all top experts. Most of them were heaven's favorites at the level of Bai Mo, Han Sun and Mo He. At this moment, the people of the Tianshan sect and the Tianyu demonic sect had all been eliminated. A new round had begun, and it was the Heaven Seat King's turn to challenge them. The Heaven Seat King was extremely powerful, not any weaker than the Tianyu demonic sect or the Yudu sect. Right now, there were only 2 people left in the Heaven Seat King, and both of them were top experts. There was only one person left from the Evil Moon sect. The leader of the Evil Moon sect was also a top expert. The Jiuxiao Sword sect also had one person left, who was also a top-tier expert. The Linglong Palace also had one person, a top-notch expert. There was also the Life and Death Sword sect and the Good Demon Castle. Each of them had one person, and they were all top-notch experts. Including Lu Ming, there were 8 people in total. There were only 8 people left. On the surface, the Heaven Seat King was the strongest with 2 people left. However, at this moment, all the major platforms fell silent. The 2 powerhouses from the Heaven Seat King swept their gazes across the rest of the people, but the one they looked at the most was Lu Ming. As for the powerhouses from the other sects, most of them were looking at Lu Ming with grave expressions. The treasure auction had reached the final moment, and the first place would be decided very soon. However, the first place would be rewarded with 7 Emperor Jade pills, which everyone wanted. Chapter 1543. Taking turns according to the rules, the first place and the last person to stay would receive 7 Emperor Jade pills as a reward. Who would not want it? However, if he wanted to get the Royal Domain pill, he would have to defeat the others. Among the 8 people present, Lu Ming was undoubtedly a huge mountain that everyone had to cross if they wanted to get first place. Previously, Lu Ming had already displayed his terrifying combat strength and could kill a top-tier powerhouse. The other 7 people were all afraid of him. No one had the confidence to fight Lu Ming alone. There was a high possibility that they would lose. Therefore, they were extremely cautious when they challenged him now. Heaven Seat King, it's your turn. Hurry up and challenge them. The remaining paragons of the Demon Castle spoke. What's the hurry? One of the Heaven Seat King's people coldly said. Everyone, you all want to get first place, right? A young man in purple gold armor from the Heaven Seat King spoke. That's nonsense. The genius from the Demon Castle said. That's only natural. Who here doesn't want to get first place? That's 7 Royal Domain pills. Not only that, but ITLL also make your name known throughout the Azure continent. The Jiuxiao Sword sect leader said. The others nodded in agreement. That's right. We all want to be number 1. But to be honest, with Lu Ming around, none of us can even dream of being number 1. The violet gold armored youth from the Heaven Seat King spoke. The others were silent. It was clear that they had tacitly agreed. Then what do you want to do? The paragon of the Demon Castle asked. Let's join forces and take turns to defeat Lu Ming first. Then we'll decide the winner. The purple gold armored youth from the Heaven Seat King said. Lu Ming glanced at the 2 people from the Heaven Seat King indifferently. He was not too surprised. With the battle prowess he had displayed earlier, he had long expected that he would definitely suffer a tag team battle from the other sects in the end. Just like what the purple golden armored youth had said, if they didn't defeat him, no one else would be able to get first place. However, would it be that easy to defeat him? Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. I don't agree. There are 2 people in the Heaven Seat King. It's advantageous to you if you take turns to fight. On the 4th platform, the Evil Moon sect's Heaven's Pride expert sneered. Xiesha, this is the only way. If we don't do this, I'll challenge you now. Are you sure you can win? Even if you defeat me, how much combat power will you have left? Even if I don't challenge you now, you'll still challenge someone else later. Who do you think you can challenge? The purple gold armored youth from the Heaven Seat King asked a few questions, causing the others to fall silent once more. That was indeed the case. Every battle that followed would be a battle of the pinnacle. No one had the confidence that they would not be injured after defeating their opponent. If that happened, wouldn't it be advantageous for those who came after them? In the end, no one was Lu Ming's match. They had no other choice. I agree. The paragons of the demon fort were the first to agree. He was in the best position. He would take turns to fight Lu Ming. After all, he was the last one to fight. After so many rounds, Lu Ming would most likely be defeated. He could still conserve his strength at the back. I also agree. The sovereign of the Linglong Palace also spoke. The Linglong Palace's seat was also relatively at the back. In the end, Jiuxiao Sword Sect nodded in agreement. In the end, only Xie Sha of the Evil Moon Sect was left with an unsightly expression. His position was merely behind the Heaven Seat King. After the Heaven Seat King's challenge, it would be his turn. I will be the first one to challenge. The purple gold-armored youth from the Heaven Seat King said. Alright, I agree. In the end, Xie Sha also nodded in agreement. At this point, he had no other choice. Fortunately, the youth in purple gold armor was the first to challenge Lu Ming. He should be able to deplete some of Lu Ming's combat strength. He might have a chance if he went up. After Xie Sha agreed, the young man in purple gold armor from the Heaven Seat King stepped onto the fighting ring. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, how about you fight me? As you wish. Lu Ming took a step forward and landed on the fighting ring. The youth in purple gold armor looked serious and said, Lu Ming, let's spar and not kill each other. What do you think? He asked. Sure. Lu Ming said. He had already offended the Tianshan sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect. He did not want to offend any more sections. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, the young man in purple gold armor heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was not afraid of Lu Ming. After all, he was the one who suggested a tag team battle with Lu Ming. He was really afraid that Lu Ming would kill him in a fit of anger. He was not fully confident that he would be able to charge off the fighting ring successfully. Be careful. The young man in purple gold armor glowed with purple gold light, and even his skin turned purple gold, like a heavenly king. Boom. The young man in purple gold armor stepped onto the fighting ring, causing it to rumble. He charged at Lu Ming like a giant beast and threw a punch. The air rumbled as his purple gold fist landed on Lu Ming. It was extremely powerful. Without a doubt, this was a Heaven's Pride expert on the same level as Han Sun and Mo He. If it was a normal battle, even Lu Ming would have to put in some effort. However, Lu Ming had no intention of fighting a normal battle with the other party. Lu Ming's hands moved rapidly, like a phantom. A huge Chaos Sky-turning seal appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This Chaos Sky-turning seal was not at its full power. Just like the battle with Mo He, it was only at 50% of its power. 50% of the power was enough. Lu Ming held the Chaos Sky-turning seal and threw it at the youth in purple gold armor. The young man in purple gold armor had a drastic change of expression. Lu Ming had used this move in his previous battle with Mo He. He had witnessed the terrifying power. Heavenly King supporting the pagoda. The young man in purple gold armor roared, and his purple gold body swelled up. He became a lot taller and bigger. The purple gold light on his body brightened, and he struck out his palms toward the Chaos Sky-turning seal. Boom. The palms of the youth in purple gold armor struck the Chaos Sky-turning seal. His burly figure shook violently, and the purple gold light around his body swayed and exploded continuously. Bang! The young man in purple gold armor couldn't even stand straight. His bones creaked as he knelt down and spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming began to condense the Chaos Sky-turning seal again. Wait, I'm not fighting anymore. The young man in purple gold armor shouted. Then he rushed to one side of the fighting stage and rushed down the fighting stage. He then flew to the grandstand behind the Heaven Seat and began to heal his injuries. Lu Ming did not chase after him. This would save his essential core. The half-condensed Chaos Sky-turning seal dissipated. The other people at the scene also looked at each other. The young man in purple gold armor was defeated by Lu Ming in one move, and he rushed down the fighting ring. Was the difference in combat strength that great? The difference is not that big. Lu Ming's move should be his strongest move with shocking power. However, such a move usually consumes a terrifying amount of essential core. That's right. I believe that Lu Ming can only use a few of such unique moves. In the stands, some people were discussing and guessing that Lu Ming should be using his strongest move. Chapter 1544 Defeating 4 people in a row. Lu Ming returned to the 10th platform. Next, it was Xiesha's turn to challenge the evil moon sect. Xiesha's expression was extremely unsightly. The young man in purple gold armor was defeated after blocking one move from Lu Ming. He did not know how much essential core Lu Ming had used up. He had no confidence in challenging Lu Ming now. However, he could not possibly go back on his promise with the young man in purple gold armor and the rest, and give up on challenging Lu Ming. If he did not challenge Lu Ming, he would challenge someone else. However, there were no weaklings among those who remained. Even if he could win, he would definitely be injured. Then the next person to challenge would definitely challenge him, and he would definitely lose. Let's go all out. Xiesha gritted his teeth. He knew that it would most likely be difficult for him to make it to the end. He might as well challenge Lu Ming and leave a good reputation. Xiesha landed on the fighting ring and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, how about a battle between us? Lu Ming smiled faintly. He took a step forward and stepped into the fighting ring again. Buzz. Lu Ming did not waste any time. As soon as he stepped onto the fighting ring, he made a hand seal and a chaos sky-turning seal appeared in his hands. Boom. Lu Ming threw the chaos sky-turning seal at Xiesha. Xiesha's expression changed drastically. His body was filled with evil qi. A blood-red moon appeared in his hand, and he threw it at the chaos sky-turning seal. Boom. With a deafening sound, the blood-red moon and the chaos sky-turning seal collided. It only lasted for a few breaths before it collapsed. Xiesha himself was sent flying, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. He looked at Lu Ming in shock. He only understood how terrifying Lu Ming's chaos sky-turning seal was after personally witnessing it. What kind of attack is this? How can it be so terrifying? Xiesha thought. Bang. Lu Ming took a step forward and walked towards Xiesha. I've lost this battle. Xiesha shouted and rushed down the fighting ring. Just like the youth in purple gold armor, he admitted defeat. These people had their own selfish motives. After taking one move, they understood that they were no match for Lu Ming. Otherwise, with their abilities, they could have taken the second move of the chaos sky-turning seal. However, they would be severely injured. It was the same as the purple gold armored youth. He was going to lose anyway, so why did he have to risk his life? If he was too injured, it would affect his cultivation. It was better to leave it to the people behind. So, just like the youth in purple gold armor, Xiesha admitted defeat after taking a hit. This time, Lu Ming decided not to return to the platform. His gaze fell on the Jiuxiao sword sex expert. Next, you should be challenging me, right? Come down. Whoosh! With a flash of sword light, the paragon of the Jiuxiao sword sect stepped onto the fighting ring. Just like before, let's have a spar. Let's not fight to the death. The Jiuxiao sword sect disciple said. Sure. A chaos sky-turning seal appeared in Lu Ming's hand as he spoke. He did not bother to waste time, and threw the seal at the Jiuxiao sword sect experts. The huge primal chaos sky-turning seal was like a mountain, completely enveloping the opponent. On such a fighting stage, it was difficult for the opponent to avoid it. He could only take it head-on. A sword cry was heard, and a brilliant sword light shot up into the sky, slashing at the chaos sky-turning seal. In the next moment, the sword radiance shattered and the primal chaos sky-turning seal came crashing down, causing the young man from Jiuxiao sword sect to spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes revealed a look of unwillingness. He did not want to be defeated like this. However, given the current situation, he did not know how many more of such attacks Lu Ming could release. Let's go all out. The Jiuxiao sword sect disciple's eyes gleamed with hatred. He became one with his sword and turned into a dazzling sword radiance, slashing at Lu Ming. Buzz. Lu Ming's entire body was covered in the chaos domain. Another chaos sky-turning stamp appeared in his palm, and he threw it at the paragon of the Jiuxiao sword sect. Not good. The heaven's favorite from the Jiuxiao sword sect was shocked and quickly retreated. He wanted to avoid it, but under the pressure of the chaos heaven flipping seal, he could not escape. Break! The paragon of Jiuxiao sword sect slashed out hundreds of times in a row. The dazzling sword radiance collided with the chaos empyrean seal, causing sparks to fly. Then the sword chi collapsed. The paragon of Jiuxiao sword sect groaned as he was blasted off the battle platform by the chaos empyrean seal. His clothes were dyed red with blood, and his face was as pale as a sheet. After taking 2 consecutive blows from the chaos sky-turning stamp, his injuries were more serious than the previous 2. Why is Lu Ming's move so powerful? Indeed, the power is too terrifying. I can't match it at all. The key is, how many times can he use this kind of attack? He has already used it 4 times in a row. I should be reaching my limit soon. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming's gaze fell on the sovereign of the Linglong Palace. The sovereign of the Linglong Palace was an extremely beautiful woman. In fact, the disciples of the Linglong Palace were all women. Each and every one of them was a beautiful woman. The sovereign of the Linglong Palace stepped forward with a beautiful smile on her face and said, "Young Master Lu Ming, please show mercy." The fragrance was soft and tender, making people unable to bear to make a move. However, Lu Ming immediately condensed a chaos sky-turning stamp and threw it at the other party. The absolute Bowtie's expression changed. With a wave of her hand, countless flower petals appeared. The countless flower petals formed a huge hand and dragged toward the chaos sky-turning seal. However, the result was the same. The giant hand collapsed, and the beautiful woman slid 100 meters away on the fighting ring, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. "Young Master Lu Ming, you don't know how to be tender to women at all." The absolute beauty wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and glared at Lu Ming in a coquettish manner. "Fairy's combat power is amazing. If I had been gentlemanly, I'm afraid I would have been the one who lost." Lu Ming took a step forward. The air of chaos in his palm was thick and rolling. This absolute Bowtie's combat strength was absolutely astonishing. After receiving his primal chaos sky-turning seal, her injuries were the lightest. "Young Master Lu Ming, I wonder how many more moves you can use against such a powerful ultimate move," the absolute beauty said with a smile. "Want you know if you try, fairy?" Lu Ming smiled. Another chaos sky-turning seal was formed in his hand. The absolute Bowtie's expression was solemn as countless flower petals flew around her. The countless petals formed a 7-colored pattern, making the beautiful woman look like a goddess. Boom! Lu Ming launched his second attack, the second chaos sky-turning seal. This time, the flower petals around the absolute beauty formed a shield in front of her. The primal chaos sky-turning stamp crashed down, shattering the shield. The beautiful woman was forced to retreat to the edge of the fighting ring. Her body trembled, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. It was a pitiful sight. "Fairy, do you still want to try?" Lu Ming said. The beautiful woman's expression changed. In the end, she sighed, turned around, and left the fighting ring. Lu Ming had defeated another person. At this moment, the entire place was silent. Lu Ming had defeated 4 people in a row. Each of them was a top-notch Heaven's Pride expert who had taken part in the party this time. However, Lu Ming had defeated 4 people in a row. In addition to the 3 people who were killed by Lu Ming previously, Lu Ming had defeated 7 such top-notch geniuses by himself this time. This was definitely the first time in 10,000 years. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.